Chapter 295. Just as Nieli and Gulan were at a loss for words, Gu Bei walked in. "Nieli, why are you here?" Gu Bei was stunned for a moment. "Rumor has it that you and Murong Yu had a conflict in the ghastly ruins." Gu Bei paused for a moment. "You don't have to give me any face." "What conflict? I haven't even reached the heavenly fate realm. So how could I possibly be his opponent? Naturally, I was trampled on. Not only that, he even took away my soul scale," said Nieli. She never thought that Nieli would admit it so frankly. Gu Bei rubbed her head and smiled. "Then what are you going to do? Murong Yu is still very strong. I'm afraid that we won't be his opponent. I can only endure it for now. I have something that I need your help with," said Nieli calmly. Gulan couldn't help raising her head to look at Nieli. If it was any other youth, they'd probably be unable to restrain their anger. She never thought that Nieli would be able to endure it so calmly. Gu Bei patted her chest and said, "What do you need? Just tell me. I'll do my best." Nieli said, "I want you to help me purchase demon spirits. Ordinary growth rates, good growth rates, and excellent growth rates are all fine. The more, the better." Hearing Nieli's words, Gu Bei was stunned for a moment. "I don't know why you're collecting so many demon spirits. Most of the creatures in the Draconic Ruins realm are high-grade life forms. Many of them possess the dragon bloodline. They're much better than the ordinary demon spirits you want. I don't need demon spirits with the dragon bloodline if it's just an ordinary demon spirit, unless it has an extraordinary growth rate or a god-level growth rate. Then it'll be useful. An ordinary demon spirit with a low growth rate is basically useless." Gu Bei curiously asked, "If you want to integrate with a demon spirit, I can definitely help you get a better one. I have my own use for it. I'll pay you back how much you spent on these ordinary demon spirits." Nieli said, "I need a lot. The more the better. It doesn't cost much to get some ordinary demon spirits, although the Draconic Ruins realm doesn't have them. However, there are a lot of them in other small worlds. I can send some people to hunt them, and I'll be able to help you get a lot in no time." Gu Bei thought for a moment and said, "Then I'll leave it to you." Nieli smiled. "Why are you being so polite? We're all good brothers, and you even saved my sister." Gu Bei chuckled. Very quickly, Gu Bei sent a few Heavenly Fate realm experts to the various realms to hunt ordinary demon spirits. 4 Heavenly Fate realm experts. Doing such a thing was naturally a piece of cake. Due to Nieli's order, this matter must be done very secretly, so Gu Bei sent people. They were all trusted subordinates. In a day's time, Gu Bei's people obtained over 20,000 demon spirits from the nearest small world. After obtaining the first batch of demon spirits, Nieli returned to his room and started refining. Among these 20,000 demon spirits, there were quite a few with good or excellent growth rates. Nieli began refining. He placed 10 demon spirits of the same level into the nightmare demon pot and started refining. It's been a long time since he last refined a demon spirit. However, Nieli was still very familiar with the process. Refining failed. Refining failed. Refining succeeded. After refining again and again, the nightmare demon pot continued to produce demon spirits with higher growth rates. As the number of demon spirits refined increased, the nightmare demon pot continued to absorb the energy from the shattered demon spirits. Nieli stayed in his room and continuously refined demon spirits. Out of the 20,000 ordinary demon spirits, he finally refined 30 god-level growth rate demon spirits. Under normal circumstances, a god-level growth rate demon spirit without a dragon bloodline could be sold for 30 to 50 spiritual stones. That was already a lot. After all, they were ordinary students. Aside from people like Gu Bei, who had an aristocratic family background, it would be extremely difficult to gather 30 to 50 spiritual stones. But for people like Gu Bei, who had an aristocratic family background, the demon spirits they integrated with would definitely contain a dragon bloodline. Even those with ancient bloodlines wouldn't buy ordinary demon spirits, even if they had a god-level growth rate. Although Murong Yu, Hu Yong, and the others were thinking of all sorts of ways to stop Nieli from obtaining spiritual stones, Nieli wouldn't resign himself to death. If he couldn't obtain spiritual stones from the ghastly ruins, then he'd have to find another way. Could a living person die from not being able to pee? With enough spiritual stones, Nieli's cultivation would soar by leaps and bounds. Sooner or later, he'd surpass Murong Yu. Lu Piao and Xiao Yu returned to the courtyard. When Nieli saw Lu Piao's bruised face, he curiously asked, "Lu Piao, what happened to you?" "Don't mention it. I hunted over 3,000 soul scales in the Draconic Ruins realm, but they were all stolen by Hualing's bastards. They even gave me a beating." Lu Piao angrily said. Just thinking about it made him angry. Xiao Yu bitterly smiled. "I also ran into some trouble. Fortunately, they weren't strong enough to do anything to me. However, after 2 days, I only managed to hunt over 5,000 soul scales. I heard that you came out a day ago." "Yeah, I ran into Murong Yu, and he took all 20,000 soul scales I hunted." Nieli nodded his head. It seemed that he wasn't the only one. Even Xiao Yu and Lu Piao had been targeted. Xiao Yu was slightly stronger, so she could still resist, but Lu Piao couldn't. Originally, with the three of them's strength, their harvest in the ghastly ruins should have been pretty good. However, it was all ruined by those bastards. Lu Piao sullenly said, "No wonder Murong Yu broke his record when we came out. He managed to collect 120,000 soul scales in one go. I've got some spiritual stones here. You guys can use them first," said Xiao Yu as he took out the 160 spiritual stones he'd exchanged for. This was the most he'd ever obtained. After all, his current strength wasn't the same as before. It was a pity that he only had one chance a month. Otherwise, he could have obtained even more. Although Xiao Yu had obtained 160 spiritual stones, which was already a lot, it still wasn't enough. The heavenly energy contained in 1 to 200 spiritual stones couldn't even cause a ripple in Nieli's soul realm. Nieli shook his head. "No need. I have a way to obtain spiritual stones. Those people want to seal off our path of obtaining spiritual stones. How can we let them have their way? Come, let's make a trip to the Sky Soul Institute's market." "Why are we going to the market?" "To sell demon spirits." Nieli's eyes flickered. He'd once considered asking Gu Bei to help him sell the god-level growth rate demon spirits. However, after some thought, he decided to sell them himself. After all, it wasn't good to always ask Gu Bei for help. Furthermore, if Nieli were to sell the god-level growth rate demon spirits, he could use the excuse that they came from the tiny world. As for others who didn't believe him, they could go to the tiny world and investigate. They wouldn't be able to enter the tiny world anyways. However, Nieli would definitely encounter some obstructions when he sold the god-level growth rate demon spirits. Nieli was already mentally prepared. Those people wouldn't dare to do anything in the Sky Soul Institute, so he'd sell as much as he could. The Sky Soul Institute's market was bustling with activity. Students were everywhere, trading all sorts of items. Nieli's group of 3 also appeared in the market. "Nieli, in this battle, I've realized that an artifact is too important. The opponent I met this time had strength similar to mine. However, he had a grade 2 artifact in his hand. No matter how I fought, I wasn't his opponent. But from what I can see, a grade 2 artifact is selling for 60 to 70 spiritual stones." Lu Piao was a little depressed. She felt that she was poor. Back in the day, they'd be famous in Glory City. Every time they made a move, they'd be able to sell tens of millions of demon spirit coins. But here, people didn't recognize demon spirit coins. Lu Piao could only look at the treasures being sold in the market with envy. The news that Nieli was selling God-level growth rate demon spirits immediately attracted the attention of many students. Did you guys hear? That new student called, Nieli wants to sell a God-level growth rate demon spirit. Does it have a dragon bloodline inheritance? How is that possible? A demon spirit with a dragon bloodline inheritance and a God-level growth rate is priceless. It's just an ordinary God-level growth rate demon spirit. That's meaningless. A God-level growth rate is already very good. After all, in the pocket dimension, there's only 1 in a million demon spirits with a God-level growth rate. Everyone was discussing a God-level growth rate demon spirit was still very attractive to ordinary students. Everyone was guessing that Nieli's source of spiritual stones had been sealed, so he'd started selling his belongings. The news of Murong, suppressing Nieli in the ghastly ruins and snatching away Nieli's soul scale had long since spread. Nieli's momentum was indeed very strong. However, the bird that pokes its head out will be hit. Therefore, it was reasonable for Nieli to be suppressed. This was the rule of the Sky Soul Institute, who told Nieli to have no background, and yet have a talent that would make others jealous. God-level growth rate demon spirits for sale. Fresh God-level growth rate demon spirits. 50 spiritual stones for 1. Buy 3, get 1 free. Lu Piao shouted, her voice spreading far and wide. Nieli wanted to sell as many God-level growth rate demon spirits as possible before Hualing and Huyong's men arrived. 50 spiritual stones for 1 was an extremely cheap price. Furthermore, it was buy 3, get 1 free. This immediately attracted many people's attention. However, at the same time, they were also guessing how many God-level growth rate demon spirits Nieli had. After all, it was a God-level growth rate demon spirit. Therefore, it attracted a lot of people's interest. More and more people came to inquire about it. Very quickly, 2 transactions were completed. 2 God-level growth rate demon spirits were sold at a slightly cheaper price, with a total of 93 spiritual stones. Previously, there were still many people who were watching on the sidelines. However, when they found out that someone had indeed bought a God-level growth rate demon spirit from Nieli, they were tempted. Some people couldn't take out so many spiritual stones at once, so they decided to pool the money first. God-level growth rate demon spirits were relatively rare in the market. It was rare to see one. Nieli suddenly selling so many God-level growth rate demon spirits was like throwing a stone into a calm lake. Chapter 296. Several God-level growth rate demon spirits were sold one after another. Many students were confused as to where Nieli's group of 3 had gotten so many God-level growth rate demon spirits. Could it be that the tiny world was so miraculous? Aside from heaven's spiritual root geniuses, it could also produce God-level growth rate demon spirits. Just as Nieli's group was selling their God-level growth rate demon spirits, a group of people walked towards Nieli. The one leading the group was a valiant youth, roughly in his 20s. He had a well-defined face, a dignified expression, and a majestic gait. As he walked over, a powerful heat wave assaulted Nieli's face. The heat wave that assaulted Nieli's face seemed to contain some sort of astonishing power. After sensing this power, Nieli's gaze fell on the youth and sized him up. This youth's strength was even stronger than Murong Yu's. Furthermore, he cultivated the Ashen Flames family's Longyan 9 transformations cultivation technique. His body contained an extremely powerful aura of Longyan. Longyan hadn't returned from the outside world yet, so he should be around 8-9 Fate. This youth was from the Ashen Flames family. The dozen or so people behind him were also experts from the Ashen Flames family. The Ashen Flames family was one of the 3 peak forces of the Hagami Myunmyun. They were one of the more moderate and neutral ones. They rarely participated in the competition for the patriarch's position. However, their strength couldn't be underestimated. They were the target of the previous patriarch's recruitment. This family was extremely mysterious. In Nieli's previous life, when the Hagami Myunmyun split apart, the Ashen Flames family became independent and still stood strong. The youth glanced at Nieli and lightly smiled. I heard that you guys are selling God-level growth rate demon spirits here. That's right. Nieli nodded. He carefully observed the youth's attitude, trying to guess his intentions. How many God-level growth rate demon spirits do you have left? I'll buy them all according to your price. The youth said in a deep and decisive voice. Lu Piao's brows slightly twitched as a trace of joy appeared on her face. They'd met a rich man. He actually wanted to buy all of their demon spirits. Nieli calmly asked, "How should I address you, young master?" He tried to guess the other party's identity. The young man's gaze landed on Nieli as a faint smile appeared on his face. "You must be Nieli. I've heard of you. Among this batch of rookies, only you and Long Yuan are interesting. My name is Li Xingyun, Ashen Flame's family." Nieli recalled, in his previous life, there was indeed such a person in Hagami Myunmyun. He seemed to have competed for the position of the Ashen Flames family's patriarch, but failed. Afterwards, he retired. However, after he left Hagami Myunmyun, he became an overlord of a region. This fellow was also a super genius. His fame outside of Hagami Myunmyun was much greater than that of Bell and Long Yuan. However, he was also a controversial person. It was difficult to distinguish between good and evil, but he had friends all over the world, and he also had a group of loyal brothers. Such a person should have some spirit. Nieli said, "We still have 24 God-level growth rate demon spirits here." Hearing Nieli's words, Li Xingyun's brows slightly twitched. He was pleasantly surprised. He never thought that Nieli would have so many God-level growth rate demon spirits. He thought that after Nieli sold so many, it would be pretty good if he had 5 or 6 left. Li Xingyun revealed a satisfied smile and said, "No matter how many God-level growth rate demon spirits you have, I can eat them all. It's a pity that none of the God-level growth rate demon spirits you sold have a dragon bloodline. It would be even better if they had a dragon bloodline and a growth rate of excellent or higher." Although Li Xingyun was only the third-in-line successor of the Ashen Flames family, he had thousands of geniuses under him. Furthermore, his financial power was astonishing. It wouldn't be a problem for him to eat all these God-level growth rate demon spirits. If there are such demon spirits in the future, I will contact young Master Li. Nieli lightly smiled. Oh, Li Xingyun never imagined that Nieli would actually say such a thing. Could it be that Nieli had some way to get his hands on God-level growth rate demon spirits? Li Xingyun recruited talents from all over the world. Anything that could improve the strength of his subordinates was something that Li Xingyun didn't care about. He wouldn't be stingy with his money. Li Xingyun proudly said, "As long as you have any God-level growth rate demon spirits, you can contact me. No matter how many you have, I'll accept them all." Nieli didn't know how wealthy Li Xingyun was. However, as the successor of a powerful family, Li Xingyun should have a lot of assets. Seeing how Li Xingyun had bought so many God-level growth rate demon spirits so straightforwardly, Nieli clearly had the ambition to fight for hegemony. It was obvious that they had the ambition to fight for hegemony. Nieli came to an understanding after linking it with the rumors from his previous life. Being on good terms with such a person would definitely be beneficial for him. Lu Piao quickly calculated and said, 24 God level growth rate demon spirits for 900 spiritual stones. All right, Li Xingyun straightforwardly took out 900 spiritual stones and tossed them to Lu Piao. Nia Li also handed over the remaining 24 God level growth rate demon spirits to Li Xingyun. Li Xingyun stored all the demon spirits and patted Nia Li's shoulder. I like you a lot. If you're interested in joining me, feel free to look for me. I'll definitely treat you courteously. If you're not willing, then forget it. Also, if you have any God level growth rate demon spirits, you can sell them to me. Many thanks for young Master Li's appreciation. If I have any God level growth rate demon spirits, I'll definitely look for you. Nieli lightly smiled. Nieli wasn't interested in the internal struggle for power within the Ashen Flames family. Who knew if Li Xingyun could win? Who knows, she might lose just like she did in his previous life. Currently, the Hagami Myunmyun was in chaos. There were some experts loyal to the Hagami Myunmyun that could only watch as the Hagami Myunmyun fought for power, but there was nothing they could do. Furthermore, the internal struggle for power within the major families was also very serious. The division of the Hagami Myunmyun 100 years later wasn't without warning. Nieli didn't have any intention of relying on him. However, Li Xingyun didn't mind and said, "All right, I'll be waiting for your news." Li Xingyun glanced at the subordinates behind her and said, "Go back and pass a message to Hualing. In the future, Nieli will be under my protection. Tell them to keep their tricks to themselves. Otherwise, I'll take care of them." "Many thanks, young Master Li." Hearing Li Xingyun's words, Nieli cupped his hands. In his heart, he knew that Li Xingyun had already investigated his background and recent situation. She knew that Hua Ling, Hu Yong, and the rest were looking for trouble with Nieli's group. However, Li Xingyun only mentioned Hua Ling and didn't mention Hu Yong. On one hand, it was to express goodwill. On the other hand, it was to tell Nieli that as long as Nieli relied on him or cooperated with him, Li Xingyun could help him solve the remaining troubles. Indeed, he was worthy of being an overlord in his previous life. Although he was only in his 20s, he was already very experienced. "Then we'll take our leave first." Li Xingyun lightly smiled as she turned around and left with her group. The surrounding students watched as Li Xingyun left as they discussed in low voices. "I wonder why young Master Li bought so many God level growth rate demon spirits. Don't you guys know? Young Master Li is very generous to his loyal subordinates. I heard that every one of his subordinates is equipped with a grade 3 artifact at the very least. He bought those God level demon spirits for his subordinates." Hearing this, the surrounding students couldn't help being moved. Joining a major force was indeed very important to them, especially following a forthright master. That Nieli sold so many God level growth rate demon spirits and earned over 1,200 spiritual stones in one go. That's enough for him to cultivate for a long time. Yeah, I wonder where that kid got so many God level growth rate demon spirits from. They discussed with envy 1,200 spiritual stones. That wasn't a small amount of wealth. To them, that was simply something they could only look up to. Many of them had worked hard for several years, but they still couldn't get that many spiritual stones. It wasn't just the ordinary students. Not long after Nia, Li started selling God level growth rate demon spirits. Hu Yong's and Hua Ling's men also showed up. However, they didn't dare to approach Li Xingyun because she was talking to Nie Li. Very quickly, Nie Li and Li Xingyun came to an agreement. The news of them selling all their God-level growth rate demon spirits and earning over 1,000 spiritual stones reached their ears. Hu Yong was furious. Li Xingyun clearly didn't put him in her eyes. However, he didn't dare to cause trouble for Li Xingyun. Whenever he thought about how Nie Li had obtained over 1,000 spiritual stones, his cultivation would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. He felt extremely unhappy. However, Nanmen Tianhai and Huang Yu had warned him, so he didn't dare to mess around in the Sky Soul Institute. On the other side, when Hua Ling received his subordinate's report, he was so angry that he wanted to smash something. Hua Ling wasn't the only one suppressing Nie Li's group of 3. However, he was the easiest one to deal with, so he'd been given a warning. The more Hua Ling thought about it, the more furious and sullen he became. He hated Li Xingyun. However, with his strength, he didn't dare to provoke Li Xingyun. One must know that Li Xingyun was the third-in-line successor of the Ashen Flames family. Among the younger generation of the Ashen Flames family, she held a lot of weight. Not only could he not cause trouble for Li Xingyun, but he also had to prepare a huge gift to apologize to Li Xingyun. This was to prevent Li Xingyun from thinking about him. As for the future, as long as Nie Li didn't fall out with Li Xingyun, he wouldn't dare to cause trouble for Nie Li. After all, Li Xingyun had already spoken, so how could he still dare to be impudent? At this moment, Nie Li's group of 3 were already heading back to their residences. Nie Li, did you bring all these God-level growth rate demon spirits from the tiny world? Asked Xiao Yu. Even in the tiny world, it shouldn't be possible to find so many God-level growth rate demon spirits. I can't say for now. I'll tell you guys in the future, replied Nie Li. After all, regarding the nightmare demon pod, Nie Li hadn't even told the people closest to him about it. The fewer people that knew about it, the better. If someone leaked it, then it'd be troublesome. Since Li Xingyun could eat so many God-level growth rate demon spirits and wanted more, Nie Li had an even bigger plan. Ordinary God-level growth rate demon spirits weren't that valuable. The truly valuable ones were those demon spirits with dragon bloodlines. Chapter 297. On the third day, it was time for Venerable Red Cell's class again. Gu Bei, Nie Li, and Lu Piao sat together. Nie Li, my subordinates have hunted another 60,000 demon spirits. Gu Bei whispered into Nie Li's ear as she quietly handed an interspatial ring to Nie Li. Inside the ring, it was filled with demon spirits. And thank you. Here are 600 spiritual stones. Nie Li said as he handed Gu Bei a pouch. Gu Bei furrowed her brows for a brief moment as she asked in a dissatisfied tone, "What are you doing?" He wasn't helping Nie Li for a reward, not to mention that those ordinary demon spirits weren't worth much. Nie Li giving him money meant that he wasn't treating him as a friend. Nie Li patted Gu Bei's shoulder as he lightly smiled. "Help me purchase some dragon bloodline demon spirits. Ordinary growth rate ones will do." Hearing Nie Li's words, Gu Bei's brows relaxed as she straightforwardly replied, "No problem, no problem." That's more like it. Last night, Nie Li had used another 200 spiritual stones. This amount of spiritual stones was simply too frightening. For the sake of stable cultivation in the future, Nie Li had to find a way to obtain even more spiritual stones. Ordinary God-level growth rate demon spirits were far from enough. Therefore, Nie Li set his sights on dragon bloodline demon spirits. However, for the time being, he had Gu Bei secretly purchase them. Once he'd purchased enough, he'd slowly integrate them. In this class, Venerable Red Soul lectured on the cultivation of combat skills. He explained the profound in simple terms, and all the students listened attentively. However, Nieli was thinking about his own matters. Through private communication, the students in the class learned about the recent events. Nieli had undoubtedly become the most special person in the class. However, ever since Long Yuan was defeated by Nieli, no one dared to look for trouble with Nieli. At the same time, Nieli also became the focus of all the girls. Long Yuan silently sat in the corner. She looked at Nieli's back. Although she was defeated by Nieli in her previous fight with Nieli, she did not feel the slightest bit of hatred towards Nieli. Instead, she felt a strong curiosity and desire to challenge him. She really wanted to know, how did Nieli cultivate? Nieli seemed to be filled with all sorts of secrets. However, she understood that if she continued to pester Nieli would only loathe her even more. Only by becoming stronger would she have the qualifications to talk to Nieli. Since young, Nieli was the only person of the same age that she was convinced of. He was the only person that she acknowledged in terms of strength. It also made her re-examine what she had done in the past. It made her feel that she had started to change and grow. During this class, the class was unexpectedly calm. Only Venerable Red Sowl's lecture could be heard. Nieli's thoughts wandered far away. Ever since he saw his master in the St. Soul grounds, he hadn't seen his master for a few days. He wondered if his master was still living in that mountain valley. Recalling his previous life, Nieli was filled with longing for his master. After pondering, he decided to find some time to make a trip to that mountain valley. Venerable Red Soul lightly smiled and said, "Cultivating combat skills is the most important. The most important thing is the demon spirit. The demon spirits that you've integrated with so far aren't very strong. Only by reaching the heavenly fate realm will you be able to integrate with powerful demon spirits with dragon bloodlines. As geniuses with heaven's spiritual roots, I hope that the dragon bloodline demon spirits that you guys integrate with will at least have an extraordinary growth rate. This will be extremely beneficial to your future development." Hearing Venerable Red Sowl's words, many students from the various small worlds sighed with emotion. A dragon bloodline demon spirit was already extremely expensive. An ordinary growth rate demon spirit would cost 1 or 2 spiritual stones to exchange for. A good growth rate demon spirit would cost 70 to 80 spiritual stones. An excellent growth rate would cost over 1,000 spiritual stones. An extraordinary growth rate was something that only a disciple of a powerful family could enjoy. Furthermore, an ordinary disciple of a powerful family wouldn't be able to obtain one. They had to have a strong background. Where could they find an extraordinary growth rate demon spirit with a dragon bloodline? In comparison, an ordinary god level growth rate demon spirit was much more worthwhile. An ordinary god level growth rate demon spirit was more or less the same as a good growth rate demon spirit with a dragon bloodline, or even a little better. However, the price was cheap, and the quality-price ratio was high. Therefore, it was very popular among ordinary disciples. As for a god-level growth rate demon spirit with a dragon bloodline, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was priceless. Even among the 3 major families of Hagami Munyan, only a few hundred people had a god-level growth rate demon spirit with a dragon bloodline. That was the power of strategy, the pinnacle pillar of Hagami Munyan. In recent years, many of Hagami Munyan's pinnacle experts with dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirits had died. Therefore, Hagami Munyan had declined a little. However, as a super sect of the past, its foundation still existed. As long as a few more experts with dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirits were born, Hagami Munyan's glory days would be just around the corner. Because of this, Nieli's nightmare demon pot was a rare treasure. That's why Nieli was so cautious every time he integrated with a demon spirit. Venerable Red Soul glanced at the students in discussion and lightly smiled. Of course, an extraordinary growth rate demon spirit with a dragon bloodline is something that can only be chanced upon. If you really can't find one, an excellent growth rate demon spirit isn't bad either. When you guys reach the heavenly fate realm, you can head to the outside world to hunt dragon bloodline demon beasts. At that time, you can slowly look for one. If one didn't have a family background, it was practically impossible to obtain an extraordinary growth rate or even a god-level growth rate demon spirit. Jin Yin glanced at Nieli's back as the corner of his mouth curled into a disdainful smile. Nieli's talent was very strong, far surpassing theirs. But so what? His family had already prepared an extraordinary growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirit for him. When he reached the heavenly fate realm, he could immediately integrate with it. As for Nieli, if he could find an excellent growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirit, that would already be pretty good. Or maybe he might not even have one. This was the difference in status. Even if Nieli joined a family, that family might not be willing to hand over an extraordinary growth rate demon spirit to Nieli. After all, if he joined a family, he would only be a dog of that family. The difference in status between him and a direct descendant of that family was too great. Whether it was Hagami Munyan or other sects, geniuses from the lower realms would eventually be tamed by those families and become their subordinates. Their authority would forever be in the hands of those superfamilies. Of course, there were some outstanding geniuses that could establish a sect by themselves. However, in the past tens of thousands of years, only a few of them had managed to do so. Those were already ancient legends. The descendants of those families would enjoy eternal glory with the protection of their families. Even if they made a mistake, as long as it wasn't a capital offense, they would be safe and sound. As for the geniuses from the lower realms, they could only rely on their fates. Sometimes, even if they died, it would only cause others to sigh. This was the Draconic Ruins realm, a world where the sects and families had already developed to the pinnacle. The geniuses from the lower realms thought that the world was fair. However, in the end, their edges and corners would be smoothed out by the cruel reality. In the end, the majority of them would join the major families, using their loyalty in exchange for a future. The shocking talent that Nieli had displayed had indeed attracted the attention of the higher-ups. The higher-ups would do their best to protect Nieli's life. However, in the hearts of the higher-ups, the more outstanding a genius was, the more they would need to be polished, lest they lose control one day. The corner of Jin Yan's mouth slightly curved into a cold smile. Everyone that came from the lower realms wanted to climb up. However, they didn't know that sometimes there were thresholds that could never be crossed. Nieli was the same. He wanted to see how far Nieli could climb if he didn't join the major families. During the class, Venerable Red Soul explained about demon spirits, as well as his own understanding of integrating with demon spirits, which greatly benefited the students. Soon, the class was over. Go back and study more. If you need any answers, you can ask me in the next class. Venerable Red Soul lightly smiled as he continued, "Let's end the class." Nieli, Lu Piao, and Gubei walked out together. Gubei looked at Nieli and asked, "Nieli, I heard that you sold a lot of ordinary god-level growth rate demon spirits." "That's right." Nieli knew that Gubei would definitely ask about it. Furthermore, when he contacted Nieli about hunting ordinary demon spirits, Gubei would definitely think more about it. Although Gubei gave off an unrestrained feeling, she was, in fact, an extremely intelligent person. Gubei chuckled and said, "Since you have ordinary god-level growth rate demon spirits, we should keep the goodies within our own fields. My cousins of the Gu clan also have a bunch of people under them. They also need something to win over people's hearts. Not to mention anything else, swallowing a few hundred ordinary God-level growth rate demon spirits isn't a problem. Of course, those with dragon bloodlines and excellent growth rate and above are even better. As for the price, it definitely won't be any lower than what Li Xingyun offered. The Gu clan was extremely large, and their influence could be found in every branch of the Hagami Myunmyun. Naturally, they needed a lot of God-level growth rate demon spirits. "Looks like I didn't think it through enough," said Nieli. He never thought that Gu Bei would also need God-level growth rate demon spirits. He glanced at Gu Bei and asked, "Aren't you going to ask me how I got my God-level growth rate demon spirits?" "That's your secret. Why would I ask?" Gu Bei meaningfully winked at Nieli. Only Lu Piao was confused. "Even if you can swallow so many God-level growth rate demon spirits, where are we going to find them?" Lu Piao was a straightforward person. She wasn't someone who could hide things in her heart. Therefore, Nieli didn't intend to let Lu Piao know about the nightmare demon pot, in case Lu Piao let it slip. Indeed, Gu Bei had guessed it. However, Gu Bei was still very loyal. Nieli gratefully said, "Many thanks. When I get my hands on a God-level growth rate demon spirit, I'll go to your courtyard to look for you." Trading with Gu Bei was naturally much safer. However, the amount that Nieli wanted to sell was something that Gu Bei definitely couldn't digest. Therefore, he couldn't cut off his relationship with Li Xingyun. Chapter 298. Nieli returned to the courtyard and used the nightmare demon pot to refine more God-level growth rate demon spirits. After absorbing a large amount of demon spirits' energy, the success rate of the nightmare demon pot's refinement increased by a lot. Out of the 60,000 demon spirits, close to 100 God-level growth rate demon spirits were produced. Nieli returned to Gu Bei's courtyard alone and handed the God-level growth rate demon spirits to Gu Bei so that Gu Bei could help him sell them. Gu Bei took these demon spirits and sold them to his cousin. Afterwards, he went to help Nieli purchase demon spirits with dragon bloodline inheritance. Coming out of Gu Bei's courtyard, Nieli executed the void form combat technique a few times to avoid the sight of others. He followed the path in his memory and walked forward. The winding path continued to extend into the distance. It passed through patches of dense forest and arrived at a secluded valley. The peach blossoms were in full bloom and the fallen petals were in profusion. It was simply a paradise. This was the place in his memory, the secluded valley, the gurgling stream. The scenes from his previous life appeared in his mind. "Master, you said to cultivate to the level of virtuous like water, to be able to benefit all living things without fighting. But as humans, how can we achieve that? Take me as an example. I was born in a place called Glory City. My family, lover, and friends were all killed. You want me to tell my enemies that virtuous like water? I only believe in an eye for an eye. Give me the slightest chance, and I will kill them all." His master only smiled as he looked at him. Naughty and mischievous disciple, unable to be enlightened. I am indeed unable to be enlightened. Just like in this Hagami Myunmyun, there are people who roll their eyes at you everywhere. If I was strong enough, I would make them all kneel in front of you and admit their mistakes. What's wrong with repaying kindness and enmity? His master looked up at the sky. In this world, people struggle bitterly. In the end, it's just an instant. However, water can flow for a long time, nourishing all living things. Nieli still couldn't understand what his master was saying. Even in this life, he still practiced his own rule, repaying kindness and enmity, an eye for an eye. The crisis of Glory City has been resolved. However, there was still a grudge to be avenged. The demon lord and the holy emperor were not dead. As long as these enemies were still alive, Nieli would not be able to rest in peace. He would not even be able to sleep soundly. Could it be that he had to use his benevolent heart to influence the demon lord and the holy emperor? But she treated him really well. As Nieli walked, he recalled the bits and pieces of his past life. Tears couldn't help but fill his eyes. His master was a gentle person, and also the person Nieli respected the most. However, good people didn't live long. In his previous life, when his master died, Nieli wanted nothing more than to kill everyone in Hagami Myunmyun. But in the end, Nieli didn't go against his master's dying wish. He didn't go on a killing spree. He only caused a huge ruckus. A group of experts from the Hagami Myunmyun were beaten to the ground. But what could he do? Master couldn't be resurrected either. But in this life, he has finally returned. Everything in front of him was so familiar. Nieli quickened his steps, walked to the door of the cottage, and knocked on it. "Please come in." A familiar and pleasant voice sounded. Nieli walked in and saw his master quietly sitting on the ground. Her expression was calm to the point that not a single ripple could be seen. That kind of ethereal feeling, as if he couldn't sense her existence. Every time he looked at his master, Nieli would always have a feeling that she was an illusion. He always had a feeling that she would disappear. The next moment, Inyueru opened her eyes. The corner of her mouth revealed a trace of a smile. She said, "You're here? Have a seat." Vaguely, Nieli had a feeling that the Inyueru in front of him was his master from his previous life. His heart was filled with doubt as he sat down in front of Inyueru. The two of them looked at each other for a moment. Nieli didn't know where to start. He just sat there quietly and looked at his master, feeling very satisfied. Inyueru looked at Nieli with her clear eyes and said with a faint smile, "Don't ask me why. I'm going to tell you what I'm going to say next. There are some things that you shouldn't know. Even if you ask, I won't tell you. What you should know, I will tell you even if you don't ask." When he heard Inyueru's words, Nieli smiled and said, "Then what does Big Sistering want to tell me?" Nieli recalled that in his previous life, he had called his master Big Sistering several times. "Unfilial disciple, you actually called me Big Sistering. You're too disrespectful." Inyueru gave Nieli a hard knock on his head, but there was an unconcealable smile on her face. Nieli was stunned for a moment. Then he looked at Inyueru in shock. Being called unfilial disciple made Nieli suddenly feel like he had returned to his previous life. That familiarity and intimacy made Nieli want to cry bitterly. In that life, he had experienced all sorts of suffering, and in the end, he had been left alone. His heart, which had suffered all sorts of hardships, had slowly healed under his master's gaze. Inyueru smiled and said, "You might find it a little strange that I know all of this. However, the heavens divination technique is just that mysterious. It can see through all falsehoods in space-time and calculate the fate of the heavens. However, it took me 50 years of my lifespan to calculate all of this." "Why did you calculate all of this?" "It's 50 years of my lifespan. If you ask me, wouldn't it be fine if I told you everything?" Nieli looked at Inyueru with a pained expression. "What you told me was far less than what I obtained from my calculations. That's because you're in the game, while I'm out of it after my calculations." Inyueru revealed a beautiful smile. Her voice was ethereal and calm as she said, "Let's not talk about anything else. According to my calculations, what you're going to do next is to fight for the position of Hagami Myunmyun's patriarch, right?" His master was really like a celestial being. She had actually seen through his hidden ambitions. Indeed, after arriving at Hagami Myunmyun, Nieli had been aiming for the position of patriarch. As long as he became the patriarch, no one would be able to threaten his master. The reason Nieli had displayed such astonishing talent wasn't just because he wanted to obtain resources, but also because he had other motives. Nieli didn't have the time to wait. He wanted to start his plan right now. Others might think that becoming the Hagami Nyunyan's patriarch was already an incredible feat, however. That was only the first step of Nieli's plan. This step had to be completed. If you want to become the patriarch, I can recommend someone to you. She can be a great help to you. Inyueru smiled as she looked at Nieli. Actually, her heart was also changing. Ever since she had calculated the fate of the heavens, she had suddenly gained a disciple. She had been bound by her previous life, but she still hadn't gotten used to it in this life. It was a very mysterious feeling. Who? My junior sister, Long Yuan. Inyueru gazed deeply at Nieli. That's impossible. Others can, but not Long Yuan. Whenever I see her, my heart will be filled with killing intent. Nieli immediately shook his head. Is it because she and the Dragon Seal family forced me to my death in my previous life? There's a reason for that. In her eyes, I'm the one who killed her master. That's because I killed our master with my own hands. Inyueru looked into the distance and sighed. The karma of this world is very mysterious. I can't explain it to you in a short time. You hate her, but she hates me. This hatred has become a dead knot. Only you can help me resolve her hatred for me. When he heard Inyueru's words, Nieli recalled the events of his previous life. He finally understood why Long Yuan had forced his master to his death. However, he couldn't let go of his hatred for Long Yuan in a short time. After all, he had seen Inyueru die in front of him in his previous life. He had seen Long Yuan's overbearing nature with his own eyes. Every time he recalled that state of mind, Nieli would be filled with anger. Although he wanted to let go, sometimes he couldn't suppress it. If you want her to let go of her hatred for me, then you must first let go of your hatred for her. Inyueru looked at Nieli. This is what I meant by virtuous like water. You've experienced 2 lives, yet you still aren't willing to let go? But Nieli still wanted to say something. Inyueru's tactful voice flowed like a clear spring, calming Nieli's restless heart. I don't expect you to truly reach the realm of virtuous like water, but Long Yuan is no longer a threat to me. Why not let go? Nieli was silent for a moment before he nodded. All right. So Long Yuan was his master's junior sister. After thinking about it, his master was an expert in divination. There had to be a reason why he had asked him to do this. Whether it was in his previous life or his current one, Nieli had always trusted his master's words. After mastering the heavens divination technique, every time I perform a divination, I'll consume my lifespan. If you want me to live longer, then don't ask too many questions. Inyueru smiled mischievously. All right. Nieli paused when he saw Inyueru's mischievous smile. In his previous life, Inyueru had rarely smiled. However, when he thought about it, she was still only 16 or 17 years old. No matter how heaven-defying she was still a young girl. Don't come back here for the time being. You'll attract too much attention. Inyueru gazed at Nieli. Ever since she performed the divination, she didn't know how to face Nieli. After all, she was only 16 or 17 years old. Yet she suddenly had a disciple like Nieli. Nieli had a vague feeling that his master definitely knew more. However, since his master had already said so much, he didn't ask any further. Seeing his master living a peaceful life, Nieli was relieved. He knew that it would be best if he didn't come here often. After all, he was currently in a whirlpool of troubles. It would be best not to disturb his master's life. Wait until I become the patriarch of the Hagami Myunmyun. A resolute glint flashed in Nieli's eyes. Only by becoming the patriarch of the Hagami Myunmyun would he be able to protect his master. Nyeli bowed, slightly stood up, and turned to leave. Inyueru sighed inwardly as she watched Nyeli's back. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to see the day Nyeli became the patriarch. She watched Nyeli disappear through the door before withdrawing her gaze. Chapter 299. Within the Hagami Myunmyun, there were many factions, and the struggle was extremely intense. After 100 years, it would completely collapse. What Nyeli needed to do was to become the patriarch of the Hagami Myunmyun within this 100 years, wield absolute power, and restore the order of the Hagami Myunmyun. Controlling the entire Hagami Myunmyun would be the first step for Nyeli to fight against the Holy Emperor. After returning, he had to quickly advance to the Heavenly Fate Realm. The Heavenly Fate Realm was an important step in cultivation. As Nyeli walked on the winding path, a girl came over. After seeing Nyeli, the girl's footsteps slightly paused. This small path was the only way to the valley. Nyeli raised his head and was slightly stunned. He didn't expect to see Long Yuan here. Was Long Yuan looking for Master? Thinking about it, Long Yuan and Master were still fellow apprentice sisters. Long Yuan also didn't expect to see Nyeli here. The moment she saw Nyeli, her heart tightened. She didn't know where to put her hands, nor did she dare to go up and greet him. Originally, with her character, she definitely wouldn't put anyone in her eyes. However, ever since Nyeli had thoroughly defeated her, her state of mind had undergone some changes. Even Long Yuan couldn't understand why she was so nervous when she saw Nyeli. This wasn't like her in the past at all. There was no one else here except for the two of them. An indescribable feeling surged up, causing her to be at a loss. Nyeli stopped and looked at Long Yuan. "Why are you here?" Although he couldn't help but recall the overbearing Long Yuan from his previous life, Nyeli thought of his master's words. There were many grudges in his previous life that needed to be resolved with him. Although the current Long Yuan was a little arrogant and domineering, it was not to the extent of being unforgivable. Since he had been reborn, he could indeed resolve this grudge and not let it accumulate even deeper. "I'm here to look for someone." Long Yuan's voice trembled slightly. Nyeli was a little puzzled. The girl in front of him was so nervous that her cheeks were flushed. Was she really the arrogant and domineering Long Yuan from before? Was she really that unreasonable and tyrannical woman from her previous life? The two of them stood far apart, so it wasn't convenient for them to talk. Nyeli took a step forward. Long Yuan's body stiffened as she hurriedly took a step back. He asked in a trembling voice, "What do you want?" She thought of what had happened before and how Nyeli had humiliated her. Her cheeks burned hotter and hotter. Could it be that Nyeli was still here and wouldn't let her go? With just the two of them, she wasn't a match for Nyeli at all. Even the physical strength that she was most proud of had been completely defeated by Nyeli. Facing Nyeli, she didn't even have the desire to fight. Nyeli was a little dazed. When did Long Yuan become so timid? "Don't worry. I can't do anything to you in the Sky Soul Institute." Nyeli couldn't help finding it a little funny as he stopped his steps. Although Nyeli had tried to do as his master said, he wanted to resolve this grudge. Nyeli wanted to resolve this grudge, but if they really met, he wouldn't know where to start. Although Nyeli still had some resentment towards Long Yuan in his heart, the situation in this life was different from his previous one. After listening to his master's teachings, he had already decided to let it go. Nyeli didn't think that the previous conflict would make the overbearing Long Yuan so cowardly. She wasn't like the Long Yuan that Nyeli knew at all. Nyeli carefully thought about it and understood. In his previous life, Long Yuan's talent was outstanding since she was young. Everyone held her in high regard. Little by little, her arrogant personality grew. As time passed and her cultivation grew stronger, she became more and more overbearing. She became more and more self-willed and looked down on everyone. She was overbearing and felt that she was the only one in the world. In the end, she forced Nia Li's master to death. In this life, Long Yuan was still young and could still be reformed. Ever since Nia Li had thoroughly defeated her, she had changed a little. Although she was still as strong as before, at least she had restrained her arrogant personality. But the current her was only submitting to Nia Li. When facing other people, she would definitely not cower like she did now. It seemed that the Long Yuan in his previous life was lacking in training, and that was why she had turned into that kind of personality. The corner of Nia Li's mouth curved into a mischievous smile as he looked at the nervous Long Yuan before him. Since he'd found the root of the problem, then in this life, let me properly reform you. You must be a good person in the future. Nia Li walked towards Long Yuan step by step. Gradually, he was only a step away from Long Yuan. His thoughts wandered far away. Previously, because of his anger and hatred towards Long Yuan, he had blinded his eyes. His master's words made him start to re-examine his previous life. It turned out that to solve a problem, one didn't necessarily have to give an eye for an eye. While the opponent was still young, he could make the opponent completely lose the ability to fight or simply turn them into his own people. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Some opponents had killing intent from a young age. They were ingrates who couldn't be tamed and weren't worth reforming. But for people like Long Yuan, even though she was arrogant, overbearing, and a little unreasonable, her nature wasn't bad, and there was room for reform. Feeling Nia Li approaching her step by step, Long Yuan had goosebumps all over her body. Under Nia Li's scrutinizing gaze, she felt like a little white sheep wearing nothing, feeling the suffocating pressure. Facing anyone, even if it was an expert who was countless times stronger than her, she wouldn't be afraid, because she knew that those people would be intimidated by the power of the Dragon Seal family and absolutely wouldn't dare to do anything to her. And Nia Li, for the first time, first scolded her, then whipped her, and then used his physical strength to beat her up. But even after these things happened, after being provoked by Nia Li's words, Long Yuan only wanted to have a fair contest with Nia Li and didn't want to use the power of her family. Therefore, she realized that without the support of her family, she was indeed nothing in front of Nia Li. Nia Li was slightly taller than her, but standing in front of her was like a mountain, pressuring her to the point that she couldn't breathe. Long Yuan's heart thumped wildly, her chest constantly heaving up and down. Feeling Nia Li's invasive gaze, she couldn't help hugging her chest with her hands and said in a trembling voice, "What do you want to do?" It had to be said that Long Yuan was very good-looking. She and her master each had their own merits. Both were goddesses of the Sky Soul Institute. She wore a tight silk dress that outlined her hot figure. Seeing Long Yuan's flustered appearance, Nia Li couldn't help laughing. This woman was too narcissistic. Did she really think that he would molest her? Previously, he'd heard that the fiercer a woman's appearance was, the more fragile her heart was if you stripped away her appearance. He'd heard that Long Yuan had grown up in a single-parent family. Later on, her mother had remarried. Was that why she disguised herself in such a rude and unreasonable manner, so that others wouldn't dare to approach her? Perhaps Long Yuan's heart was lonely. Her rude and unreasonable appearance was only a facade. Thinking of this, the hatred he'd felt for Long Yuan from his previous life was finally put down. Looking at Long Yuan, who was like a frightened rabbit, the corner of Nia Li's mouth slightly curled up. In this life, being a bad guy wasn't too bad either. Long Yuan, Ingyueru is my master. Although I don't know what kind of hatred there is between you and my master, you should know that my master is a kind person. She absolutely wouldn't hurt anyone. I hope that you can let go of this and carefully think about it. Is there any misunderstanding in between? Nieli patted Long Yuan's shoulder. When Nieli patted Long Yuan's shoulder, all the muscles in Long Yuan's body suddenly stiffened. She was so nervous that she didn't even have the ability to think. This was a desolate mountain with no one in sight. Would Nieli let her go? At this moment, Long Yuan didn't have the ability to think about Ing Yueru. She only replied with a trembling voice, "Oh." Nieli was stunned. He lowered his head to look at Long Yuan and wondered why Long Yuan was so easy to talk to today. He felt that Long Yuan's fingers had turned white from clenching her fists, and her cheeks were as red as a ripe apple. Nieli couldn't help but find it a little funny. If he really had bad intentions and teased Long Yuan here, he reckoned that Long Yuan wouldn't dare to resist, right? Perhaps the person in front of him was the real Long Yuan. The contrast between before and after was too great. Nieli couldn't help but find it funny. However, he didn't want to continue teasing her. Long Yuan wanted to bury her head in her chest. "After you go back, carefully think about what I said. If you have any questions, you can come find me." Nieli sized up Long Yuan and couldn't help but laugh in his heart. What a docile little sheep. However, he didn't take it any further. He wanted to wait for Long Yuan to think it over first. He brushed past Long Yuan and walked forward. Just as Nieli took a few steps forward, Long Yuan suddenly shouted, "Wait!" She felt as if she'd used up all of her strength just to say that one word. "Is there anything else?" Nieli turned to look at Long Yuan. "Didn't you say that I should scram as far away as possible?" Long Yuan's voice grew softer and softer until it was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. However, Nieli still heard her clearly. Nieli faintly smiled and said, "I'm afraid that you wouldn't understand what happened before even if I told you. My heart used to be filled with hatred towards you, but after listening to my master's teachings, I decided to let it go. Long Yuan, I hope that you can also let go of your hatred towards my master. That way, we might be able to become friends. I'll be waiting for your answer in class in 3 days." With that said, Nieli smiled and turned to leave. Long Yuan was at a loss as she watched Nieli's back. Why did Nieli hate her? Could it be because of Ing Yueru? How could Ing Yueru be Nieli's master? Long Yuan's thoughts were complicated and chaotic. As she watched Nieli walk away, her stiff body finally relaxed. It was as if all the strength in her body had been sucked out, leaving her limp and weak. Facing Nieli alone, she felt as if she had just experienced a great battle. Chapter 300. Long Yuan stood in place for a long time before silently walking towards Ing Yueru's residence. Nieli's words had caused her to ponder for a long time. Ing Yueru's fate was in her hands. However, did she really want Ing Yueru to die? Long Yuan had been hesitant in this regard for a long time. After all, Ing Yueru was her senior sister. Long Yuan also felt that there was an inside story behind the matter with her master. It was just as Nieli had said. Ing Yueru was a woman who would rather hurt herself than hurt others. Nieli returned to Xiao Yu's courtyard. Xiao Yu saw Nieli and asked, "Nieli, where did you go?" Nieli smiled. "I went to see an old friend." An old friend? Xiao Yu was very puzzled. Nieli hadn't been in the Sky Soul Institute for long. How did he already have an old friend? Nieli didn't explain much to Xiao Yu. When he saw Huang Ying behind Xiao Yu, he immediately smiled and greeted, "You're here too?" "Hello, Nieli!" Huang Ying immediately revealed a cute smile and grabbed Xiao Yu's arm with both hands. She looked like a little bird that was relying on a person. Nieli revealed a meaningful smile and said, "I'll be going in to cultivate first. You guys go ahead." "Nieli, don't misunderstand." Xiao Yu's face instantly turned red. How could I misunderstand? You guys are just having an innocent chat. Nieli laughed and waved his hand to bid farewell. He winked at Huang Ying and walked into his room. Huang Ying's charming face turned slightly red. However, she still held on to Xiao Yu's arm without letting go. Xiao Yu, on the other hand, looked helpless and resentful. When Nieli returned to his room, he saw Plume Flame Godnese quietly floating there, cultivating. To Nieli's surprise, Plume Flame Godnese's entire body was enveloped in golden flames. The blazing flames continued to burn, releasing an astonishing amount of heat. Waves of surging power surged unceasingly. He didn't expect Plume Flame Godnese to reach Heaven's Fate realm before him. Furthermore, Plume Flame Godnese's Heaven's Fate realm seemed to be different from ordinary people's. He didn't know what level she had reached. They were much stronger than ordinary Destiny Realm cultivators. These golden flames seemed to be melting the surrounding air. When Nieli entered, Plume Flame Godnese was still quietly cultivating. Nieli did not disturb Plume Flame Godnese. When he lowered his head, he saw Golden Egg curled up in a corner, snoring loudly. It felt like Golden Egg's daily life, aside from eating, was sleeping. However, what surprised Nieli was that Golden Egg would sleep for a long time after eating. When he woke up, his aura would be several times stronger. This guy's cultivation speed was simply too shocking. From the aura in his soul realm, he could sense that after absorbing a large amount of heavenly energy from spiritual stones, even Lu Piao was about to reach Heavenly Fate realm. However, Nieli was still stuck at this threshold. Logically speaking, absorbing a large amount of heavenly energy from spiritual stones should speed up his cultivation. However, all the heavenly energy that Nieli absorbed from spiritual stones was absorbed by the vine. There wasn't much left for him. Nieli could only continue to concentrate on his cultivation. Time slowly passed. The arrival of the new batch of students in the Sky Soul Institute caused a huge commotion. However, it quickly calmed down. After all, cultivation was the most important thing for the students of the Sky Soul Institute. After being warned by Li Xingyun's men, Hua Ling restrained himself and immersed himself in his cultivation. Mu Rongyu was still brooding over the fact that he'd once again broken the Ghastly Ruins ranking record. He never imagined that after Nieli escaped, he'd directly withdraw from the Ghastly Ruins. Since he didn't continue hunting demon souls, he'd no longer have the chance to cause trouble for Nieli. The others also calmed down for the time being and diligently cultivated. Time passed, one day at a time. Nieli consumed quite a lot of spiritual stones every day. At most, it would be over 200, at least 100. However, the spiritual stones in Nieli's interspatial ring were constantly increasing. Every day, he'd refine a few God-level growth rate demon spirits, which he'd either let Gubei sell or sell to Li Xingyun. He'd also secretly sell a portion to the market. The spiritual stones in his interspatial ring were increasing at an astonishing rate. At the same time, Nieli continued to purchase large amounts of demon spirits with dragon bloodlines. However, all of them had ordinary growth rates. As the number of God-level growth rate demon spirits on the market increased, Nieli's position in Li Xingyun's heart grew with each passing day. Li Xingyun didn't know where Nieli had gotten those God-level growth rate demon spirits from, but she didn't pursue the matter. After all, this kind of matter involved secrets. Even if she asked, it'd be useless. Instead, it'd only ruin their relationship. Due to the close relationship between Nieli, Gubei, and Li Xingyun, even Huyong couldn't help being somewhat fearful. In Venerable Red Sal's class, it was another lesson on physical strength. Everyone shifted their gazes towards Nieli and Long Yuan. In the previous lesson, Nieli and Long Yuan had fought into a ball. After class, they'd even destroyed the floor. In this lesson, the two of them wouldn't be preparing to fight again, right? However, Long Yuan hesitated for a brief moment. Her footsteps paused for a moment. Then she walked towards Nia Li. Her cheeks were red as she softly said, "Can you spar with me?" Long Yuan was wearing a tight outfit, looking valiant and formidable looking. Coupled with her beautiful face, she could definitely make all the youths in the class fall for her. However, Long Yuan's fiery temper made everyone retreat. But now, Long Yuan was speaking in such a soft voice. This made everyone's jaws drop. Was this still that tigress Long Yuan? Did they get the wrong person? Not only the other students, even Lu Piao and Gu Bei were dumbfounded. I feel like I'm still dreaming. Lu Piao rubbed her eyes. Looking at Long Yuan's nervous appearance, Nia Li couldn't help lightly smiling. Sure, everyone was stunned and couldn't wrap their heads around it for a moment. What was going on? Was this still the same Nia Li who'd told Long Yuan to scram as far away as possible? Wasn't the change between the two of them a little too fast? Just what had happened in this period of time? There must be something else going on. I smell the smell of adultery. Nia Li, you wouldn't have done something behind Goddess Siyun and Ning Er's back, right? Lu Piao looked at Nia Li, only to be knocked on her head by Nia Li. Even Venerable Red Soul was a little puzzled. The two of them, who were at loggerheads with each other, actually calmed down. However, this was also good. He didn't wish for the students in the class to always have conflicts. Although it was normal for those unruly geniuses to have some conflicts, he couldn't stop it. As the sparring began, everyone started exchanging blows. Long Yuan's expression also gradually turned serious. She leaped up and launched a chain kick towards Nia Li. Long Yuan would be more serious than anyone else when she started cultivating her martial Tao. The attack range of a kick is far, but it also has many flaws. It's not fast enough. Nia Li said as he dodged. He threw out 3 punches, one on Long Yuan's calf, one on Long Yuan's inner thigh, and the last one on Long Yuan's abdomen. These 3 are all flaws. Long Yuan's face turned pale after suffering 3 punches. She took a few steps back and felt a numbing sensation coming from those 3 places. She felt a chill in her heart. So it turned out that Nia Li's strength was so much higher than hers. He had already been lenient. Nia Li's true strength was actually inferior to Long Yuan's. After all, Long Yuan had the Blood Dragon's bloodline. However, Nia Li's understanding of the martial way was not something that Long Yuan could compare with. Long Yuan's expression became more and more solemn. She carefully pondered over Nia Li's words and had a trace of comprehension. She continued to attack Nia Li. Here. Your reaction speed is too slow. The angle of your attack is wrong. Not good. Nia Li's voice was cold and solemn. Long Yuan was beaten to the ground again and again, but Long Yuan became more and more excited. She became more and more eager to fight. Although Nia Li was very strict, she could feel that under Nia Li's guidance, her fighting skills were constantly improving. It was more useful than any teacher's guidance. Seeing the excited expression on Long Yuan's face as she was being abused, the students looked at each other in dismay. This woman, Long Yuan, was simply crazy. Venerable Red Soul was secretly shocked as he observed the fight between Nia Li and Long Yuan. He couldn't help but feel ashamed. Even he wasn't as proficient as Nia Li in the aspect of physical strength confrontation. As a teacher, he felt that there was nothing he could teach Nia Li in the aspect of physical strength confrontation. Venerable Red Soul could only pretend that he didn't know anything, and the other students couldn't see through it either. Long Yuan's heart was filled with admiration for Nia Li. She felt that every move she made seemed invulnerable, but in Nia Li's eyes, they were full of flaws. Nia Li's slight pointers had deeply touched her. In addition, she was an intelligent person. She was able to deduce many things from one instance, and deeply felt that Nia Li's attainments in cultivation were several realms higher than hers. She was puzzled. Nia Li was Inyueru's disciple. Could it be that Inyueru's strength was much greater than she had imagined? She was like a sponge absorbing nutrients from Nia Li. She felt that as long as she had Nia Li's guidance, her strength would rise endlessly. Nia Li realized that Long Yuan really needed a lesson. Since she was young, no one had been able to teach Long Yuan a lesson. That was why she developed such an arrogant and domineering personality. However, Long Yuan respected those who were stronger than her. Although Murongyu and the others were stronger than her, in her opinion, Murongyu was merely older than her. On the other hand, Nia Li, who was around the same age as her, was able to defeat her in terms of physical strength. She was thoroughly convinced. No matter how Nia Li reprimanded Long Yuan silently accepted it. Her respect for Nia Li increased, and she was like a student who was listening attentively. All the students were speechless. They couldn't understand how Nia Li had managed to tame a tigress like Long Yuan. When facing others, Long Yuan's killing intent would make people tremble with fear. However, in front of Nia Li, she was as docile as a little lamb. The class quickly passed. Chapter 301. After class. As Long Yuan walked towards her courtyard, her mind was still thinking about the pointers Nia Li had given her. The more she thought about it, the more profound it seemed. She finally understood that she had always been a frog at the bottom of a well. Nia Li's knowledge had far exceeded her imagination. In this world, the only people who could give her such a feeling were her master and Nia Li. Even if she had to acknowledge Nia Li as her master, she would be very willing. Just as Long Yuan was a little distracted, a figure popped out from the side. "Huyong, it's you?" Long Yuan's expression sank. "Long Yuan, I heard that you're sparring with that kid, Nia Li again? You're whispering to that kid, Nia Li, are you cheating on me?" Huyong's face was almost distorted. When he found out that Long Yuan and Nia Li were flirting in class, he was about to go crazy from anger. He felt as though he was wearing a green hat on his head. Hearing Huyong's words, Long Yuan's face turned cold. "Huyong, do you want me to cripple you again? Nia Li can defeat me and give me pointers on cultivation. I admire him. If you have the ability, why don't you fight me one-on-one as well?" Feeling the strong battle intent from Long Yuan, Huyong's heart couldn't help but tremble. What a joke! One-on-one, how could he be a match for Long Yuan? He didn't even have a heaven spiritual root. When facing Long Yuan, he didn't dare to speak at all. Although he hated Nia Li to the core, he couldn't do anything to Nia Li. Huyong's lungs were about to explode from anger. "I'm your fiancé," Huyong shouted angrily. "I've never acknowledged that engagement. A trash like you is fit to be my fiancé? If you want to be my fiancé, defeat me first." Long Yuan raised her eyebrows and looked coldly at Huyong. Looking at Long Yuan's murderous eyes, Huyong couldn't help but feel a little scared in his heart. When Long Yuan crippled him, she also had this kind of eyes. He was afraid. "Long Yuan, remember this. You will regret it." Huyong had already made up his mind. He must take revenge on the adulterous couple Nia Li and Long Yuan. However, he did not dare to confront Long Yuan head-on, and could only turn around and leave resentfully. "Humph, I want to see how you will make me regret it." Long Yuan snorted coldly. She always did what she wanted. Even in the dragon seal family, the elders couldn't do anything to her. Long Yuan had a special position in the dragon seal family, even if it was due to her personality. Although she couldn't become the first in-line successor, no one dared to do anything to Long Yuan. Long Yuan had no interest in fighting for power. She was only obsessed with the martial Dao. Her talent in the martial Dao was indeed very dazzling. At least, before she met Nieli, no one in the same age group could be compared to her. Furthermore, once Long Yuan reaches the heavenly fate realm, she would be able to integrate with a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. That was something that Long Yuan's grandfather left for Long Yuan. Therefore, Long Yuan's position in the Dragon Seal family would be even more different. Therefore, Long Yuan didn't put Hu Yong in her eyes at all. As far as she was concerned, Hu Yong was just a piece of trash. It was impossible for him to threaten her. Back then, when she found out about her engagement with Hu Yong, some people in the Dragon Seal family wanted to marry her off. Therefore, she directly crippled Hu Yong. Both Hu Yong's family and the Dragon Seal family couldn't do anything to her. A day quickly passed. From then on, whenever there was a need for sparring in every lesson, Long Yuan would take the initiative to find Nieli. He Enin couldn't find any opportunity to get close to Nieli, so she could only gnash her teeth in hatred towards Long Yuan. Sometimes, Long Yuan would run into problems in her cultivation, so she would take the initiative to ask Nieli. Whenever Nieli gave Long Yuan a few pointers, she would respectfully listen, which made her feel enlightened in her cultivation. At this moment, she was even more respectful towards Nieli. Sometimes, when Nieli reprimanded Long Yuan didn't dare to talk back. She even treated Lu Piao and Gu Bei a lot more gently. However, aside from Nieli's friends, Lu Piao and Gu Bei, Long Yuan didn't even bother to look them in the eye. During this period of time, Nieli cultivated with all his might while accumulating spiritual stones. Occasionally, he would teach Long Yuan in class. Time passed by quickly. On the 10th day, Lu Piao had already stepped into the heavenly fate realm. A month later, although Nieli's cultivation had increased by leaps and bounds, he still hadn't stepped into the heavenly fate realm. However, he did receive the rewards of the Saint Soul Board. Nieli was ranked 3rd on the Saint Soul Board and received a grade 4 artifact, 3 spiritual stone essences, an excellent level growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirit, and 1,000 spiritual stones. The grade 4 artifact, the Tianluo armor, was an inner armor worn under one's clothes. Its defensive capabilities were extremely strong, and even ordinary experts would find it hard to break through it. It could protect one's fate soul from dissipating, giving them a sliver of a chance to escape. Back in the tiny world, the demon lord had his hands, feet, and head chopped off. However, he still managed to escape by relying on a grade 3 artifact to protect his fate soul. As for Nieli's Tianluo armor, it was naturally better than the demon lord's. Ordinary 5 fate, heavenly fate realm experts would find it hard to break through the grade 4 artifact, the Tianluo armor. Of course, it also depended on whether or not the opponent had an attack type, high-grade artifact. Grade 4 artifacts were extremely precious and could only be found by luck. At the very least, it would cost over 10,000 spiritual stones. Tens of thousands of spirit stones was an unimaginable amount of wealth for ordinary cultivators. As for the 3 spiritual stone essences, each one was roughly equivalent to 1,000 spiritual stones. There was also an excellent level growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirit, which was also quite valuable. Previously, by selling ordinary god level growth rate demon spirits, Nieli had accumulated over 30,000 spiritual stones. Now that he had received so many rewards, his wealth was already quite shocking. One had to know that a low-grade deity's lake could only produce so many spiritual stones in a year. Even if Hu Yong, Jin Yen, and Hua Ling knew that Nieli had so many spiritual stones in his interspatial ring, they'd probably vomit blood from jealousy. Nieli wore the grade 4 Tianluo armor and slowly refined it, allowing it to fuse with his soul aura. With the grade 4 artifact, the Tianluo armor, protecting him, it would be much safer for him to train in the outside world in the future. Nieli took out the 3 spiritual stone essences and started absorbing their aura to temper his cultivation. After absorbing the 3 spiritual stone essences, Nieli still hadn't crossed the threshold. However, Nieli could sense that his heavenly energy had already filled his soul realm to the brim. He only needed that sliver of opportunity to make a breakthrough. According to his previous life's progress, Nieli should have made a breakthrough long ago after absorbing so many spiritual stones. However, he never thought that with the vine in his soul realm, cultivation would become so difficult. As for the remaining excellent level growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirit, Nieli definitely wouldn't use it for himself. A dragon bloodline demon spirit of that level was too weak. If he reached the heavenly fate realm, Nieli would definitely think of a way to get a god level growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirit. Nieli took out the excellent level growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirit. Aside from the excellent level growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirit, Nieli still had over 30,000 ordinary level growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirits in his bag. These were all purchased by Gu Bei, and some were taken from the Gu family's warehouse. Anyway, for a powerful family like Gu Bei, ordinary level growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirits were basically useless. They were trash that no one wanted. Nieli originally planned to reach the heavenly fate realm before refining a god-level growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirit. However, his cultivation had yet to reach the heavenly fate realm. Therefore, Nieli decided to refine these demon spirits first. Chapter 302. Nieli merged his intent into the nightmare demon pot and placed 10 ordinary growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirits inside. Afterwards, he activated the nightmare demon pot. Inside the pot, the 10 ordinary growth rate demon spirits continuously devoured each other. Before this, Nieli had tried to fuse a dragon bloodline demon spirit with an ordinary growth rate demon spirit. He discovered that the dragon bloodline demon spirit quickly devoured the ordinary growth rate demon spirit. However, after devouring the ordinary growth rate demon spirit, the dragon bloodline demon spirit didn't complete its evolution. In terms of bloodline, a dragon bloodline demon spirit was indeed much stronger than an ordinary demon spirit. As time passed, Nieli sensed the changes within the nightmare demon pot. One of the dragon bloodline demon spirits was clearly stronger than the others. As it continued to devour, it grew stronger and stronger. When the dragon bloodline demon spirits fused with each other, a blazing energy burst out like a flame. The entire nightmare demon pot was illuminated in a bright red light. Waves of berserk energy continuously revolved within the nightmare demon pot. After the nightmare demon pot absorbed the strands of energy, a mysterious pattern gradually formed on its surface. It looked like a dragon spreading its wings. However, it was faintly discernible and wasn't very obvious. Nieli didn't know what the nightmare demon pot's transformation meant. However, the smelting process was finally a success. Nieli took out the dragon bloodline demon spirit. A good growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirit was several times more valuable than an ordinary growth rate demon spirit. Nieli placed another 10 ordinary growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirits inside and continued smelting. Smelting success. Smelting success. Smelting failure. Nieli calculated that the failure rate was only around 1 in 10. The success rate of the nightmare demon pot's demon spirit smelting was indeed much higher than before. Nieli repeated the smelting process over and over again. After the 50th smelting process, the nightmare demon pot suddenly burst out with a blazing light. The light was incomparably dazzling. Nieli couldn't help narrowing his eyes as he felt the frightening energy contained within. However, this light, it was only for a fleeting moment and quickly disappeared. Rays of light revolved around the bottom of the nightmare demon pot. Nieli couldn't help being curious. Just what was going on? He took out the dragon bloodline demon spirit from the bottom of the nightmare demon pot. After sensing it, Niayen discovered that this dragon bloodline demon spirit was much stronger than an ordinary good level growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirit. It had completed its first mutation. Ordinary demon spirits, even those with a god level growth rate, wouldn't be powerful at the start. It requires demon spiritualists to nurture it, constantly using the heavenly energy to nurture it. Furthermore, they even have to refine and absorb some of the demon's soul essences in order for it to grow stronger and rise in rank. The higher the growth rate of a demon spirit, the greater the increase in strength compared to a demon spirit with a lower growth rate. For example, a 3 fake god level growth rate demon spirit's combat strength was dozens of times stronger than an ordinary growth rate demon spirit. However, the increase in a demon spirit's strength wasn't limited to the realm. Sometimes there would be changes. Every time a demon spirit underwent a mutation, its combat strength would increase explosively. The Fanged Panda and Shadow Devil demon spirits that Nieli integrated with have undergone a mutation. The more mutations a demon spirit has, the more precious it is. Generally, there's a chance for a mutation to occur when a demon spirit advances in rank. However, this demon spirit actually underwent a mutation during the integration process. The value of such a mutated demon spirit, it's probably increased by more than 10 times. Niayen didn't know if it was due to the dragon bloodline demon spirit itself or the effect of the nightmare demon pot. However, it's a good thing. Nieli continued refining until the second mutated dragon bloodline demon spirit appeared. The third one. Nieli was certain that this was definitely the effect of the nightmare demon pot. From over 30,000 dragon bloodline demon spirits, Nieli eventually refined over 2,500 good level growth rate demon spirits. Among them, 23 were mutated. Nieli continued to refine the good level growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirits. He attempted to fuse 9 ordinary dragon bloodline demon spirits with 1 mutated dragon bloodline demon spirit. A moment later, bang. The 10 demon spirits all dissipated. The refinement had failed. Was this an accident? Or could it be that ordinary dragon bloodline demon spirits and mutated dragon bloodline demon spirits couldn't be fused? Nieli pondered for a while and decided to continue. If he didn't try a few more times, how would he know? The second attempt. Bang! The refinement also failed. Nieli finally succeeded on his third attempt. He managed to refine a mutated demon spirit with an excellent growth rate. The success rate of refining an ordinary dragon bloodline demon spirit with a mutated dragon bloodline demon spirit would be much lower. However, the benefits would be much higher. Nieli refined again and again, searching for the most suitable refinement method. He could feel the aura of the nightmare demon pot growing stronger and stronger. Suddenly, it emitted a dazzling golden light. The winged dragon pattern on the pot's body also became clearer. The nightmare demon pot seemed to have improved by a level compared to before. However, Nieli still didn't know much about the new uses of the nightmare demon pot. The nightmare demon pot was a unique treasure. Many of its uses weren't recorded in any books. Therefore, Nieli could only continue refining the dragon bloodline demon spirit while pondering over it. The success rate of refining a dragon bloodline demon spirit seemed to be much higher than before. Continuing the refinement, Nieli refined over 2,500 good level growth rate demon spirits into over 230 excellent level growth rate demon spirits, of which 6 were mutated. Just excellent growth rate demon spirits weren't enough. Nieli continued to refine and finally refined 21 dragon bloodline extraordinary growth rate demon spirits, of which 3 were mutated. He would only have 2 more chances to refine it further up. He didn't know if the refinement would succeed. After all, if it failed, the loss would be huge. If he could refine a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit, Nieli would definitely keep it for himself. After all, if a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit were to be sold, it would cause a huge commotion. There might even be some thieves coveting it. But if Nieli were to refine a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit, the commotion he'd cause would be even more shocking. A super genius with an 8th-grade heaven spiritual root had integrated with a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. If this news were to spread, not only would the upper echelons of the Sky Soul Institute be alarmed, even the upper echelons of the Hagami Myunmyun would be shocked. Such a genius would definitely be cherished in Hagami Myunmyun's hands, afraid that he'd drop it. Every expert that had integrated with a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit would be a strategic force for Hagami Myunmyun, and Nieli would be able to smoothly take a step forward. After pondering for a long time, Nieli decided to give it a try. After pondering for a while, he placed 9 ordinary dragon bloodline extraordinary growth rate demon spirits and 1 mutated one. Although the risk was higher, the rewards were also higher. Nieli used his intent to activate the nightmare demon pot. However, his heart couldn't help pounding wildly. If he failed, it would mean that he'd lose tens of thousands of spiritual stones. Although Nieli could earn a lot of spiritual stones by selling ordinary god level growth rate demon spirits, the market's demand for them was limited. Fight! Nieli focused all his attention on the 10 dragon bloodline demon spirits at the bottom of the nightmare demon pot. Under his control, the mutated dragon bloodline demon spirit began to devour the other demon spirits. 1, 2, every time it devoured a demon spirit, the mutated dragon bloodline demon spirit would undergo some changes and grow stronger. However, the other dragon bloodline demon spirit was also devouring other demon spirits, constantly growing stronger. In the end, there were only 2 left. Nieli's heart wildly pounded. He was about to reach the final step. The 2 dragon bloodline demon spirits were mutually fusing and devouring each other. A blazing energy burst out from the bottom of the nightmare demon pot, causing the entire pot to violently tremble. It was as if it was about to explode. Sensing the changes within the nightmare demon pot, Nieli knew that things weren't looking good. This was a sign that he was about to fail. The 2 dragon bloodline demon spirits were extremely powerful. They couldn't devour each other, but they were constantly fusing. Once the energy became unstable and caused an explosion, they'd vanish into thin air. Thinking of this, Nieli could no longer remain calm. He instantly circulated the heavenly energy within his body towards the bottom of the nightmare demon pot. Forcefully suppressing the 2 dragon bloodline demon spirits that were about to explode, Nieli entered an extremely mysterious state. He felt as if he was inside the nightmare demon pot. The vines within his body seemed to be attracted by the nightmare demon pot and released vigorous heavenly energy. Nieli's energy forcefully suppressed the 2 dragon bloodline demon spirits, preventing them from exploding. The heavenly energy within his body endlessly surged out, as if it was about to be sucked dry. The two dragon bloodline demon spirits that were originally on the verge of exploding finally began to undergo slight changes as they slowly fused a little more. Under the suppression of Niet Li's heavenly energy, the collision and confrontation between the two dragon bloodline demon spirits seemed to have calmed down a little. A long time passed, roughly over an hour. Niet Li felt that the heavenly energy within his body was almost completely exhausted. However, sensing that the two dragon bloodline demon spirits were about to finish their fusion, Niet Li was still unwilling to withdraw his heavenly energy. The fusion was about to be completed. Niet Li didn't want to give up so easily. However, the two dragon bloodline demon spirits were simply too powerful. They were unable to devour each other, resulting in a violent energy. Niet Li couldn't suppress it with the little bit of heavenly energy within his body. If it wasn't for the vines continuously providing heavenly energy, Niet Li's heavenly energy would have long been sucked dry. Boom, boom. Niet Li felt that his heartbeat seemed to be echoing within the nightmare demon pot. The side effect of having his heavenly energy sucked dry was about to appear. Niet Li felt a little dizzy, and his consciousness was a little blurry. It seemed that forcefully fusing them was too difficult, especially for demon spirits with higher growth potential. The success rate would be lower. Niet Li tried his best. If the two dragon bloodline demon spirits exploded, then all his previous efforts would be wasted. Chapter 3:03. The Nightmare Demon Pot is an extremely mysterious treasure that has been passed down for a very long time. Niet Li could feel the extremely powerful aura coming from the Nightmare Demon Pot. This aura was even more powerful than when he was at his peak in his previous life. Furthermore, this pot seemed to contain some sort of profound intent. Just by sensing a trace of it, Niet Li could feel his soul realm violently surging. Just who had passed down this nightmare demon pot? The person who had created this nightmare demon pot must have been an incredible super powerhouse. Heavenly energy was constantly being extracted from his soul realm. Although the vine was providing heavenly energy, Niet Li's soul realm was still quickly being drained dry. Very soon, he would not be able to suppress the two dragon bloodline demon spirits. However, Niet Li was unwilling to give up just like that. I must succeed. I've already come this far. Am I going to fail just like that? Niet Li's intent frantically circulated the nightmare demon pot. Suddenly, a light flashed through his mind. Perhaps he could comprehend something from the nightmare demon pot. Niet Li's intent slowly seeped into the nightmare demon pot. Suddenly, his surroundings underwent a miraculous change. Niet Li could feel that the nightmare demon pot contained a huge space. The heavenly energy within was boundless, like a vast ocean. Even the heavenly energy within the Saint Soul Ground spiritual, I couldn't be compared to this vast ocean. As his intent swept out, it was boundless, causing Niet Li to feel how insignificant he was. The energy contained within the exploded demon spirits was all absorbed into this space. However, to the nightmare demon pot, the absorbed energy was like a drop of water. It couldn't even cause the slightest ripple. However, the vast ocean's energy within the nightmare demon pot was calm, as though it had been frozen, as though it was in a state of slumber. With his intent in this space, Niet Li calmly sat down and silently cultivated the first chapter of the Heavenly God cultivation technique. Rays of light constantly flowed around Niet Li's body, constantly evolving. The Tao of heaven and earth is constantly changing. Everything in the past life and everything in the present life. Great changes had taken place. This should be the state of Tao is impermanent in the Heavenly God cultivation technique. Niet Li had a wondrous epiphany. It was vastly different from what he had cultivated in his previous life. With this realization, Niet Li felt his soul realm being torn apart and waves of intense pain assaulted him. Nieli's face was pale, cold sweat dripping down. This kind of intense pain was completely unimaginable to ordinary people. If an ordinary person encountered such a situation, they would have long been unable to withstand it. Their brains would have stopped thinking, but Nieli barely maintained a sliver of clarity in his mind as he constantly used the powers of the heavenly Tao to temper his life soul. How could Nieli miss such a good opportunity? In his previous life, he had encountered all sorts of situations that were far more dangerous than this. He constantly tempered his life soul. Although he was in excruciating pain, Nieli remained absolutely calm. He coiled the heavenly Tao into thousands of threads, constantly strengthening his life soul. With a poof, a scarlet life soul formed out of thin air. He never thought that this discovery would allow him to successfully step over the threshold and condense his life soul. He had finally reached the one fate of the heavenly fate realm. Why was his life soul crimson? Nieli was stunned. Ordinary life souls were colorless, including Nieli's life soul in his previous life. But the life soul he condensed in this life was actually crimson. However, Nieli didn't have time to think about the color of his life soul. Ordinary people would usually relax after condensing their life soul. That's because the first time they condensed their life soul, many people felt like their brains were about to explode. They didn't have the ability to think, so their cultivation would stop at the most basic level of the one fate realm. Many people didn't know that this was the most important moment. Nieli frantically circulated his life soul, which constantly absorbed the heavenly Tao's energy. The crimson life soul continued to expand. After a brief moment, the life soul was roughly 3 times bigger than when it was first born. He felt that the strength of his life soul had reached a suitable level. If he continued, it would crack. Only then did Nieli heave a sigh of relief. His entire body was about to collapse. But when he saw the crimson life soul quietly burning in his soul realm, the corner of his mouth curved into a smile. Putting the color of his life soul aside, his life soul had directly reached the pinnacle of the one fate realm. He'd spent at least a few months, or even a few years, compared to others. As for the crimson life soul, although he didn't know why it was born, Nieli could feel that it was much stronger than the colorless life soul. Retracting his consciousness from the nightmare demon pot, Nieli never thought that his investigation of the nightmare demon pot would turn out to be a blessing in disguise. He discovered the secret hidden within. After reaching the heavenly fate realm, Nieli's control over the heavenly energy increased by several times. He forcefully suppressed the 2 dragon bloodline demon spirits that were gradually losing control. Under the suppression of the heavenly energy, the 2 dragon bloodline demon spirits finally fused together. In an instant, a blazing light burst out from the bottom of the nightmare demon pot. After a brief moment, the light slowly dimmed. A single demon spirit quietly floated at the bottom of the nightmare demon pot. Seeing this scene, Nieli couldn't help lightly smiling. Not only had he reached the one fate realm, he'd even fused with a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. Furthermore, it was a mutated one. This demon spirit was absolutely priceless. Nieli definitely wouldn't dare to sell such a demon spirit. Now that he'd reached the heavenly fate realm, he'd naturally fuse with this dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit first. Nieli had already thought it through. He decided to let Gubei purchase ordinary level growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirits and fuse them into good and excellent growth rate demon spirits for sale. It wouldn't be a problem even if he sold a few extraordinary growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirits. That way, he'd be able to earn a lot of money and wouldn't attract any attention. As for dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirits, he'd leave them for his own people to use. After all, if he were to sell this thing, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. Nieli took out the dragon bloodline god, level growth rate demon spirit, from the bottom of the nightmare demon pot. This was a Saint Bloodwing dragon. The dragon bloodline inheritance of this type of creature could be considered relatively pure. An adult Saint Bloodwing dragon was extremely powerful, comparable to a martial ancestor realm expert. There were some special types of Saint Bloodwing dragons that were even more powerful. The Saint Bloodwing dragon that Nieli had fused with was different from an ordinary Saint Bloodwing dragon. An ordinary Saint Bloodwing dragon's scales were light red. However, the Saint Bloodwing dragon that Nieli had fused with had golden scales. Furthermore, there were spikes growing all over its body, making it look much more ferocious than an ordinary Saint Bloodwing dragon. Furthermore, there were two abnormally powerful energies surging within its body. The Saint Bloodwing dragon was a demon spirit that could fly. Aside from its extremely powerful physical body, it could also spit out dragon's breath. This was a creature that stood at the pinnacle after such a long time. He could finally start fusing with his third demon spirit. Nieli was very picky when it came to demon spirits. After fusing with the Shadow Devil and Fanged Panda, ordinary demon spirits could no longer enter his eyes. However, he was very satisfied with this Saint Bloodwing dragon. This was a dragon bloodline god, level growth rate demon spirit. Nieli slowly fused with the Saint Bloodwing dragon into his soul realm. The vine in his soul realm slowly grew a third branch, connecting with the Saint Bloodwing dragon. When an ordinary dragon bloodline demon spirit fuses with a demon spirit, it would still be in the earthly fate realm. It would need to be slowly nourished with heavenly energy in order to reach the heavenly fate realm. However, Nieli's Saint Bloodwing dragon already possessed the strength of a heavenly fate realm upon fusing with it. As for the level of its strength, Nieli could only find out through actual combat. After all, whether it was its physical body or its dragon's breath, both could allow it to challenge enemies of a higher realm. Furthermore, the Saint Bloodwing dragon still had many powerful combat skills that Nieli needed to slowly comprehend. If others knew that Nieli had fused with a god-level growth rate Saint Bloodwing dragon, and that it was a mutated one at that, they would probably go crazy with jealousy. Nieli let out a long breath as the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a gratified smile. He had finally taken a big step forward. Next up, he had to familiarize himself with the power of the Saint Bloodwing dragon. However, Nieli didn't want to fuse with a demon spirit to practice his combat skills for the time being. He had to find a suitable location first. Once he fused with the Saint Bloodwing dragon, the entire house would probably explode. One must know that the Saint Bloodwing dragon was a 6-7 meter tall colossus. Over the next few months, aside from attending classes and cultivating, Nieli frantically fused with his demon spirits. Borrowing Gubei's connections, he purchased a large amount of ordinary level growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirits and sold them to good and excellent growth rate demon spirits. He even sold a few extraordinary growth rate demon spirits. Nieli's wealth crazily increased from 30,000 spiritual stones to over 100,000 spiritual stones. Furthermore, he'd fused with 3 god-level growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirits, which he secretly gave to Lu Piao, Xiaoyu, and Gubei. Lu Piao and Gubei immediately accepted it. Xiaoyu rejected it many times, but under Nieli's request, she still accepted it. After fusing with their god-level growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirits, each of them kept a low profile. They rarely showed their faces outside, and instead went into closed-door cultivation. Since they had an abundance of spiritual stones, their cultivation rose very quickly. Even in the entire Hagami Myunmyun, Nieli's wealth was already very shocking. Aside from some grand elder-level existences, how could an ordinary person obtain so many spiritual stones? For some of the elder-level existences in the Hagami Myunmyun, it was already very good if they could save up a few thousand spiritual stones. After all, the Hagami Myunmyun only controlled so many deities' lakes. To provide for the cultivation of so many experts in the sect, they could only distribute a small amount to each of them. During this period of time, Gubei had helped Nyatli sell a shocking amount of dragon bloodline demon spirits. Many disciples were accumulating spiritual stones to purchase dragon bloodline demon spirits from the market. The wealth in the hands of the disciples had quietly flowed into Nyeli's hands. That's why Nyeli had so much money. Chapter 304. He'd finally reached the heavenly fate realm. However, Nyeli still concealed his aura. He didn't want others to know that he'd reached the heavenly fate realm. Recently, everything had been calm, and Nyeli didn't want to break the peace. Aside from occasionally going to class, he'd been bitterly cultivating. At the same time, he felt the changes in his strength brought by integrating with the new demon spirit. A 1 fate realm was still too low. He needed to be at least a 2 fate to be qualified to head to the outside world after reaching the heavenly fate realm. As long as he had enough spiritual stones, the speed of cultivation would be extremely fast. Nyatli's cultivation was growing at a crazy pace every day. On this day, the wind was gentle and the sun was shining brightly. As usual, Nyeli was peacefully cultivating in Xiaoyu's courtyard when Gubei excitedly walked in. "Nyeli, there's a piece of news. Some disciples of the Heavenly Note sect and Skyblaze sect have come over. It's said that the Heavenly Note sect is entirely female, and many of them are as beautiful as fairies. Should we go and take a look?" As Gubei spoke, her expression changed as an excited smile appeared on her face. Nyeli slightly paused. "Disciples of the Heavenly Note sect and Skyblaze sect have come to the Sky Soul Institute." When the Heavenly Note sect was mentioned, Nyeli thought of Ziyun and Ninger. He wondered if they'd come. It had been a few months, and Nyeli missed Ziyun and Ninger a lot. "Sure, let's go and take a look." Nyeli nodded. The disciples of the Heavenly Note sect and Skyblaze sect would come to Hagami Myunmyun once a year. Aside from exchanging pointers between geniuses, they would also buy and sell items. The Heavenly Note Dew brewed by the Heavenly Note sect is definitely a sacred item that can increase one's cultivation. The Heavenly Note sect is different from Hagami Myunmyun. Everyone in the sect is female, and only a small number of female disciples form Tao companions with the outside world. Occasionally, they would take what they need. Therefore, the sect is very united, and the sect's strength is getting stronger and stronger, only second to the Skyblaze sect. As for the Skyblaze sect, in recent years, our strength has advanced by leaps and bounds, and we have already become the leader of the 6 divine sects. Gubei said as she walked. Nyeli and Gubei called Lu Piao as well, and the 3 of them headed towards the Sky Soul Institute's main hall. He didn't know where Xiaoyu had gone. However, Xiaoyu was often busy with her own business, so Nyeli and Lu Piao didn't care. The main hall of the Sky Soul Institute was packed with people. Nyeli and the other 2 simply couldn't squeeze in. He heard that the Heavenly Note sect and Skyblaze sect were coming. No one knew what their motives were, but the disciples of the various branches of the Sky Soul Institute had all come running over. However, Gubei obviously had her ways. She led Nyeli and Lu Piao into a side hall. When they saw that it was Gubei, the guards didn't stop them. Gubei lightly smiled. "Those outside are all ordinary disciples. Normally, the disciples and geniuses of the various divine sects would gather in this side hall. The number of people in the side hall had decreased by a lot. There were only a few hundred people. Gu Bei softly said. Every year, when the various divine sects have an exchange, the disciples and geniuses of the various divine sects would bring out their treasures for auction. I've placed the 20 extraordinary level growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirits that you asked me to sell in the auction anonymously. This is a good opportunity to sell them. Hearing Gu Bei's words, Nieli couldn't help smiling. Dragon bloodline extraordinary level growth rate demon spirits weren't usually easy to sell. On one hand, it was hard to find buyers, and on the other hand, it was easy to attract attention. However, if they were to be auctioned off, they wouldn't attract too much attention. However, Nieli wasn't too concerned about the situation of the auction. His gaze was scanning the surroundings. He looked around and searched for the two figures. He wondered if Ziyun and Ning had arrived. Inside the side hall, the disciples and geniuses of the various divine sects were exchanging pleasantries. Currently, the 6 righteous sects were in an alliance competing with the 3 evil sects for the deity's lake. In order to maintain the alliance, it was necessary for the younger generation to interact with each other, lest they start fighting in the outside world. Therefore, the various divine sects would interact with each other every year. In a corner of the side hall, a beautiful figure was quietly sitting there. Her appearance was elegant, like a lotus flower emerging from the water. She attracted the attention of the surrounding disciples, who couldn't help sighing inwardly. What a beautiful girl! Xiao Shui asked. Ning, do you think Nieli and Lu Piao will come? I don't know either. Xiao Ning shook her head as she looked around, searching for Nieli's figure in the crowd. After leaving the tiny world, Yi Ziyun, Xiao Ning, and Xiao Shui had arrived at the Heavenly Note sect. Yi Ziyun and Xiao Ning had immediately displayed their shocking talents and were known as the Gemini stars of the new batch of students. Yi Ziyun had even been chosen to enter the Heavenly Note sect's secret realm to cultivate. As for Xiao Ning, she was currently cultivating with her master, and her cultivation had already reached 5 fate. When she heard that the Heavenly Note sect was going to send someone to Hagami Myunmyun, she and Xiao Shui immediately signed up. It was a pity that Yi Ziyun was in the secret realm and couldn't be contacted. Otherwise, Yi Ziyun would have come as well. The reason why she was looking forward to coming to Hagami Myunmyun was naturally to find Nieli. The Heavenly Note sect had sent a total of over 200 disciples to Hagami Myunmyun. All of them were female, and many of them had outstanding appearances that attracted the attention of others, especially the male disciples of the Skyblaze sect. When they saw the female disciples of the Heavenly Note sect, their eyes lit up, and Ning was undoubtedly one of the most dazzling female disciples of the Heavenly Note sect. Junior Sister Ning, who are you looking for? A bewitching woman sat beside Xiao Ning, as she chuckled. Seeing that bewitching woman, Xiao Shui instantly snapped. Shunling, who are we looking for? It doesn't seem to have anything to do with you. Shunling smiled and replied, How is it none of my business? Junior Sister Ning is one of the most dazzling geniuses among the new batch of students. You've already reached 5 fate at such a young age, and you'll be the pride of the Heavenly Note sect in the future. If Junior Sister Ning is interested in some young master, then I'll naturally have to check on him. Just who is it that has moved our fairy's heart? Is it someone I know? Xiao Ning furrowed her brows for a brief moment. She didn't like Shunling, but in terms of seniority, Shunling was indeed her senior sister. Therefore, although she was unhappy, she didn't show it. She replied, Senior Sister Shun, thank you for your trouble. Senior Sister Shun doesn't know the person I'm looking for. Oh, that's a pity. I thought it was young Master Yi. Shunling pursed her lips into a smile. Xiao Ning knew who Shunling was talking about. It was Yi Xian of the Skyblaze sect. It was said that he was the direct descendant of the number one family in the Skyblaze sect. His talent was extraordinary, and he'd reached 9 fate at the age of 20. He was in the process of breaking through to the heavenly star realm. She didn't know what benefits Shunling had received from Yi Xian, but she kept referring to Xiao Ning as young Master Yi. If Shunling thought that Yi Xian's status and influence could move her, then she was wrong. She didn't care about those things at all. In Xiao Ning's heart, there was only one person, Nieli. While Xiao Ning and Xiao Shui were looking around, dozens of people were conversing in the distance. A youth would occasionally cast his gaze in their direction. Around that youth, there were many top geniuses of the Hagami Munyan and Skyblaze sect, as well as disciples of various families. Li Xingyun, Murongyu, and Long Yuan were also there. Brother Yi Xian seems to be very interested in that girl from the Heavenly Note sect. Murongyu moved to Yi Xian's side and smiled. With Brother Yi Xian's status, wouldn't it be a piece of cake? Yi Xian shook his head and said, "Brother Murong, your words are wrong. The people of this world do indeed have their own preferences. Some are rich, some are lustful, but if it's those vulgar women, how could they enter my Yi Xian's eyes? Oh, could it be that the girl that Brother Yi Xian has taken a liking to has a heart of stone? Even someone as talented as Brother Yi Xian can't move her?" Murongyu glanced over in astonishment. "I wonder who that girl is. If wealth and power couldn't move her, then there was only one possibility. That girl's identity wasn't ordinary. I've asked around. She's a new genius of the Heavenly Note sect. She's from the tiny world and has already reached 5 fate at such a young age. She's known as one of the Gemini stars of the Heavenly Note sect. The speed at which her cultivation rises is astonishing. Furthermore, she already has a lot of prestige in the Heavenly Note sect. It's hard to imagine that she's still so young." Yi Xian exclaimed. "After all, she doesn't have any family background. The tiny world? A bad feeling welled up in Murongyu's heart. A fair and graceful girl is a gentleman's match. As the saying goes, a strong woman is afraid of a pestering man." Murongyu smiled. Yi Xian shook his head. "No, she's a serious person. It's hard to even talk to her. I've tried countless methods along the way." Yi Xian stared at the girl in the distance. Perhaps it was because of this that it aroused the desire in his heart to conquer her. Because of Yi Xian, Hagami Nyunmyun, and a few other disciples of the Skyblaze sect couldn't help glancing at Xiao Ninger. They were curious as to what kind of person she was that Yi Xian couldn't forget about her. When they saw Xiao Ninger, they couldn't help sighing in admiration. What a beautiful girl. However, since she was already Yi Xian's target, it wasn't appropriate for them to go up and talk to her. The Heavenly Note sect was filled with female disciples. Normally, there wouldn't be a single man in the sect. Most of the female disciples only cultivated in the sect and weren't willing to travel far. Although Xiao Ninger had a cold personality, since she was willing to come out of the Heavenly Note sect, she should still have a mortal heart. Perhaps Yi Xian couldn't enter the eyes of others, right? Of course, they only thought about it in their hearts and didn't say it out loud. Just as they were chatting, Xiao Ninger suddenly stood up from her seat. A brilliant smile blossomed on her face. Her dazzling appearance caused everyone to be dumbfounded. They never imagined that the cold and arrogant Xiao Ninger would have such a beautiful smile on her face. That smile was clearly that of a girl in love seeing her lover. Chapter 305. Not knowing why, Yi Xian's heart couldn't help thumping when he saw Xiao Ning's smile. From afar, Niet Li's gaze also fell onto Xiao Ning and Xiao Shui. Ning seemed to be even more beautiful than before. Xiao Ning walked towards Nieli. Nieli lightly smiled. After several months, Nieli still missed Ning a lot. Xiao Ning eyes still had traces of tears in them. She suddenly took a few steps forward and threw herself into Nieli's embrace. Only when she felt Nieli's aura did she feel safe and secure. Nieli was stunned for a moment before he patted Xiao Ning's shoulder and asked with concern, "Did anyone bully you in the Heavenly Note sect? If anyone bullied you, I'll help you deal with them." No. Xiao Ning wiped the tears on her face and raised her head to look at Nieli. During this period of time, she would always think of Nieli in the Heavenly Note sect. Seeing Nieli, she felt extremely happy in her heart. "How are you guys in Hagami Myunmyun?" "Pretty good." Nieli lightly smiled. He didn't know how to describe it. There were good and bad. However, for him, who had experienced life and death in his previous life, the things that happened in Hagami Myunmyun could only be considered a small matter. Xiao Ning's beauty practically made all the women in the side chamber feel jealous. She wore a white dress and was extremely charming. Nieli and Xiao Ning conversed as if no one else was around. However, they didn't know that everyone was looking at them with complicated gazes. "Who's that youth? You don't know? He's the most dazzling genius in our batch. He's the Nieli that even Long Yuan was tamed. It's him." From the beginning, Xiao Ninger had attracted a lot of attention. She was like a goddess that no one dared to approach. But now, everyone realized that she was already taken, and this person was actually Nieli. Everyone in the hall had different expressions on their faces. Long Yuan's gaze fell on Xiao Ninger in the distance. Xiao Ninger's nobility and beauty made her feel a little ashamed. Who was this girl to Nieli? She didn't know why, but she couldn't help but feel a little irritated. He held a glass of wine and drained it in one gulp. Li Xingyun smiled faintly when he saw this scene. Nieli had traded many things with him behind his back, which had greatly increased his strength. He was paying more and more attention to his cooperation with Nieli. Since Nieli had this kind of ability, it wouldn't be strange for him to have one or two beautiful girls by his side. Murong Yu's eyes narrowed when he saw that it was Nieli. He never thought that he'd run into Nieli here. Enemies really were bound to meet on a narrow road. It wasn't possible for him to suppress Nieli in this kind of situation. He'd heard that Xiao Ninger was from the tiny world, but he'd already guessed it. But he never thought that Xiao Ninger would actually be Nieli's woman. Yi Xian couldn't help smiling bitterly when he saw Xiao Ninger throw herself into Nieli's embrace. No wonder Xiao Ninger hadn't even looked at him along the way. It turned out that Xiao Ninger already had someone in her heart. Murong Yu faintly smiled as he looked at Yi Xian. "Senior brother Yi Xian, it seems that Xiao Ninger already has a master. Since that's the case, then forget it." Yi Xian sighed. Although he admired Xiao Ninger, it wasn't to the extent that he had to have her. Since she already had someone in her heart, then he could only back out. Brother Yi Xian seems to be lacking in boldness. That Nieli hasn't even reached the heavenly fate realm, nor does he have any family background. All he can do is use flowery words to trick a little girl who hasn't experienced much of the world. Brother Yi Xian actually retreated. Murong Yu smiled. "Oh, he hasn't even reached the heavenly fate realm?" Yi Xian was a little confused. Just how did a youth like this manage to win the heart of a heavenly genius like Xiao Ninger? Nieli clearly wasn't worthy of Xiao Ninger. Although he felt the strange gazes from the surrounding people, Nieli didn't care. In Nieli's eyes, they were nothing more than a bunch of passers-by. Looking to the side, Nieli saw that Xiao Shui was already reprimanding Lu Piao. Nieli couldn't help smiling. The two of them had bumped into each other again. This is my friend, Gubei. Nia Li introduced her to Xiao Ninger. Hello, sister-in-law. Gubei chuckled. Hearing Gubei's words, Xiao Ninger's face instantly turned red. Her cheeks were boiling hot as she raised her head to look at Nia Li. However, she didn't argue with him. Instead, she softly replied, "Hello." Gubei suddenly understood. It seemed that she wasn't far from the truth. The group walked towards an empty table in the corner. Ziyun didn't come? Nia Li asked Xiao Ninger in a soft voice. Ziyun is currently cultivating in a secret realm of the Heavenly Note sect. I wasn't able to contact her this time, Xiao Ninger explained. Yeah. Nia Li nodded as he looked into the distance. He wondered what secret realm Ziyun had entered and how she was doing. Suddenly, Li Xingyun walked over and glanced at Nia Li. Can I sit here? Sure. Nia Li smiled. Gubei and Li Xingyun exchanged glances and greeted each other. Although Gubei and Li Xingyun had heard of each other, they didn't have much contact with each other. This was the first time they'd met because of Nia Li. Can we sit here? Yi Xian and Morong Yu walked over. Yi Xian pointed at the two empty seats beside Xiao Ninger and asked with a smile. Xiao Ninger couldn't help furrowing her brows when she saw Yi Xian. Yi Xian had tried to strike up a conversation with her along the way, but she'd ignored him. With her intelligence, it was impossible for her not to know Yi Xian's intentions. However, Yi Xian's actions were well-mannered and courteous. He wasn't too rude, so she didn't have any ill feelings towards him. However, she was worried that Nia Li would misunderstand when Yi Xian suddenly sat down. This seat is mine. Xiao Shui sat down beside Xiao Ninger. Xiao Ninger couldn't help looking at Xiao Shui with gratitude. Xiao Shui lightly smiled. On the way here, she understood Xiao Ninger's thoughts the best. Then, let's sit here. Yi Xian paused for a moment, then sat down opposite Morong Yu. Just as Gubei was about to sit next to Nia Li, Long Yuan sat down first. Gubei was slightly stunned. She smiled bitterly and could only change her seat. Long Yuan was a famous tigress. He didn't dare to provoke her. The entire side chamber was extremely lively. The disciples of the three major sects were chatting and exchanging pointers on the martial Tao. It was especially lively. Naturally, there were also some confrontations. After Nia Li and the others sat down, no one paid any attention to them. Xiao Ninger looked at Long Yuan, who was sitting beside her. In her heart, she was trying to guess who Long Yuan was. Today's banquet is for the three major sects' upper echelons to let us get to know each other. In the future, we can look out for each other. Yi Xian, would like to propose a toast to everyone. Today, we're all friends. Yi Xian appeared elegant and courteous. His bearing was outstanding as he raised his wine cup. However, after Yi Xian raised his wine cup, everyone glanced at him. No one paid any attention to him as they continued chatting. This made Yi Xian feel a little awkward. At this table, whether it was Li Xingyun, Long Yuan, or Gubei, none of them cared about Yi Xian. Nia Li was still chatting with Xiao Ninger, so he didn't have time to exchange pleasantries with Yi Xian, who knew what he was up to. As for Xiao Shui and Lu Piao, although the two of them were bickering, absence made the heart grow fonder. They were still lovey-dovey. The corner of Morong Yu's mouth curved into an undetectable smile. What he wanted to see the most was to provoke a conflict between Yi Xian and Nia Li. He raised his wine cup and looked at Nia Li. Back in the ghastly ruins, I didn't know junior brother Nia Li, so I offended you. Please forgive me, junior brother, Nia Li. At Morong Yu's words, Nia Li narrowed his eyes. He hadn't mentioned the ghastly ruins, but he never expected Morong Yu to bring it up first. When he saw Morong Yu's smiling face, how was this an apology? This was clearly a provocation. whether it was Lu Piao or Gu Bei, both of their expressions didn't look too good. They clearly knew what had happened in the ghastly ruins that day. Senior Brother Morong must be joking. Niali didn't bat an eyelid. He naturally wouldn't be so easily provoked by Morongyu. Senior Brother Morong, you're a 5 Fate senior. I'm more than willing to exchange pointers with you. I hope that I'll be able to meet you again in the ghastly ruins. The next time they entered the ghastly ruins would be the time for Nieli to challenge Morongyu. Morongyu's eyes turned slightly cold. He smiled. Of course. I'll be waiting. Did Nieli want to be abused again? However, at that moment, Li Xingyun lazily said, Morongyu, you've challenged me so many times. If it weren't for the fact that I held back, who knows how many times you'd have been crippled. Do you remember last time when I told you to scram when you bump into me? It seems like you still haven't learned your lesson. You actually dare to appear before me again. Morongyu's voice paused for a moment. Nieli was the strongest amongst this batch of newcomers. Morongyu was from the previous batch, followed by Li Xingyun. Morongyu had challenged Li Xingyun many times, but he'd never been a match for Li Xingyun. He could use words to mock Nieli, but in front of Li Xingyun, he couldn't raise his head. Yi Xian smiled. This must be Brother Xingyun, right? I've often heard my father talk about you. Our Sky Blaze, Sex Yi clan, and Hagami Myunmyun's Ashen Flames family can be considered friends. Li Xingyun's heart trembled at Yi Xian's words. So this person was from the Skyblaze Sex Yi clan. In the Skyblaze sect, the Yi clan was a colossus that controlled over 60% of Hagami Myunmyun's forces. Li Xingyun drummed her fingers on the table as she asked, How should I address you? Yi Xingyun. Yi Xingyun said proudly. When Li Xingyun heard this, she immediately understood. She'd more or less heard of the Skyblaze Sex Yi clan. This Yi Xian was also a direct descendant. As a direct descendant of the Skyblaze Sex Yi clan, his status wasn't something that Li Xingyun could compare to. Of course, in Hagami Myunmyun's territory, Li Xingyun wasn't necessarily afraid of Yi Xian. However, she could only suppress him with her aura. Hello, everyone. I'm the Crazy Snail, the author of the Demon Gods Chronicles. Ahem, a lot of people should already know this. The Demon Gods Chronicles novel has to be updated every day. Every day, I have to write 2 chapters with 6,000 words of content. It's very tiring over the years, so it's normal for there to be some bugs in the middle. As long as it doesn't affect the reading too much, please understand. Also, please support the Demon Gods Chronicles. The little guys who drew the Demon Gods Chronicles worked very hard. They studied how to draw it over and over again to improve their drawing skills. To them, this process wasn't easy. After all, they had just graduated from university and were struggling for their dreams. Even if everyone denied the Demon Gods Chronicles novel, please don't deny their labor. The snail invested the income from his novels into the comic, giving them the chance to realize their dreams. Seeing them, the snail was reminded of himself when he had just entered the novel industry. The snail now might not be the same as before. He had received too much negative energy, but I hope that their sky is pure. I hope that they can go further. Chapter 306. Looking at Li Xingyun's expression, Nieli could tell that Yi Xian's identity wasn't simple. Nieli had some understanding of the Skyblaze Sex Yi clan. Yi Xian was a direct descendant of the Skyblaze sect. His identity was indeed extraordinary, but so what? Yi Xian was only a direct descendant of a clan. He wasn't even the successor of the Yi clan. Fortunately, Yi Xian didn't seem like someone without a sense of propriety like Morongyu. As long as Yi Xian didn't take the initiative to provoke him, Nieli wouldn't interfere with him. Right now, Nieli had enough space to move around in the Hagami Myunmyun with the help of the Hagami Myunmyun. For the time being, no one could threaten him. In the future, when his strength grew, Yi Xian wouldn't be on the same level as him. After Yi Xian introduced himself, only Li Xingyun's expression was a little strange. The others continued to do as they pleased. What caught Yi Xian's attention the most was that Xiao Ninger didn't seem to see him at all. She chatted with Nieli with a blissful smile on her face, which made Yi Xian feel a little uncomfortable. Yi Xian couldn't help feeling sorry for Xiao Ninger. The Draconic Ruins realm's 6 major sects were basically controlled by aristocratic families. Only with aristocratic families as their backing could they rise to become towering trees. What future would Xiao Ninger have if she followed Nieli? Girls were always easily blinded by love. However, although Yi Xian was regretful, he had no way of getting close to Xiao Ninger. Even changing Xiao Ninger was something he couldn't do anything about. "How many days are you guys going to stay in the Hagami Munyan?" Nieli asked as he looked at Xiao Ninger. Ninger was sitting beside him, and the faint fragrance of a young girl was refreshing. 2 days. Xiao Ninger and Nieli were very close to each other. She couldn't help blushing, but she liked this kind of closeness. "Come to my place tonight," Nieli said after a brief pondering. Since they had 2 days, that should be enough. "Yeah." Xiao Ninger blushed all the way to her neck. Her voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible. Her cheeks were boiling, as if she was drunk. "I'll get a dragon bloodline god, level growth rate demon spirit, for you to integrate with." Nieli smiled. That much time was more than enough for him to integrate with a dragon bloodline god, level growth rate demon spirit. So that's what Nieli meant, and not. Xiao Ninger smiled. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole and hide. Nieli was too bad. He only said half of what he wanted to say. "Xiao Ninger is Xiao Li," Xiao Li said. Xiao Ninger was too beautiful. People couldn't help but look at her. Seeing Nieli and Xiao Ninger being so intimate, Long Yuan didn't know why, but she felt a little resentful in her heart. However, she wasn't good with words. Therefore, she kept her silence. Although she'd been reprimanded by Nieli and sometimes even beaten up by Nieli, she gradually fell in love with this kind of feeling. Of course, it wasn't that she liked being beaten up, but that there was someone who had become her direction, her goal. He was like a mentor guiding her, not letting her feel lost or lonely. However, when she found out that there was such a beautiful girl by Nieli's side, and that she seemed to be very close with Nieli, she suddenly had a question. Who was she to Nieli? Perhaps, in Nieli's heart, Nieli only wanted to resolve the hatred between her and Inyueru. She was nothing to him. This was the first time that Long Yuan felt such complicated emotions. Fortunately, Xiao Ninger was someone from the Heavenly Notes sect. She would return to the Heavenly Notes sect in 2 days. "Ninger, are you listening?" Nieli looked at Xiao Ninger in doubt. He found that Xiao Ninger's head had almost reached her chest. He was astonished. Why didn't Ninger have the slightest reaction to his words? "Yeah." Xiao Ninger softly responded. In her heart, Nieli had long been the most important person to her. No matter what request Nieli had, she wouldn't refuse. However, did Nieli understand her feelings? Xiao Ninger couldn't help feeling a little sad. The geniuses gathered in the side chamber. At this time, a commotion suddenly broke out in the side chamber. A young man in a silver-white robe walked over. He was handsome and valiant, and his steps were steady. Even among the group of geniuses, he was like a crane among a flock of chickens. I never thought that Long Tianming would come. The reason for the commotion was because of Long Tianming's special identity. He was usually focused on cultivation and rarely appeared. One must know that he was the first in-line successor to the Dragon Seal family. He was a strong contender for the next patriarch candidate. Long Tianming slowly walked as light circulated around him. His aura formed a vein that guided everyone's aura. Everyone's aura was involuntarily affected by him. Long Tianming was 26 years old and had already reached the 9 stars heavenly star realm. He was one of the most dazzling geniuses in the entire Hagami Myunmyun. Long Tianming's gaze swept across the crowd and landed on Yi Xian. He lightly smiled and walked towards Yi Xian. Brother Yi Xian is here as well. Hearing Long Tianming greet him first, Yi Xian felt a little flattered. He stood up and cupped his hands. Brother Long, how have you been? Although Yi Xian was a direct descendant of the Yi clan, he still hadn't confirmed his identity as the successor. There were many people competing with him for the position of successor. However, Long Tianming was different. Not only was he the first-in-line successor to the Dragon Seal family, he also had a high chance of becoming the Hagami Myunmyun patriarch in the future. Long Tianming lightly smiled. It's been 3 years since we parted ways in the Skyblaze sect. Brother Yi Xian's cultivation has increased by quite a bit. Brother Long overpraises me. Brother Long's cultivation is truly unreachable. Yi Xian, am ashamed. Yi Xian bitterly smiled. After 3 years, he could feel that Long Tianming's strength had already reached an astonishing level. Aside from his cultivation, what demon spirit Long Tianming had integrated with had always been a secret. The outside world had always guessed that Long Tianming was one of the few juniors of the Hagami Myunmyun that had integrated with a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. After all, with Long Tianming's talent and identity, the higher-ups of the Hagami Myunmyun would definitely give him a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. Long Tianming smiled as his gaze fell on Long Yuan. So cousin is also here. Seeing Long Tianming, Long Yuan snorted and turned her head, not giving Long Tianming any face at all. Long Tianming smiled and didn't seem to mind. His gaze swept across everyone, including Li Xingyun, Xiaoning, and the rest. As for Nie Li and Lu Piao, he didn't recognize them at all. The aura emanating from Nie Li and Lu Piao was too low. He couldn't even be bothered to ask. His gaze turned to Yi Xian and said, "It looks like brother Yi still wants to accompany a friend. If you're free, come to my place for tea. I'll go see an old friend first." "All right, definitely. Brother Long, go ahead," Yi Xian politely said. Long Tianming turned around and left. Nie Li looked at Long Tianming's back with a profound gaze. He had stayed in Hagami Myunmyun for a long time in his previous life, so he naturally knew Long Tianming. In his previous life, after Long Yuan and the Dragon Seal family forced his master to death, many other things happened in Hagami Myunmyun. After experiencing everything, Nie Li was surprised to find out that Long Tianming was the ultimate winner. Long Tianming served as the acting patriarch of Hagami Myunmyun for a period of time and obtained the only qualification to enter the ancestral godland from Hagami Myunmyun. After he left, the entire Hagami Myunmyun split. In his previous life in Hagami Myunmyun, Nie Li was, after all, an outsider. He couldn't understand the internal struggles of Hagami Myunmyun, but Long Tianming was the only winner. This was something that Nie Li saw clearly later on. He had to admit that Long Tianming was a very scheming person. Long Tianming went to chat with the other members of the Heavenly Note sect and Skyblaze sect. As they toasted, Long Tianming was full of smiles and seemed to be at ease. Among the crowd, Long Tianming was undoubtedly the one being clustered around. Several beautiful girls from the Heavenly Note sect stood beside Long Tianming, smiling brilliantly as they flirtatiously threw flirtatious glances at him. However, Long Tianming completely ignored them and only politely smiled. He didn't seem to be close to women at all. Nieli glanced at the calm Long Tianming. If they were to bump into each other, Long Tianming would probably be a difficult opponent. He hoped that they wouldn't be enemies. Nieli thought to himself. However, Long Tianming probably wouldn't place him in his eyes for the time being, so he retracted his gaze. Yi Xian still had a smile on his face as he sat down on his seat. Long Tianming's courteous treatment made him feel a little proud. Within the inner circle of Hagami Myunmyun, even Li Xingyun couldn't enter Long Tianming's eyes. Li Xingyun gloomily drank a mouthful of wine and curled her lips in disdain. From Li Xingyun's expression, it could be seen that Li Xingyun was a little disdainful of Long Tianming. However, Li Xingyun's current strength was still too inferior to Long Tianming's. Li Xingyun had a wide circle of friends and had gathered a force within Hagami Myunmyun. However, that force was still inferior to Long Tianming's. Nieli faintly smiled and said, I heard that there will be an auction of some treasures from the 3 major sections. I wonder if there's anything interesting? Every time there's an auction, the 3 major sects will bring out some rare items to be auctioned. This is to prevent the geniuses of the various sects from being uninterested in participating. Li Xingyun was only slightly unhappy from Long Tianming's disregard. However, she quickly regained her composure and looked at Nieli. Could it be that junior brother Nieli is also interested in the treasures being auctioned? Indeed, there will be some rare items in every auction. However, the cheapest ones cost several thousand spiritual stones, while the most expensive ones cost tens of thousands of spiritual stones. Morongyu interjected at an untimely time. Oh, if that's the case, then I'll take a look first. Nieli said after pondering for a moment. The corner of Morongyu's mouth slightly curled, revealing a trace of a mocking smile. A pauper like Nieli actually wants to participate in the auction? He really doesn't know what's good for him. Li Xingyun, on the other hand, looked at Nieli in amusement. This brat, Nieli, actually responded to Morongyu's words with a deadpan expression. Although Morongyu didn't know exactly how much wealth Nieli had, according to his observation of Nieli, the spiritual stones in Nieli's hands should be in the hundreds of thousands, right? P.S. Toad's new book, One Sword Flying Immortal. Readers who are interested can go take a look. He's a well-known figure in the web literature world. Snail grew up reading his books. Chapter 307. Li Xingyun had no idea what methods Nieli had used to obtain so many high-level demon spirits. Whether it was an ordinary god-level growth rate demon spirit or an excellent level growth rate or above dragon bloodline demon spirit, they were all extremely difficult to deal with. Ever since she'd obtained these high-level demon spirits, Li Xingyun's strength had increased by quite a bit. These were all brought by Nieli. Li Xingyun no longer looked down on Nieli like before. She could only look at Nieli as an equal. Morongyu's disdain for Nieli meant that he'd soon be taught a lesson. Sometimes one couldn't judge a book by its cover. Yi Xian lightly smiled and said, Many of the items in this auction are sacred cultivation items. For example, the Heavenly Note Sect's Heavenly Note Dew. I'm sure many people won't want to miss it. Yi Xian had quite a bit of wealth. At the same time, he was somewhat proud of himself. On the path of cultivation, resources were extremely important. As a direct descendant of the Skyblaze Sect's Yi clan, the amount of cultivation resources Yi Xian could obtain wasn't something ordinary people could compare to. Gu Bei acted as if she hadn't heard anything and said, Although the Heavenly Note Dew is good, it's not the finale. I wonder what kind of good item will be this year's finale. Hearing Gu Bei's words, even Yi Xian's expression slightly froze. Last year's finale was a grade 3 spiritual beast, the Drift Cloud Crane. It was priced at over 60,000 spiritual stones. Perhaps only people like Long Tianming would be able to compete for this finale. The younger generations of the 6 major sects had their own circles. At the very top were people like Long Tianming, who was the first in-line successor to his family. He was even a competitor for the position of patriarch of the divine sect. Even if he failed, he'd at least be in the upper echelons of the divine sect. To ordinary people, he was an existence that stood at the pinnacle. Next to him were people like Yi Xian, Long Yuan, and Li Xingyun. They were direct descendants of various major families, and at the same time, they were also super geniuses. They were all indispensable pillars of strength. Sometimes they could even make a comeback and kill their way into Long Tianming's group. Then there were the geniuses from the small worlds and the various cities. Without a doubt, he was the target that the first 2 types of people would fight to rope in. However, it would be extremely difficult for these geniuses to form their own faction within the Hagami Myunmyun. Yi Xian, Long Yuan, Li Xingyun, and the others were a whole level below Long Tianming. It was very difficult for Long Tianming to even look at her in the eye. As for Nie Li, Xiao Ninger, and Lu Piao, it was already good enough that they could reach this side hall. However, if they wanted to gain respect, they still had to rely on their strength. Nie Li pretended not to hear Yi Xian's words. After Long Tianming, the pinnacle figures of the Hagami, Myunmyun, Skyblaze sect, and Heavenly Note sect entered the hall. Undoubtedly, they possessed the strongest aura in the hall. The people beside them were very cautious when speaking to them. That's the holy maiden of our Heavenly Note sect, Mingyue Wushuang. Xiao Ninger pulled on Nie Li's clothes. Nie Li followed Xiao Ninger's gaze and looked into the distance. It was a girl as beautiful as the moon. She looked to be roughly 26 or 27 years old, with peerless elegance. Every single one of her movements was filled with a noble temperament. Her clothes were like fine muslin, and one could vaguely see her skin of ice and bones of jade. Her feet were bare. She wore a string of silver bells on her ankles. As she walked, a clear and melodious ring would ring out. Heavenly Sword, Holy Maiden, Mingyue Wushuang? It was her. Nie Li didn't know who she was, but he had heard of her name. In his previous life, Mingyue Wushuang was one of the top 10 experts of the Draconic Ruins realm. She stood at the peak of the 6 major sects. The 6 major sects were filled with geniuses. Over the past 100 years, many experts had emerged. He was undoubtedly one of the most dazzling geniuses. Nie Li had also heard of the legend of Mingyue Wushuang. She had once killed her way into the Yaoshan sect. Although she returned with injuries, she still managed to kill 2 super experts of the Yaoshan sect. She was simply domineering. It was hard to imagine that such a terrifying expert was actually such a beautiful girl. That's Yen Yang of the Skyblaze sect. Xiao Ninger pointed at another person. It was a youth with fiery hair. His hair was fiery red, as if it was burning. However, his skin was extremely fair, and his entire body was emitting a powerful and overbearing aura. The Yen Emperor? Nie Li never imagined that there would be so many experts that he had heard of in his previous life in this small gathering. 100 years later, the Yen Emperor would ascend to the position of the patriarch of the Skyblaze sect, starting the most powerful era of the Skyblaze sect. At that time, the Skyblaze sect would dominate the world and once suppressed the Yaoshan sect to the point where they could not even lift their heads. However, no matter how powerful the 6 major sects were, they could not defy the heavens and resist the power of the ancestral demonic Saint Land, let alone the Holy Emperor. Thinking of the most powerful enemy, Nie Li clenched his fists. After his rebirth, Nie Li's starting point was much higher than in his previous life. However, against the powerful Holy Emperor, Nie Li still had no chance of winning. Even if his cultivation was higher than the Holy Emperor's, the Holy Emperor had millions of years of operation. the entire time and space was under his control. It was impossible for a single person to break his absolute rule. In this life, if he wanted to compete with the Holy Emperor, he could not rely on his own strength. He had to use all the strength he had. However, every single one of those super geniuses was arrogant and unruly. It was extremely difficult to approach them, not to mention that Nye Li's current strength was still too weak to attract the attention of others. In the three major sects, Mingyue Wushuang, Yenyang, and Long Tianming were undoubtedly the most dazzling existences. Although Long Tianming's position was extraordinary, he was still inferior to the Holy Maiden of the Heavenly Note sect, Mingyue Wushuang, and Yenyang of the Skyblaze sect. After all, Yenyang had already been confirmed as the next patriarch of the Skyblaze sect. Although the Holy Maiden, Mingyue Wushuang, wasn't the successor, her position in the Heavenly Note sect was transcendent. Long Tianming glanced at Mingyue Wushuang, and Yenyang then cupped his hands with a smile on his face. When Mingyue Wushuang saw him, she also nodded her head in acknowledgement. However, Yen Yang's expression was cold and indifferent. He had completely ignored Long Tianming's existence, which made Long Tianming feel a little awkward. However, Long Tianming quickly retracted his gaze and laughed loudly with the people beside him. He didn't seem to care about it in the slightest. In his heart, Nye Li thought that this trip was truly worth it. Nye Li pondered about how he should get in touch with Mingyue Wushuang and Yenyang in the next 2 days. After all, Mingyue Wushuang and Yenyang were authoritative figures in the Heavenly Note sect and Skyblaze sect. Getting in touch with them would definitely be extremely beneficial for his future plans. Gu Bei, how do you think I can get in touch with Mingyue Wushuang and Yenyang? Nye Li transmitted his voice to Gu Bei. Gu Bei was stunned for a brief moment, then bitterly smiled. Don't give me such a difficult problem. One of them is the Holy Maiden of the Heavenly Note sect, while the other is the Holy Son of the Skyblaze sect. How am I qualified to meet them? At most, I'll only know which courtyard they're staying in. Oh, Nye Li's heart slightly trembled. Knowing where they were staying was enough. With Nye Li's status, it wasn't the right time to go up and talk to them. If he knew where they were staying, Nye Li would naturally have a way to get them to meet him. Nye Li, don't act recklessly. The two of them are esteemed guests of Hagami Myunmyun. Gu Bei warned, a little worried. I know what I'm doing. Nye Li smiled. Gu Bei's scalp went numb. After all, the two of them were too noble. If she offended the two of them, no one would be able to protect her. She could only hope that Nye Li wouldn't act recklessly. As Yi Xian and Morongyu chatted, their gazes occasionally drifted over to Xiao Ninger's side. However, Xiao Ninger didn't seem to notice them at all. Nye Li could sense that Yi Xian was probably interested in Ninger. Although Yi Xian looked elegant and graceful, Nye Li had seen too many hypocrites like him in his previous life. Yi Xian was the same as many other aristocratic families' disciples. They were very self-righteous. The only thing that could make them feel proud was their background. In terms of ability, Yi Xian was nothing more than an embroidered pillow. At that moment, a beautiful female disciple of the Heavenly Note sect stood on the stage at the front of the side chamber. She lightly smiled at the disciples of the three major sections. It's my honor to be able to come to Hagami Myunmyun today. I'm a disciple of the Heavenly Note sect, Chinyu. It's a pleasure to meet all of you. As usual, we will be holding an auction for this gathering. There are many treasures that we've obtained from the disciples of the three major sections. We will be auctioning them off, so I hope that everyone will support us. Everyone stopped their conversations and looked to the front. There would always be precious items in every auction. Some of them were taken out by the disciples of the three major sects, while others were purposely placed in the auction by the upper echelons of the three major sections. Sometimes they would be able to buy extremely valuable items in the auction. Therefore, the disciples of the three major sects were very concerned about this auction. Chinyu lightly smiled as she said, "The first item to be auctioned is an extraordinary level growth rate dragon bloodline earth dragon." Nieli and Gu Bei exchanged glances. They didn't know if this dragon bloodline extraordinary level growth rate demon spirit was theirs. A dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit was priceless. The upper echelons of the three major sects would definitely not take one out for sale. Below a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit would be an extraordinary level growth rate demon spirit. An extraordinary level growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirit was extremely rare. Only those at Li Xingyun and Yi Xian's level were qualified to obtain an extraordinary level growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirit. Only a few superfamilies could get their hands on dragon bloodline extraordinary level growth rate demon spirits. However, due to their rarity, they rarely took them out for auction. Therefore, for the disciples of many families, an extraordinary level growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirit was something that they could only come across by luck. The atmosphere of the auction instantly heated up. 10,000 spiritual stones, 11,500, 12,500, 12,500. Many disciples were frantically bidding. Long Tianming, Yen Yang, and the rest were clearly disinterested. Of course, they didn't need it. Yi Xian and Li Xingyun, who already had dragon bloodline extraordinary growth rate demon spirits, didn't participate in the auction. After all, an extraordinary growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirit was still rather expensive. There was no need to buy another one. However, there were still many people competing. The price was still crazily rising. The competition was extremely intense. Chapter 308. Yi Xian looked at Xiao Ninger and lightly smiled. If junior sister Ninger needs an extraordinary growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirit, I'll bid for it and give it to junior sister Ninger. I don't need it. Xiao Ninger shook her head. Her gaze didn't even linger on Yi Xian's body. Nieli lowered his head and whispered to Xiao Ninger, I'll get you a god-level growth rate, one when we get back. Xiao Ninger's face turned slightly red as she nodded her head. She felt a trace of sweetness in her heart. She didn't care about the dragon bloodline god-level growth rate demon spirit, but the fact that Nieli clearly cared about her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such words after Yi Xian. As for where Nieli got a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit, Xiao Ninger didn't think too much about it. In her heart, Nieli was omnipotent. Yi Xian slightly clenched his right hand at the sight of Xiao Ninger's bashful expression. He didn't know what Nieli had said to Xiao Ninger, but he couldn't help but feel a little jealous. Only when facing Nieli would Xiao Ninger reveal such an expression. In the end, the extraordinary growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirit was bought by a disciple of the Skyblaze sect for a price of 27,000 spiritual stones. Following that, another 5 extraordinary growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirits were auctioned off. All of them were sold for a price of 25,000 spiritual stones. Everyone was a little puzzled. In the past, the number of extraordinary growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirits was extremely low. Even in auctions, only 1 or 2 would appear. So why were there so many in this auction? All of these extraordinary growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirits were bought by disciples of the Skyblaze sect. Sure enough, the disciples of the Skyblaze sect were all rich. At the very least, they were much richer than the disciples of Hagami Nyunyan. No wonder it was the leader of the six divine sects. Gu Bei roughly calculated. If he had 20 dragon bloodline extraordinary level growth rate demon spirits, that would be around 500,000 spiritual stones. That was simply a shocking amount of wealth. However, he didn't know how much it would cost. In any case, he would hand the spiritual stones over to Nieli. Nieli originally thought that although dragon bloodline extraordinary level growth rate demon spirits were rare, it would be pretty good if he could sell them for around 15,000 spiritual stones. He didn't expect the price to be raised to such a high level. This had something to do with the fact that the disciples of the Skyfire sect were too rich. After all, a dragon bloodline extraordinary level growth rate demon spirit wasn't that easy to find in other places, as long as one didn't have a dragon bloodline extraordinary level growth rate demon spirit. None of them would let go of such an opportunity. The next item up for auction is a bottle of demon soul essence. This bottle of demon soul essence has already been appraised and is of the heavenly star grade. The starting price is 10,000 spiritual stones. Qin Yu smiled faintly and continued, "Is there anyone interested?" Demon soul essence could greatly increase a demon spirit's strength. With a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit, Nieli naturally wouldn't be stingy, not to mention the fact that it was a heavenly star grade demon soul essence. For a heavenly fate realm demon spirit, the amplification effect would be extremely strong. Nieli never thought that such a precious item would be auctioned off right at the start. He guessed that the auction house was planning to gain the upper hand with a show of strength. The people in this side chamber were the elites amongst the elites of the three divine sects. If ordinary items were to be taken out, no one would be interested. Nieli pondered for a moment, then transmitted his voice to Gu Bei. "Help me buy this bottle of demon soul essence." "Morong, you also seem to want this bottle of demon soul essence." He increased the price. 11,000 spiritual stones. 11,100 spiritual stones. Gu Bei immediately increased the price. Morong Yu's brows furrowed at Gu Bei's words. He glanced at Gu Bei and said, 12,000 spiritual stones. 12,100 spiritual stones. Gu Bei calmly continued to increase the price. The surrounding people couldn't help glancing over. The two people at this table didn't seem to be on good terms. Since there was a show to watch, they might as well stop and see how far these two could increase the price. 13,000 spiritual stones. Morong Yu was a little enraged. Gu Bei was clearly targeting him. He glanced at Nieli, then at Gu Bei. His heart was filled with anger. He guessed that Gu Bei was trying to stand up for Nieli and make him lose face. Over 10,000 spiritual stones. To Morong Yu, this was already a shocking amount of wealth. After all these years, he'd only accumulated a little over 15,000 spiritual stones. 13,100 spiritual stones. Gu Bei continued to ignore Morong Yu's existence as she continued to increase the price. 15,000. Morong Yu nearly slammed the table. Yi Xian couldn't help but glance at Morong Yu and Gu Bei. Even he only had a little over 30,000 spiritual stones saved up. Buying a bottle of Demon Soul's essence required careful consideration. From the looks of it, Gu Bei was quite rich. 15,100 spiritual stones. Gu Bei didn't even bat an eyelid. The veins on Morong Yu's neck bulged. He knew that Gu Bei was targeting him on purpose, but he didn't have that much money. There was no way he could increase the price. Most importantly, Gu Bei's attitude of looking down on him made him extremely angry. Morong Yu let out a breath and sneered. "Since Brother Gu needs it, then I'll let you have it." Seeing that no one else had made a bid for a long time, a voice came from afar. 16,000 spiritual stones. Did you give up this Demon Soul's essence? You're too full of yourself. There are plenty of people bidding for it. If you don't have money, then don't participate. You're just a joke. Gu Bei glanced at Mu Rongyu from the corner of her eyes. She knew that Mu Rongyu had stolen Nie Li's spiritual stones in the ghastly ruins. Naturally, she wouldn't give him a good look. Mu Rongyu clenched his fists. He'd always been arrogant, so he naturally couldn't stand others mocking him. However, in this kind of situation, he didn't dare to flip out. Not to mention that Gu Bei was a member of the Gu clan. Then Brother Gu can continue bidding. Although Mu Rongyu gnashed his teeth in hatred, he still swallowed his anger in the end. Of course, 17,000 spiritual stones. Gu Bei swept a glance at Mu Rongyu and continued to increase the price. This price was already a little too high. The people in the distance hesitated for a moment, but in the end, they didn't continue bidding. In the end, the Demon Soul's essence was won by Gu Bei. 5 more bottles of Demon Soul's essence were auctioned off. However, they weren't Heavenly Star rank, but Heavenly Fate rank. Their prices were around 2,000 to 3,000 spiritual stones. Mu Rongyu sighed in frustration. Without Heavenly Star rank Demon Soul's essence, although Heavenly Fate rank Demon Soul's essence had some use, it wasn't very meaningful. However, Gu Bei didn't stop there. All 5 bottles of Demon Soul's essence fell into Gu Bei's pocket. In total, Gu Bei had already spent close to 30,000 spiritual stones. Brother Gu, although this Demon Soul's essence is good, I'm afraid that we won't be able to buy anything good if we spend all our money now. Yi Xian lightly smiled. No one knew what his goal was. You don't have to worry about that. Gu Bei glanced at Yi Xian. She didn't like him either, who asked him to repeatedly show interest in Xiao Ninger. Xiao Ninger should be Nie Li's woman. Since Yi Xian wanted to steal his brother's woman, Gu Bei naturally wouldn't give him any face. From Gu Bei's point of view, Yi Xian was definitely not a good person. In any case, he was just a silk pants in everyone's eyes. Naturally, he had to act like one. Otherwise, he'd be letting down his name. She sneered. I hate people who have no money and still want to pretend to be lords. Yi Xian coughed. He was furious. Who did this Gu Bei think she was? She was just a disciple of the Hagami Myunmyun Gu clan. Yet she was so arrogant. If it wasn't for the fact that they were in Hagami Myunmyun's territory and someone had spoken rudely to him, he would have definitely taken action to teach them a lesson. However, in this kind of situation, he still acted like a gentleman and said, I was just reminding you out of goodwill. If Brother Gu doesn't appreciate it, then forget it. The atmosphere here was a little abnormal. The people at the next table looked over and realized that it was Gu Bei. Gu Bei was a famous hedonistic son. It would be abnormal if she didn't have any conflicts with others. Not to mention that there were 2 beauties sitting at this table. No wonder the smell of gunpowder was so strong. Long Yuan silently sat beside Nie Li. She wasn't interested in the items being auctioned. She realized that she was a little redundant here. Almost everyone's gaze unconsciously gathered on Xiao Ninger. She remembered her grandmother's words. In air, with your fiery temper, no one will like you no matter how beautiful you are. You have to change it. In the past, she didn't care at all. In fact, she was even a little disdainful. When did she, Long Yuan, need a man to like her? But now that she had re-examined herself and compared it to Xiao Ninger, she couldn't help feeling a little inferior. It was normal for Nie Li to like Xiao Ninger, which made her feel a little annoyed in her heart. The auction was still ongoing. The next item was the Heavenly Note Dew. The Heavenly Note Dew was refined by the Heavenly Note Sect's alchemists. The medicinal effect was even stronger than spiritual stone essences. Most importantly, the Heavenly Note Dew was easy to absorb, and its effects were obvious. Qinyu lightly smiled and said, Everyone, don't be anxious. This time, we've brought 100 bottles of the Heavenly Note Dew. We'll start the auction with 10 bottles. If anyone is interested but can't buy 10 bottles at once, you can join the auction with your friends." Very quickly, the atmosphere of the auction heated up. Many people started to form groups, preparing to pool money to buy the heavenly note due. After all, for the majority of people, it was a little difficult to buy 10 bottles of the heavenly note due alone. 10 bottles of the heavenly note due also started at 10,000 spiritual stones. However, the price didn't fluctuate too much, stopping at 11,000 or 2,000. After all, there were 100 bottles. Furthermore, all the heavenly note sect's disciples had withdrawn from the bidding, leaving only the Skyblaze sect and Hagami Myunmyun. Therefore, there was no need for them to fight so fiercely. However, under everyone's shocked gazes, Gubei swallowed 30 bottles of the heavenly note due. It had to be said that Gubei felt a little pleased in his heart. He had never spent money so happily before, even if it was Nieli's money. 30 bottles of the heavenly note due was another 30,000 spiritual stones. Even though a large amount of spiritual stones had been spent, Gubei didn't seem to care. Instead, she seemed to have the intention to buy more. Whether it was Murong Yu or Yi Xian, both of them felt a little depressed. Just how much money did this kid, Gubei, have? Chapter 309. Nieli, I have a lot of heavenly note due here. I'll get a few dozen bottles for you when we get back. Xiao Ning said in a low voice to Nieli. Due to her high talent, the Heavenly Note sect provided her with an endless supply of Heavenly Note due. Although she'd used quite a bit for her own cultivation, she'd still kept a lot for herself. Okay. Nieli lightly smiled and nodded his head. He accepted Ning's good intentions. Once Ning returned to the Heavenly Note sect, she'd definitely be able to get more Heavenly Note due. Before Ning returned, Nieli would definitely get a lot of treasures for Ning, including Dragon Bloodline God, level growth rate demon spirits, and so on. As for the heavenly note due, Ning, probably didn't need it. The auction continued. Several more extraordinary level growth rate Dragon Bloodline demon spirits were auctioned, along with Grade 1 and Grade 2 artifacts, as well as all sorts of cultivation and healing elixirs. The auction was still very lively. After all, the items being auctioned were rarely seen. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Gubei bought another 50 to 60,000 demon spirit coins worth of items. From Nieli's point of view, he already has enough spiritual stones. Therefore, he might as well exchange them for something more practical and increase his strength first. The vine within his body had greatly slowed down Nieli's cultivation. Even though Ning had already reached 5 fate, he'd only just advanced to the heavenly fate realm. But at the same time, every time Nieli advanced to the next realm, his strength would increase by several times, or even dozens of times. Because of the vine within his body, Nieli's demand for spiritual stones, elixirs, and various other items had reached an astonishing level. An ordinary person's cultivation would have an obvious increase after refining a few dozen spiritual stones. But for Nieli, he needed to refine hundreds, thousands, or even more. However, Nieli had a feeling that once the vine within his body was nourished, it would definitely be extraordinary. Just like the 30 bottles of Heavenly Note Dew that he had just bought, if it was an ordinary person, it could be used for a long time. But if it was given to Nieli, it would probably be used up in a few days. This was something that could not be helped. Therefore, Nieli needed a huge amount of resources to promote the growth of his cultivation. He watched as Gubei auctioned off one item after another. Murong Yu and Yi Xian both turned their heads and pretended not to see anything. It was too embarrassing to sit with Gubei. Originally, Yi Xian thought that he was already very rich, but compared to Gubei, it was simply embarrassing. Murong Yu gnashed his teeth in hatred. He really wanted to buy something back, but every time he started to raise the price, Gu Bei would directly raise the price very high, making it difficult for him to back down. After all, the spirit stones in his possession were all painstakingly accumulated by hunting demon spirits in the ghastly ruins. It did not come from a strong wind. Murong-yu really wanted to slam the table and give Gu Bei a good scolding, but he still endured it. If you don't let me have it easy, then I won't let you have it easy either. From time to time, Murong-yu would raise the price for Gu Bei. Although the effect was limited, as long as he could get Gu Bei to spend a little more money, he would feel a little better. Li Xingyun could tell that although Gu Bei was a direct descendant of the Gu clan, she definitely didn't have that much money. Gu Bei and Nieli had such a good relationship. She was probably bidding on behalf of Nieli. After all, Nieli had definitely made a lot of money by selling ordinary god-level growth rate demon spirits. When it was time for the Grade 3 artifact, the purple profound weight cloak, to be auctioned, Gu Bei seemed to be very interested in this artifact. Her eyes lit up as she raised the price again and again, suppressing all the other competitors and raising the price to 11,000 spiritual stones. 11,000 spiritual stones. Is there anyone who wants to raise the price? Qinyu smiled as she looked at the crowd. She couldn't help glancing at Gu Bei a few more times. Gu Bei was simply a rich woman. In the entire auction, 10% of the items had been bought by Gu Bei. Seeing that the Grade 3 purple profound weight cloak was about to fall into Gu Bei's hands, Murong-yu's brows twitched as he said, 12,000 spiritual stones. In any case, he just wanted to disgust Gu Bei, who asked Gu Bei to pick on his thorns. Gu Bei glared at Murong-yu, a little annoyed. She coldly snorted and said, 13,000 spiritual stones. 14,000 spiritual stones. Murong-yu raised the price once again. He'd already raised the price of Gu Bei's items several times. Without exception, Gu Bei bought them all. This time, he naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity to disgust Gu Bei. At first glance, Gu Bei was obviously a rich but brainless idiot who'd encountered something he liked. When she saw something she liked, she didn't hesitate to raise the price. The purple profound weight cloak was estimated to be worth around 10,000 spiritual stones. If Gu Bei wasted so much money on a purple profound weight cloak, she'd only be laughed at by others. Murong-yu didn't put a silk pants like her in his eyes. Murong-yu waited for Gu Bei to continue raising the price, but all he saw was Gu Bei yawning. Her eyes no longer lit up when she saw the Grade 3 purple profound weight cloak. Murong-yu immediately felt that something wasn't right. Since you want this purple profound weight cloak, then take it. Belle, am a magnanimous person. I won't bicker with you. Gu Bei waved her hand. Previously, she'd targeted Murong-yu repeatedly, which made him a little angry. Therefore, every time Gu Bei bought something, Murong-yu would step in and raise the price. As for Gu Bei, she'd also slowly found out how much Murong-yu had. She estimated it to be around 15,000 spiritual stones. Although the purple profound weight cloak was a Grade 3 artifact, it was too heavy and wasn't very practical. Furthermore, 10,000 spiritual stones was more than enough to buy it. The only reason why Gu Bei had expressed her interest in the purple profound weight cloak was to lure Murong-yu. Originally, everyone was laughing inwardly at the fight between Gu Bei and Murong-yu. With Gu Bei's silk pants temperament, she'd definitely buy it even if she had to pay a high price. Just as they were waiting for Gu Bei to raise the price, they were all stunned when Gu Bei suddenly stopped. Suddenly, everyone understood what was going on. Murong-yu had been tricked by Gu Bei. Although the items that Gu Bei had spent so much money on previously were a little expensive, the price-performance ratio wasn't bad. However, the purple weight profound cloak was the only exception. After Morongyu raised the price to 14,000 spiritual stones, Gubei suddenly let Morongyu smash it in his hand. How could Morongyu not have reacted? Fine beads of sweat had already appeared on his forehead. Morongyu had treated Gubei as a spoiled brat, so it was inevitable that he'd looked down on her. However, this time, he dug a hole for himself. Although the purple profound weight cloak was a pretty good grade 3 artifact, it wasn't very useful. Furthermore, he already had a set of armor. Buying the purple profound weight cloak was completely useless. Furthermore, he'd used up all his spiritual stones in an instant. It can't be that someone doesn't have the guts to raise the price anymore, right? Morongyu sneered in an attempt to provoke Gubei in his final struggle. Gubei waved her hand and said, "This purple profound weight cloak is only worth 10,000 spiritual stones at most. Only a fool would buy it for 14,000 spiritual stones." Morongyu knew that he'd been tricked by Gubei. Being tricked by Gubei wasn't a big deal, but he'd become the butt of everyone's jokes in such a grand occasion. His eyes were about to spit out flames. Nieli couldn't help but smile when he saw this situation. In the eyes of others, Gubei had always been a debauchee, useless and spoiled brat. She'd given others a preconceived impression of her. Otherwise, Morongyu wouldn't have fallen for the bait so easily. Recently, Gulan's body had fully recovered. Gubei had already decided to reveal her talent and fight for the family's position. However, the impression she'd given others had yet to be changed. Morongyu being tricked was to be expected. Between Gubei and Gulan, one of them had to stand out and fight for the Gu clan's patriarch's position. Gubei didn't want to watch Guheng take control of the Gu clan. After Nia Li's long treatment, Gulan had already recovered from her serious injuries. However, she was still hiding her strength and biding her time. On the other hand, Gubei had integrated with a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. She could definitely stand out and fight for the Gu clan's position. Therefore, Gubei no longer hid her strength and bided her time. Even if Morongyu knew that he'd been scammed, he could only swallow the loss. However, he was furious in his heart. He wanted nothing more than to skin Gubei alive. That was 14,000 spiritual stones. Even if he could get back some spiritual stones from the violet weight cloak, he'd probably lose 4,000 or 5,000. Just thinking about it made him want to vomit blood. Brother Morong, buying this violet weight cloak is a little reckless. Yi Xian whispered to Morongyu. It's only 14,000 spiritual stones. It's nothing. Morongyu forced a smile and downed the wine in his cup in one gulp. He wasn't a rich man like Gubei. Throwing away so much money made him want to vomit blood. Gubei glanced at Morongyu. I wonder what else is coming. Since senior brother Morong is so generous, why don't you bid for a few more? Lu Piao was overjoyed as she inwardly gave Gubei a thumbs up. Xiao Ning couldn't help but chuckle as she looked at Nieli. This friend of Nieli's was indeed the same as Nieli. They both had a belly full of evil tricks, and they weren't willing to suffer any losses. A few disciples of the Gu clan were sitting in a corner. They glanced over and whispered to each other. Isn't that Gubei? Gubei's elder sister's position as successor has already been removed. Furthermore, Gubei has always been a debauchee. She doesn't have the qualifications to be the successor. In the past, I always thought that Gubei was a good-for-nothing. But from the looks of it now, the rumors are a little false. Yeah, she bought so many things in one go. Just her wealth alone is enough to make people in awe. The disciples of the Gu clan discovered that they had to reevaluate Gubei. The Gu clan was one of the 3 super families in Hagami Myunmyun. Needless to say, they were powerful. Back in the day, Gubei's elder sister, Gulan, had outstanding talent. She was someone who could rival Long Tianming. However, the heavens were jealous of her talent. During her cultivation, something went wrong, and she suddenly became paralyzed. Although Gu Heng's talent wasn't bad, compared to a super genius like Long Tianming, he was far inferior. The Gu clan had always been deeply worried, hoping that more geniuses would emerge from the younger generation. However, Gu Bei, who had always been ignored, had suddenly revealed her brilliance, which was extremely surprising. Chapter 310. Many aristocratic families raised their juniors in a free-for-all manner, causing them to compete with each other. It was like raising poisonous insects. If there was a genius that could suppress the others, the family would use all their resources to groom that genius to inherit the family's authority. As for the others, they would eventually give up on competing and find a suitable position in the family. In the Dragon Seal family, Long Tianming was that kind of person. Although the others had the qualifications to be the successor, none of them could compete with Long Tianming. In the Gu clan, although Gu Heng's talent wasn't bad, he couldn't suppress everyone. When they thought of Gulan, all the Gu clan's juniors felt a little regretful. Only someone with Gulan's talent was qualified to lead the Gu clan. However, there was a problem with Gulan's cultivation. Gulan's younger brother, Gu Bei, was once placed high hopes on. After all, the two of them were siblings, so they should be somewhat similar in terms of talent. However, to everyone's disappointment, Gu Bei was a licentious young master. Although he had a heaven's spiritual root, he wasn't disciplined in his lifestyle. At such a young age, he already had over 20 wives. Furthermore, he didn't make any progress in his cultivation. Therefore, everyone could only ignore Gu Bei. But now, the Gu clan's juniors vaguely felt that things weren't that simple. Gu Bei might be concealing his strength and biding his time. Long Tianming couldn't help glancing over. He remembered that the youth was called Gu Bei, a descendant of the Gu clan. He shouldn't have gotten so much money from the family. Could it be that Gu Bei had his own business? Aside from Gu Heng, the rest of the Gu clan's juniors didn't seem to have much talent. However, even if it was Gu Heng, Long Tianming didn't care much about him. In the entire Hagami Myunmyen, there were only a few people that could make him look at them seriously. The Ashen Flames family's Li Yufeng was one of them. Then there was that person. A cold light flashed through Long Tianming's eyes. That person was the biggest threat to him when he stepped onto the position of patriarch of the Hagami Myunmyen. As for Gu Bei, he was only slightly surprised, but he didn't pay too much attention to her. Soon, he turned his head to chat with the others. Another extraordinary growth rate, dragon bloodline demon spirit, was being auctioned. There are so many dragon bloodline extraordinary growth rate demon spirits being auctioned this year. Someone exclaimed from the seat beside them. In previous auctions, it was already amazing for 1 or 2 dragon bloodline extraordinary growth rate demon spirits to appear. But this year, there were actually over a dozen dragon bloodline extraordinary growth rate demon spirits. Furthermore, it didn't seem to be over yet. This was a very remarkable matter. Hearing this, Gu Bei and Nieli exchanged glances and smiled. Gu Bei had taken out 20 dragon bloodline extraordinary growth rate demon spirits at once. It'd be strange if there weren't a lot. It's only a dragon bloodline extraordinary growth rate demon spirit. What's the use? Li Xingyan looked a little resentful as he drained the cup in his hand. Although his talent couldn't compare to Long Tianming and Li Yufeng, it wasn't too far off. However, because of his status as a bastard, he wasn't valued by the Ashen Flames family. Without a dragon bloodline god, level growth rate demon spirit, he would forever be a head shorter than others. Wanting his family to give him a dragon bloodline god, level growth rate demon spirit, was simply too difficult. This made him extremely resentful. It wasn't just Li Xingyun. Murongyu, Yixian, and the rest also didn't have the qualifications to obtain a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. They couldn't help being a little silent. Once a person had a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit, their status would be completely different, regardless of whether they were in a family or in a divine sect. Nieli glanced at Li Xingyun. In his previous life, Li Xingyun had become an overlord-level figure. Naturally, she'd obtained a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. However, right now, she was still in a depressed state. Although Nieli could get his hands on ordinary god level growth rate demon spirits, he couldn't do anything about it. However, Li Xingyun didn't believe that Nieli could obtain a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. Therefore, she didn't discuss this matter with Nieli. Nieli transmitted his voice to Li Xingyun. "Brother Li, I have a deal for you. I wonder if you're interested." "What deal?" Li Xingyun couldn't help but look up at Nieli. "If Brother Li is interested, who knows, I might be able to obtain a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit." Nieli lightly smiled. After interacting with Li Xingyun for this period of time, Nieli realized that Li Xingyun's character was exactly the same as his impression in his previous life. Li Xingyun was a very loyal person. Therefore, this idea popped up in his mind. You can obtain a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. Li Xingyun transmitted his voice to Nieli. The hand holding the wine cup couldn't help trembling. Although he was excited, he still managed to calm himself down. "I'll need some time, but it's not impossible." Nieli transmitted his voice back. "Then what do you mean by a deal?" "As long as you can obtain a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit, you can name your price," said Li Xingyun. He pondered a while. A dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit was indeed priceless. However, if he, Li Xingyun, were to sell all his businesses, he could still gather quite a bit of money. Although it wouldn't be enough to buy a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit, it wouldn't be too far off. "If it's spiritual stones, then I'll only charge you 100,000. However, I want Brother Li to agree to 3 of my requests." Nieli lightly smiled. "Sure, Brother Nya, just say the word." Li Xingyun's voice was slightly trembling. A dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit was the pillar of the entire divine sect. Even if it was 1,000,000 spiritual stones, it still wouldn't be bought. Even if Nieli asked for 1,000,000 spiritual stones, there would still be many people scrambling for it. However, Nieli was only asking for 100,000 spiritual stones. This wasn't selling it, but giving it away for free. "My first request is to form an alliance with Brother Li. In the future, no matter what happens in the Hagami Munyan, no matter who I clash with, Brother Li must stand by my side." Nieli transmitted his voice as he looked at Li Xingyun. Li Xingyun was slightly stunned as he looked at Nieli. After pondering for a brief moment, a trace of determination flashed through his eyes as he said, "Of course, Brother Nieli is willing to sell a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit to me for 100,000 spiritual stones. I, Li Xingyun, am not a disloyal person. If Brother Nieli has any requests, feel free to state them. As long as it's within my means, I will definitely do my best. As long as it's not a betrayal of the sect. I naturally won't ask Brother Li to betray the sect. It won't do me any good." Nieli smiled. "As for the other 2 requests, I haven't thought of them yet. Let's talk about them after I've thought them through. As for a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit, I will definitely do my best to find one." Hearing Nieli's words, Li Xingyun's heart was filled with hope. if Nieli could really help him obtain a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit, then no matter who Nieli asked him to fight, even if it was Long Tianming, Li Xingyan wouldn't be afraid. He was a loyal person. Whoever helped him, he would help that person without any hesitation. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made so many trustworthy friends. Even without this transaction, he still felt that Nieli was someone worth befriending. The transaction between Nieli and Li Xingyun was based on his impression of Li Xingyun from his previous life. Nieli didn't know if he would make a profit, but as long as he didn't lose out, it was fine. 100,000 spiritual stones was enough for Nieli to obtain a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. No one knew that Nieli had just made such a shocking transaction with Li Xingyun. Nieli transmitted his voice to Gu Bei. Gu Bei, how's your influence in the Gu family right now? Gu Bei rubbed her head as she bitterly smiled. I've always been a silpants. What influence do I have? At most, I can mobilize some people with the connections my father's generation has left behind. Even if I suddenly appear now, I'll only be slightly noticed by the Gu clan's younger generation. I don't have much prestige in the Gu clan. If my sister stands out, she'll naturally be able to rally hundreds of people. Nieli pondered a while and said, It's better for your sister to concentrate on her cultivation. I might need you to do something for me. What is it? As long as I can do it. Seeing Nieli's serious expression, Gu Bei couldn't help saying, Nieli had saved his sister. Just for this favor, he was willing to pay with his life. You've suddenly bought so many things today. Your shocking wealth will definitely attract the attention of some people in the Gu clan. On one hand, you have to keep it a secret and not reveal the source of your wealth. On the other hand, as we've discussed before, you have to stand out and pull Gu Heng down. Nieli said, We have to take it step by step. If my sister is poisoned, that brat Gu Heng definitely won't be able to escape responsibility. However, Gu Heng is deeply rooted in the Gu family. He's also the #1 genius of the Gu clan. I'm afraid it'll be very difficult to pull him down. Gu Bei bitterly smiled. It's not that I want to boost the morale of others and diminish my own. My current strength is still too far away from Gu Heng's. Naturally, this matter can't be completed so quickly. I'll guide you in your cultivation during this period of time. Furthermore, when the time is right, you should show your dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit in front of your clansmen. Said Nieli. Since he decided to fight for the title of patriarch of the Hagami Munyan, there were many things that needed to be arranged now. Once Gu Bei revealed her dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit, her position in the Gu family would be completely different. At that time, she could slowly shake Gu Heng's position in the Gu family. I also feel that it's about time. A trace of cold light flashed in Gu Bei's eyes. He and Gu Lan had indeed endured for far too long. Of the 3 major families of the Hagami Munyan, Li Xingyun and Gu Bei both had the qualifications to fight for the position of successor. Only the Dragon Seal family was left. Nieli pondered for a moment. Then his gaze fell on Long Yuan. Long Yuan was also one of the successors. Although her ranking was rather low, she still had the qualifications. However, with Long Yuan's character, she was obsessed with the martial Dao and didn't seem to be interested in power. However, people who were obsessed with the martial Dao also had an advantage. They were stubborn. If Nieli wanted Long Yuan to compete with Long Tianming, he would have to rely on Nieli's guidance. However, this matter had to be done slowly. Chapter 3:11. Although Nieli had recently given some pointers to Long Yuan, and his relationship with Long Yuan had improved a bit, he still had some misgivings about Long Yuan. It was still rather difficult to communicate with Long Yuan. Just like right now, Long Yuan was standing to the side, like a block of wood. She didn't interact with anyone at all. She had a stern expression on her face, as if she didn't want anyone to get close to her. Who knew what Long Yuan was thinking? Fortunately, Long Yuan was much more restrained now. She wasn't as annoying as before. Gu Bei was still shopping. After being provoked by Gu Bei, both Yi Xian and Morong Yu felt ashamed. All the limelight had been stolen by Gu Bei alone. The auction lasted for half an hour before the bill was settled. After calculating, Gu Bei had spent a total of 170,000 spiritual stones. Of course, she still had a lot of spiritual stones left. She stuffed all the spiritual stones and the items she bought into an interspatial ring and secretly gave it to Nieli. A sweet smile appeared on Qinyu's face as she said, "I'm sure everyone can't wait to find out what the final item is. This item is extraordinary. It's a heavenly treasure from the ancient times. It's just that we still don't know what its uses are. We only know that it can increase one's cultivation speed if one carries it. However, no one can deny its value." An extremely mysterious higher-up of the divine sect, who didn't want to reveal his name, put it up for auction. He wants to give it to the fated person. Hearing Qin Yu's words, everyone was filled with curiosity. What exactly was the item Qin Yu was talking about? Why was it so mysterious? At this moment, even Long Tianming, Mingyue Wushuang, and Yen Yang couldn't help but cast their gazes on Qin Yu. An ancient heavenly treasure. Just this name alone was enough to attract the attention of countless people. The disciples of the other 3 major sects were also looking forward to it. "Miss Qin Yu, quickly bring the item up." "Qin, you seem to be very satisfied with the result." She smiled faintly and said, "Since everyone is very curious about the items that are about to be auctioned, then bring the treasures up." 2 young girls slowly carried a plate covered with red brocade. Not expecting them to be so cautious, Nieli's curiosity was piqued. What exactly is this ancient artifact? A sweet smile appeared on Qin Yu's face. She lifted the brocade and revealed a scroll-like object. Qin Yu picked it up and slowly opened it. She said, "We still can't find out what this thing is. We only know that it's extraordinary." Everyone stared at the item in Qin Yu's hand. What she held in her hand was not a scroll, but a picture scroll. On the picture scroll, there was an endless stretch of mountains. It looked vast and empty, with a river flowing in between. On top of it, there were 4 bold and powerful ancient characters, 10,000 li rivers and mountains. Just by looking at these 4 words, everyone felt as if they had been struck by lightning, producing a strong feeling of shock. These 4 words contain some kind of powerful will. This item is extraordinary. That was the first thought that appeared in everyone's mind. The one who was most shocked was Nieli. Others didn't know the use of this treasure. They only felt shock when they saw the picture. However, Nieli knew its use. According to the ancient records in the Temporal Demon Spirit Book, this was a treasure left behind by a supreme expert during the primordial era. After drawing this 10,000 li rivers and mountains painting, that supreme expert died from exhaustion. Its use wasn't just to aid in cultivation. If one only carried it on their body and absorbed the aura on it to cultivate, it would be a reckless waste of a heavenly treasure. That was just a trace of heavenly energy that leaked out from it. Such a shocking treasure. It actually appeared here, and was even being auctioned. Nieli felt that it wasn't simple. However, such a treasure, Nieli definitely wouldn't let it go. If he could uncover all the uses of this 10,000 li rivers and mountains painting, he could even use it to fight against the Holy Emperor. The Holy Emperor covered the sky with one hand and sealed the endless space. If he wanted to break the seal of space with his own strength, he would need extraordinary means. The 10,000 li rivers and mountains painting, it definitely couldn't fall into the hands of others. Gubei, buy this 10,000 li rivers and mountains painting at all costs. Nieli transmitted his voice to Gubei. I'll pay for it. Okay. Gubei nodded. Although she didn't know the use of this 10,000 li rivers and mountains painting, she knew that it wasn't simple. That was enough. Wasn't money meant to be spent? Gubei was a little eager to try. Chinyu smiled as she looked at the crowd. I'm sure everyone knows that this item isn't simple. Under normal circumstances, this item definitely wouldn't appear in an auction. However, if you don't know its use, you'll only be able to look at it. Even the divine sex higher-ups don't know its use. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Indeed, although everyone understood that this item definitely contained boundless power, even the divine sect upper echelon who had consigned this item for sale hadn't been able to figure out the uses of this myriad miles rivers and mountains painting, let alone them. Since this item was the finale item, its price naturally wouldn't be cheap. If they spent such a large amount of money to buy a useless item, that would be too much of a loss. This myriad miles rivers and mountains painting's upper echelon said that no matter who it is, as long as anyone knows any of its uses, he's willing to buy it for 200,000 spiritual stones. Then he'll take it back. If no one knows its use, then he'll sell it at a starting price of 100,000 spiritual stones. Chinyu said with a smile. Nieli furrowed his brows. This mysterious divine sex higher-ups were truly at a loss. It seemed that he really didn't want to sell this 10,000 li rivers and mountains painting. However, he couldn't figure out the use of this 10,000 li rivers and mountains painting, so he had no choice but to sell it. That divine sex higher-ups definitely couldn't decipher the 10,000 inscription patterns within the 10,000 li rivers and mountains painting. Under such circumstances, he still wanted to know the use of the 10,000 li rivers and mountains painting. The only person who could open the 10,000 li rivers and mountains painting was probably Nieli, a starting price of 100,000 spiritual stones. Hearing this price, many people were dumbfounded. This starting price was enough to make the majority of people completely lose any desire to compete. Among all the people present, there were only a few people who could participate in the competition. 100,000 spiritual stones wasn't something an ordinary person could afford. The auction fell into a long silence. With such a price, who would continue to bid? 110,000 spiritual stones. Long Tianming said after a slight hesitation. Finally, someone made a bid. After the silence was broken, everyone looked at each other and bitterly smiled. Probably only people at Long Tianming's level could compete for this 10,000 li rivers and mountains painting. The amount of items sold this year had completely exceeded the previous years. The price of this 10,000 li rivers and mountains painting was also daunting. 120,000 spiritual stones. Yin Yang said indifferently. After such a long time, Yin Yang hadn't made a bid. It was as if nothing could attract his attention. But now, for this 10,000 li rivers and mountains painting, he finally made a bid. Hearing Yin Yang's bid, Long Tianming couldn't help furrowing his brows. Once Yin Yang joined the bidding, he definitely wouldn't be able to compete. He could only hope that Yin Yang wasn't interested in the 10,000 li rivers and mountains painting. 130,000, 140,000, 150,000. The price of the two soared. By the time Yin Yang made a bid of 160,000 spiritual stones, Long Tianming could only bitterly smile and withdraw from the competition. Senior brother Yin Yang has made a bid of 160,000 spiritual stones. Is there anyone else? Chinyu looked at the crowd and asked with a faint smile. At this moment, Mingyue Wushuang's clear voice rang out. She smiled and said, I'll bid 190,000 spiritual stones. If there's anyone else, I won't take it. After a moment of silence, Yen Yang said, logically speaking, if senior sister Mingyue wants it, I should give it to senior sister Mingyue. It's just that I'm a little curious about this 10,000 Li rivers and mountains painting. Moreover, this item seems to be compatible with my cultivation technique, so I don't want to miss this opportunity. I hope senior sister Mingyue can forgive me. Yen Yang didn't seem to get along with Long Tianming, but he was much more polite to Mingyue Wushuang. Mingyue Wushuang smiled and said, it's fine. Junior brother Yen Yang, please do as you wish. She was just casually raising the price. 200,000 spiritual stones. Yen Yang continued to raise the price. The price had actually been raised to 200,000 spiritual stones. This was too shocking. This was a frightening number. For people like Yi Xian and Morong Yu, even if they went bankrupt, they still wouldn't be able to take out that many spiritual stones. Yen Yang was indeed worthy of being the holy son of the Skyblaze sect. He was too rich. With Yen Yang's frightening wealth, no one else would dare to compete with him. Just when everyone thought that the 10,000 Li rivers and mountains painting would definitely fall into Yen Yang's hands, Gu Bei's voice rang out. I once heard from a senior that the 10,000 Li rivers and mountains painting had a 10,000 spiritual lock placed inside it. Even a martial ancestor, realm expert, wouldn't be able to open it. Even if it was given to young Master Yen Yang, it shouldn't be of any use to him. I bid 210,000 spiritual stones. Everyone couldn't help feeling a little amused. On one hand, Gu Bei said that the 10,000 Li rivers and mountains painting had a 10,000 spiritual lock placed on it, so it couldn't be bought. On the other hand, she was raising the price herself. Wasn't this a little too funny? Gu Bei was probably telling Yen Yang that she wasn't targeting him, so that Yen Yang wouldn't lose face. After all, no one wanted to provoke an enemy like Yen Yang. Yen Yang represented the entire Skyblaze sect. He was the future ruler of the Skyblaze sect. Yen Yang glanced at Gu Bei. He didn't expect that after buying so many things, Gu Bei still had the spare energy to compete with him. He calmly said, the purpose of this gathering of the three great divine sects is to interact with each other. Harmony is the most important. Everyone is free to bid. The highest bidder wins. There's no need to care about your identity. Junior brother Gu, please do as you wish. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but inwardly sigh in admiration. Yen Yang was indeed worthy of being the holy son of the Skyblaze sect. Chapter 3:12. 220,000 spiritual stones. Yen Yang continued to raise the price. 230,000 spiritual stones. Gu Bei calmly raised the price. Everyone was shocked. Just how much money did Gu Bei have? For some of the grand elders of the Divine Feathers sect, it'd already be impressive if they could accumulate over 100,000 spiritual stones in a few years. This Gu Bei couldn't have dug up some treasure, right? Yen Yang was silent for a moment. Over the years, after deducting his cultivation expenses, he only had a total of 250,000 spiritual stones left. Such a price was already extremely high, but Gu Bei still continued to raise the price. He'd heard that Gu Bei was only an ordinary descendant of the Gu family. How could she have such frightening wealth? It seemed like he couldn't win against Gu Bei, even if he continued to raise the price. After a moment of silence, Yen Yang said, I'll withdraw from this competition. Junior brother Gu, please give this myriad miles rivers and mountains painting to me. Although he felt a little regretful, he quickly calmed down. Everyone was shocked. Even Yen Yang couldn't win against Gu Bei. Had he given up? They couldn't help glancing at Gu Bei. Gu Bei's wealth was simply too shocking. Then, I'll have to thank senior brother Yen Yang. Gu Bei lightly smiled and cupped her hands towards Yen Yang. After the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting was auctioned, quite a few items were auctioned off. There were also quite a few valuable items. Nieli calculated that he'd sold 20 Dragon Bloodline Extraordinary Growth Rate Demon Spirits and bought the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting, 30 bottles of Heavenly Note Dew, Demon Soul Essences, and various other items. In the end, he still had 130,000 spiritual stones left. In addition to the 100,000 spiritual stones in Nieli's interspatial ring, he still had 230,000 spiritual stones left. Sure enough, selling high-level dragon bloodline demon spirits was really profitable. However, it was only because of this auction that it was easier to transport goods. Normally, even if he had a dragon bloodline extraordinary growth rate demon spirit, it would be a little difficult to find a suitable buyer. The auction continued, and many items were sold one after another. However, most of the items were not particularly eye-catching, so Nieli did not compete for them. After secretly obtaining the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting, Nieli couldn't help feeling excited. Once he returned, he would find a way to open the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting. Was this Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting as recorded in the ancient records? Did it have boundless uses? Even the higher-ups of the divine sect, he hadn't been able to open the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting either. He didn't know if he could. Although he didn't have absolute confidence, with his understanding of the various inscription patterns, there was still a high possibility of success. Even if he could develop a single function, it would be worth the price. After auctioning off dozens of items, the auction was finally over. From time to time, loud chatter and laughter could be heard. Qin Yu, who was at the front, lightly smiled and said, "The auctioning of our various treasures has come to an end. Next up will be the Tao discussion segment. Our Tao discussion segment this time will be rather interesting. The topic will be zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. We'll integrate the intent and understanding of the Tao into the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting for everyone to appreciate. In the open space in front of them, attendants had already brought the zither, chessboard, brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. In the side hall, the gazes of the disciples of the three major divine sects fell on these items. Their hearts trembled. This was a very interesting matter. If they could see the words of Yen Yang, Mingyue Wushuang, and the others, or listen to their zither music, they might be able to take a step forward in the martial Tao. Qin Yu walked to the side of the zither and lightly smiled. Since I'm the one who initiated this segment, then I'll throw a brick to attract jade. I hope everyone won't be stingy with their guidance." Hearing that Qin Yu was going to show off her skills, the disciples below cheered loudly. Qin Yu sat down beside the zither. With an elegant posture, she stretched out her flawless hands and slowly plucked the strings with her slender fingers. The mellow and deep zither music was like the sound of decadence. It echoed in the sky. It was like a drizzle hitting a banana leaf. It was silent from afar, but still lingered in one's ears. It contained a trace of melancholy and a trace of emotion. It was gentle and beautiful. Then, the sound of the zither rang out. It suddenly turned urgent, like a silver bottle splashing. Although it was urgent, it didn't contain any killing intent. It was dignified and steady. Everyone couldn't help but be intoxicated by this beautiful music. Their soul realms seemed to be stirred and vibrated along with the music. Along with the zither music, it was as if they had suddenly arrived at a paradise. The sun was warm. At Nieli's table, Yi Xian revealed a trace of intoxication. He lightly tapped on the table, and as the music gradually calmed down, he couldn't help but sigh. This zither music is like music from beyond the heavens. It's really refreshing. The Tao intent contained in it is even more memorable. After the music ended, the crowd's praises were endless. Miss Qin Yu's zither music is like the sound of flowing water. It's really extraordinary to comprehend Tao intent through emotion. Miss Qin Yu's zither music lingers in the air. It's really memorable. The praises were endless, but Long Tianming, Mingyue Wushuang, Yen Yang, and the others were indifferent. They smiled but didn't say anything. After all, Qin Yu's understanding of Tao was still at a very basic level in their opinion. Compared to them, she was still too inferior. After listening to the zither music, Nieli faintly smiled. Compared to his master's ethereal music, Qin Yu's emotional music was far too inferior. Although Nieli wasn't good at playing, his ability to judge was still good. Qin Yu stood up and bowed, slightly. Qin Yu has embarrassed herself in front of everyone. Qin Yu threw a brick to attract Jade. Next, it's everyone's turn. Hearing Qin Yu's words, many people couldn't help but blush. Qin Yu's zither music had already reached such a level. If they went up, they would really embarrass themselves. For this segment, it was better to let the true experts go up. At this moment, Yi Xian glanced at Xiao Ninger, then stood up and walked forward. Since Miss Qin Yu has displayed her zither music, then I'll also embarrass myself. Gubei curled her lips. She seemed a bit bored. She didn't have any expectations for Yi Xian's performance. Senior brother Yi Xian, please. Qin Yu politely smiled. I wonder which of the 4 arts senior brother Yi Xian chose. Books. Yi Xian lightly smiled. Then I'll grind ink for senior brother Yi Xian. Qin Yu smiled. She walked to the table and started grinding ink. It's my honor to have such a beauty. Yi Xian laughed. He took out a brush from the table, dipped it in ink, and stared at the white paper in front of him. He slightly lowered his body, waved his brush, and began to write. His brush moved like a dragon. A brief moment later, a vigorous word appeared on the paper. It was the word love. Every stroke of the character contained some kind of wondrous realm. Qin Yu's eyes lit up. She picked up the word and showed it to everyone. The audience couldn't help cheering. Senior brother Yi Xian's comprehension of the Tao of love is much more profound than Miss Qin Yu's. Nice word, senior brother Yi Xian. Many girls from the Heavenly Notes sect couldn't help looking at the word with splendor in their eyes. The word contained the understanding of love and the profound Tao. Just this comprehension alone was enough to make many people blush with shame. Yi Xian ignored everyone as his gaze faintly fell onto Xiao Ning. Nieli couldn't help whispering to Xiao Ning, Ning, it looks like Yi Xian has deep feelings for you. Nieli, you're making fun of me. Xiao Ning, lowered her head in embarrassment. Seeing Xiao Ning's expression, Nieli couldn't help laughing. Since Yi Xian has gone up, it looks like I'll have to show off my skills as well. Otherwise, I'll lose my momentum. Li Xingyun glanced at Nieli in astonishment. Nieli's confidence meant that he wasn't inferior to Yi Xian. He couldn't help looking forward to it. He wondered what Nieli would show off. After all, Nieli had just stepped into the heavenly fate realm. How could he have the same level of comprehension as Yi Xian? Xiao Ning only chatted with Nieli in a low voice. She didn't even cast her gaze over. Yi Xian couldn't help feeling a little disappointed as he returned to his seat after coming down from the stage. After everyone appraised Yi Xian's word, they quickly calmed down. All the disciples in this side chamber are undoubtedly led by senior brother Yen Yang, senior sister Mingyue, and senior brother Long. I hope that the 3 of you can give us some pointers. It was unknown who said this. Everyone began to chime in. Yen Yang, Mingyue Wushuang, and Long Tianming's comprehension of Tao had definitely reached a shocking level. As long as they showed off a little, the others would definitely benefit. Long Tianming looked at Yen Yang and Mingyue Wushuang and laughed. Among the 3 of us, I'm the weakest. Then I'll embarrass myself first. After that, I'll invite senior sister Mingyue and senior brother Yen Yang to go up." Hearing Long Tianming's words, everyone couldn't help but secretly praise Long Tianming's bearing. The three of them were all well-known figures among the younger generation of the three major divine sects. It was inevitable that there would be some competition between them. However, Long Tianming took the initiative to admit that he was the weakest. This wasn't something an ordinary person could do. Nye Li glanced at Long Tianming in the distance and sneered. This Long Tianming was indeed scheming. Since the three of them were going to show off their skills, the disciples of the three major divine sects would inevitably compare their strengths. Rather than calling it a display, it would be more appropriate to call it a competition. Long Tianming first admitted that he was inferior. The disciples of the three major divine sects felt that even if Long Tianming was inferior to the other two, there was nothing to be ashamed of. However, if he could win against the other two, it would be an extremely brilliant matter. In any case, Long Tianming was already in an invincible position. Looking at Long Tianming's back, Yen Yang disdainfully curled his lips. How could he not see through Long Tianming's thoughts? It was just that he didn't care about this kind of small trick. As for Mingyue Wushuang, she still had a calm expression. Things like winning or losing had no meaning to her. Under everyone's gazes, Long Tianming walked to the front. Chapter 3:13. Walking to the front, Long Tianming swept his gaze over the crowd and faintly smiled. Qin Yu and Yi Xian performed their zither and calligraphy respectively. There's no need for the two of them to spar in chess. I'll make a fool of myself and draw a painting. Long Tianming dipped his brush into the ink and looked at a piece of white paper before him. At this moment, Long Tianming, who was originally smiling indifferently, suddenly burst forth with a frightening aura. This aura contained a terrifyingly tyrannical aura that pressured the surrounding people to the point that they couldn't breathe. Long Tianming's entire body was like an unsheathed sword. His aura made it seem as if he wanted to make everyone submit to him. He slowly lowered the brush in his hand, and ink began to spread on the paper. He forced the dragon and snake away and quickly began to draw. Gradually, a ferocious beast appeared on the paper. It was a celestial blood saint dragon, spreading its wings and swooping down. Dragon bones, dragon scales, dragon wings. Every part of the painting was filled with the power of the brush. The celestial blood saint dragon looked as if it was about to leap out from the paper. Its eyes emitted an awe-inspiring aura, as if it was looking down on all living things. It contained a boundless Tao intent and the aura of a sovereign descending upon the world. Just looking at the celestial blood saint dragon made the surrounding disciples feel as if their hearts were being sucked in, making it hard for them to breathe. Clearly, whether it was Qin Yu's zither or Yi Xian's word, emotion, they were all inferior when compared to this painting's overbearing aura. Compared to Long Tianming, Qin Yu and Yi Xian's understanding of the Tao were like fireflies compared to the bright moon. They weren't even on the same level. I've made a fool of myself. Long Tianming placed the brush to the side and retracted his powerful aura. Senior brother Long Tianming's painting is extraordinary. It's filled with the aura of a king. It's truly amazing. Yi Xian stood up and respectfully said, "The celestial blood saint dragon in senior brother Long Tianming's painting overlooks the earth. It stands proudly above the masses, showing how broad senior brother Long Tianming's heart is." The corner of Nye Li's mouth twitched when he heard Yi Xian and the other's words. Long Tianming's painting contained Tao intent. At most, it could be called a domineering qi, but it was still far from the qi of the king. As for Yi Xian, he was broad-minded. This painting had nothing to do with broad-mindedness. It could only be said that Long Tianming had great ambitions. Long Tianming, He was a scheming man with outstanding talent. If Zhang Xian were to face him, he would definitely be a tough opponent. Long Tianming looked at Mingyue Wushuang and Yen Yang and lightly smiled. Zither, Go, calligraphy, and painting, but you're still lacking Go. Would the two of you be willing to show us your Go skills? Playing chess required two people to compete against each other. It was easy to determine the winner and the loser. Moreover, if the Tao intent of one of the two sides was suppressed by the other, the Tao intent of the two sides would be suppressed. In that case, it would be very difficult for him to display his abilities, and he would inevitably be embarrassed. Long Tianming wanted Mingyue Wushuang and Yen Yang to fight without batting an eyelid. Between Mingyue Wushuang and Yen Yang, one was the holy son of the Skyblaze sect, while the other was the holy maiden of the Heavenly Note sect. If the two of them were to compete, what would the outcome be? Everyone couldn't help but look forward to it. It doesn't matter to me, Yen Yang lightly said. Although he knew what Long Tianming was planning, Yen Yang didn't mind and didn't refuse. No matter who he faced, Yen Yang wouldn't have any thoughts of retreating. Mingyue Wushuang couldn't help smiling. I've let everyone see a joke. I rarely play Go, so I'm not proficient in it. My Tao intent can't be compared to junior brother Yen Yang's, so I won't compete with junior brother Yen Yang. I don't want to make a fool of myself. Let me show you my zither skills. Everyone couldn't help feeling a little disappointed at Mingyue Wushuang's words. They didn't dare to guess that Mingyue Wushuang was afraid of fighting with Yen Yang. Although they couldn't see the pinnacle battle between Yen Yang and Mingyue Wushuang, they could hear Mingyue Wushuang's zither music. This was already something to be excited about. Long Tianming's brows twitched. It seemed that Mingyue Wushuang was cowering. Indeed, neither he nor Mingyue Wushuang had much desire to challenge Yen Yang. Yen Yang was too strong. Mingyue Wushuang walked to the front of the zither. She didn't sit down, but stretched out a slender finger and lightly plucked the zither's strings. Clang! A clear and melodious voice, like the flowing of a clear spring, spread throughout the entire side hall, and the sound lingered in spirals without end. In that instant, everyone felt as if they'd been transported to a beautiful fairyland. The ethereal sound made everyone feel carefree and happy. Everyone's faces were filled with infatuation. Even Yen Yang and Long Tianming, who weren't too affected by the zither's music, felt their hearts calm down. The zither's music calmed everyone's hearts. Everyone was unable to extricate themselves from the zither's miraculous realm. Although the zither's music stopped after a long time, everyone was still reminiscing about that strand of zither's music. That zither's music was much more profound than Long Tianming's painting. That kind of power that could move people left an endless aftertaste in their minds. Long Tianming cupped his hands and bitterly smiled. I never thought that senior sister Mingyue would cultivate the heavenly, auspicious zither. This music is truly extraordinary. Long Tianming admits defeat. Although Long Tianming admitted defeat, he pointed out that Mingyue Wushuang had played the heavenly auspicious zither. He admitted that he'd lost to the heavenly auspicious zither, not to Mingyue Wushuang. Mingyue Wushuang didn't mind and smiled. The reason why she played the heavenly auspicious zither was to calm everyone's fighting spirit. She didn't have any intention of competing. She said, "This is indeed the heavenly auspicious zither. Junior brother Long Tianming has good eyesight. I'm done playing. Next, please." When she finished speaking, Mingyue Wushuang calmly walked down the stage with light steps. At that moment, everyone woke up from their daze. When they looked at Mingyue Wushuang, their hearts were exceptionally tranquil. Although it was only a single zither's music, the impact it had on their hearts was far greater than Long Tianming's painting. Long Tianming's painting had suppressed them with its power, while Mingyue Wushuang's zither's music was like a celestial tune, giving them a deeper comprehension of the Tao. Even now, they were still reminiscing about that zither's music. Mingyue Wushuang's tranquil state of mind was also transmitted to everyone. She was indeed worthy of being the heavenly note sect's holy maiden. Her attainments in the Tao of the zither had already reached an extraordinary level. Nieli glanced at Mingyue Wushuang's back as he fell into deep thought. Regardless of the outcome between Long Tianming and Mingyue Wushuang's mental state had, at the very least, surpassed Long Tianming's. Perhaps only one person could firmly suppress Mingyue Wushuang's attainments in mental state. That person was Nieli's master, Ing Now, only Yin Yang was left. Yin Yang calmly walked forward. Everyone's gazes couldn't help falling onto Yin Yang's body. They were all guessing which of the four arts Yin Yang would display. Since someone asked me to display my Go skills and senior sister Mingyue refused to exchange pointers with me, I feel a little regretful. I'll just casually display them, Yin Yang said with a smile as he walked to the side of the Go board. He bent down and picked up a black Go piece, his gaze falling onto the Go board. The moment he picked up the Go piece, Yin Yang seemed to have suddenly disappeared. No one could sense his existence. At that moment, the Go board below him had become boundlessly vast, as if it was a world of its own. The mountains and rivers seemed to have been contained within the Go board. However, there didn't seem to be any signs of life in the mountains and rivers. Yin Yang slowly raised the Go piece and placed it down. The instant the Go piece landed, boundless vitality, flowers, and trees were born within the mountains and rivers. The exuberant energy stirred everyone's hearts. The changes in this small world shocked everyone. At that moment, they felt as if they were plants within the world, feeling the exuberant vitality between heaven and earth. That Go piece contained Yin Yang's boundless Tao intent, and the place he placed it happened to be the heavens Yuan position on the Go board. For a long time, everyone was still immersed in that small world. After placing his Go piece, Yin Yang withdrew his hand and lightly smiled. Since there's no one else to play, I'll play my next piece. Yin Yang's demeanor was calm as he slowly walked down. Nieli looked at Yin Yang in astonishment. He never imagined that Yin Yang's comprehension of Tao intent would reach such a level. Long Tianming's comprehension could only be considered overbearing, but Yin Yang's comprehension was the true king's Tao. No wonder Yin Yang was able to lead the Skyblaze sect to a flourishing age in his previous life. Among Yin Yang, Mingyue Wushuang, and Long Tianming, Yin Yang was clearly on a higher level. However, it was difficult for the three of them to influence each other's auras. This proved that although Yin Yang was stronger than the other two, he wasn't able to suppress them. After Yin Yang went down, everyone regained their senses. They were still shocked by what they had just seen. Qin Yu lightly smiled. The three senior brothers and senior sisters have broadened our horizons. I believe that the outcome of this competition isn't important anymore. What's important is that the three senior brothers and senior sisters have given us a new comprehension of Tao intent. Today's result was worth several months of bitter cultivation. This trip was truly worth it. Qin Yu's words caused the disciples of the three major sects to agree. Indeed, the outcome wasn't important anymore. This time, they had truly broadened their horizons, and they were still immersed in the three different intents. Yin Yang's group of three was always the focal point of the side chamber. Aside from some comprehensions, many of the disciples felt a deep sense of inferiority. Their realms were simply too far away from Yin Yang's group of three. It was simply too difficult to reach the realm of Yin Yang's group of three. Qin Yu lightly smiled as she swept her gaze across the side chamber. Are there any other senior brothers and junior sisters who would like to come up and display their skills? Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Now that Yin Yang's group of 3 had displayed their skills, who else would be willing to go up? If anyone else went up, they would truly be displaying their slight skill before an expert. Chapter 3:14. At this moment, anyone who went up would only be laughed at. Qin Yu's gaze swept across the crowd. Just as she was about to say that it was fine if no one came up, Nieli stood up and calmly smiled. Can I go up and give it a try? The entire hall fell into a deathly silence as everyone stared blankly at Nieli. What was going on? Who was this kid? After Yin Yang's trio, there was actually someone who dared to go up? Who is this kid? He doesn't know the immensity of the heavens and earth. I know this person. He's the #1 genius of the younger generation in Hagami Myunmyun. But even if he was the #1 genius of the younger generation in Hagami Myunmyun, he was still too arrogant to compete with Yin Yang's trio. Yen Yang, Mingyue Wushuang, and Long Tianming all glanced at Nieli. They were clearly a little surprised, but they calmly watched on. They wanted to see what Nieli was planning. Yi Xian glanced at Nieli and couldn't help thinking disdainfully, what a display of slight skill in front of an expert. Even if Nieli really had the ability, no one would say anything if he had displayed it in front of Yin Yang's trio. However, if he still dared to go up after Yin Yang's trio had displayed it, then he would be too arrogant. No matter how strong Nieli was, others would still compare Nieli to Yin Yang's trio. Yi Xian inwardly thought that Nieli probably couldn't hold himself back after seeing his performance in front of Xiao Ninger. He glanced at Xiao Ninger, who was standing beside Nieli. Xiao Ninger's eyesight really wasn't that good. She actually found such an idiot. Even if she wanted to compete with him, she shouldn't have found this opportunity. Morongyu sneered in disdain. Nieli couldn't possibly think that he could challenge Yin Yang's trio right now, right? He was overestimating himself. Li Xingyun looked at Nieli in astonishment. Why did Nieli choose this moment to stand up? He felt that Nieli always had a reason for doing things. He probably wouldn't go up just to embarrass himself. Just what was Nieli planning? He couldn't understand. Gu Bei was also stunned. He naturally didn't believe that Nieli's comprehension of Tao intent could surpass Yin Yang and the other two. If that was the case, then what was Nieli doing up there? However, Xiao Ninger, Lu Piao, and Xiao Shui weren't surprised at all. They've known Nieli for a long time. They'd interacted with Nieli for a long time, and they knew that Nieli wouldn't speak without thinking. Therefore, they weren't worried that Nieli would embarrass himself. Long Yuan also looked at Nieli in confusion. Ever since she was taught a lesson by Nieli, she felt that Nieli's cultivation in the martial Tao was unfathomable. However, she still didn't think so. Nieli was able to suppress Yin Yang's trio. She just witnessed Yin Yang's trio's astonishing strength. Their attainments in the Tao had reached an extremely profound level. However, why would Nieli choose this moment to go up? An intense curiosity rose in Long Yuan's heart. Nieli patted Gu Bei's shoulder and said to Gu Bei, "Watch carefully later. Use your heart to feel the intent within. It'll definitely be of great help to your cultivation." Oh, Gu Bei nodded her head. However, she still had a blank expression on her face. She heard Nieli's words. Long Yuan paused for a moment. She was even more curious about what was about to happen next. She sat upright and still with a serious expression on her face. She wanted to take a good look at what Nieli was planning to do. If Gu Bei could comprehend it, then why couldn't she, Long Yuan, do the same? Yi Xian and Morong, you couldn't help but snort disdainfully. Did Nieli really think that he was a master? Li Xingyun looked at Nieli in surprise. She was also looking forward to it. Nieli turned around and walked forward. Xiao Ning, and the others all focused their gazes on Nieli. Everyone's gazes fell on Nieli, including Yan Yang's trio. They were also sizing up Nieli. They realized that Nieli's cultivation hadn't even reached the heavenly fate realm. They couldn't help but laugh. What kind of understanding could someone at this level of cultivation have towards the heavenly Tao? Qin Yu's gaze fell on Nieli, and a sweet smile appeared on her face. This junior brother seems a little young. Since he's willing to come up and show off, his courage is commendable. We can't be too demanding. At Qin Yu's words, a chuckle sounded out from below. Qin Yu was leaving a way out for Nieli. Nieli didn't seem to have any stage fright as he calmly said, "Someone wrote the word love earlier. This little brother is untalented, so I'll also write a word." So Nieli was really targeting him. Yi Xian had a look of understanding on his face. Nieli was an idiot. Even if he wanted to compete with him, he should have done it before Yan Yang's trio. If he went up after Yan Yang's trio, no matter how good Nieli's writing was, he would still be ridiculed for his ignorance. Even if he didn't want to compete with Yan Yang's trio, it was wishful thinking to want to compete with him. Nieli's gaze swept across the crowd below the stage, and he faintly smiled. "This word of mine is for the fated one." The crowd in the side chamber looked at each other in dismay. Did Nieli really think highly of himself? In this side chamber, which one of them wasn't a super genius from the three major sects, who would need Nieli's guidance? They were all waiting to see Nieli make a fool of himself. All they saw was Nieli calmly walking to the table, picking up a brush, and writing on a piece of paper. Nieli's body didn't emit any fluctuations of intent, just like an ordinary person. Every stroke he wrote was extremely serious. The crowd was dumbfounded and looked at each other in dismay. This segment wasn't about calligraphy, but about one's comprehension of the Tao. Nieli didn't even emit the slightest bit of aura and just casually wrote a word. This word couldn't possibly contain any Tao intent. Is this guy an idiot? I'm really speechless. Where did such an idiot come from? The crowd discussed among themselves. They thought they'd sensed wrongly, so they turned to look at Nieli. However, Nieli just stood there calmly, writing. They couldn't sense any Tao intent from him, not even any fluctuations of aura. Could it be that Nieli was really just here to show off his calligraphy? Was he trying to be funny? Murong Yu's face turned red, but he soon burst into laughter. That brat's brain must be damaged. This round's a test of Tao intent. What's the point of that brat going up there and writing a few words? Yi Xian also smiled and didn't say anything. Nieli was indeed a joke. He was still far from being able to compete with him. Everyone else at the table calmly glanced at Murong Yu, but didn't say anything. Their gazes were still focused on the stage, including Xiao Ning. They really wanted to know what Nieli was writing. What did Nieli mean when he said it was for the fated? Long Yuan was a little restless as she watched Nieli slowly write stroke by stroke. In her heart, she couldn't help but want to take a look. Could it be that Nieli was really just showing off his calligraphy? Based on her understanding of Nieli, Nieli wouldn't do something like that, right? As for Gu Bei, after hearing Nieli's words, he was filled with anticipation. His eyes were fixed on Nieli, who was standing on the stage in the distance. Qin Yu couldn't bear to see Nieli make a fool of himself, so she reminded him, "Junior brother, in this segment, we're competing on Tao intent. You have to integrate your comprehension of the Tao into your calligraphy, and not just purely calligraphy." However, Nieli didn't even raise his head. Instead, he had an extremely serious expression on his face. His breathing was calm and even, and the strength of his wrist was extremely precise. With every stroke, a complicated ancient character appeared on the paper. Finally, with a forceful hook, he retracted his brush and lightly smiled. I'm done. Qinyu looked at the paper and saw an extremely complicated ancient character. Although she didn't know what it was, she could tell that it was the word sword. Even though Zhang Xian's calligraphy was indeed excellent, it was just an ordinary sword character. Zhang Xian could not feel any Dao intent from it at all. Qin, you couldn't help shaking her head and sighing. She originally thought that Nie Li would give her a pleasant surprise. Nie Li's brain couldn't have been damaged, right? Was he only here to make a fool of himself? However, out of politeness, she still picked up Nie Li's calligraphy and showed it to everyone. Qinyu felt that this was truly a hilarious matter. What was he trying to show everyone? Calligraphy? Even if Nie Li had written this word beautifully, it didn't contain any Dao intent. What was there for others to appraise? The disciples of the three major sects looked at each other in dismay. They were a little speechless. This was indeed just ordinary calligraphy. If it weren't for the fact that they were a group of cultured people, many of them would have burst into laughter by now. When Long Tianming saw the word written by Nie Li, the corner of his mouth twitched. He originally thought that there was an extraordinary talent in this batch of disciples from the Hagami Myunmyun. He never imagined that it would be a fool. In this kind of situation, he was simply making a fool of himself for the Hagami Myunmyun. After taking a glance, he couldn't be bothered to look any further. Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh. Junior brother, Nie Li has misunderstood. I admit that my calligraphy isn't as good as junior brother Nie Li's. But what's the use of having good calligraphy? Yi Xian's words contained a trace of mockery. Even senior brother Yi Xian sighed at his own inferiority. Junior brother Nie Li's calligraphy has truly reached an extremely high level. Murong, you laughed heartily as he cursed in his heart. What an idiot! Long Yuan carefully stared at the word in Qinyu's hand. However, no matter how she looked at it, it was only an extremely ordinary word. She couldn't help furrowing her brows. Could it be that Nie Li's word truly didn't contain any Dao intent? Gu Bei's brows were tightly knitted as she stared at the word in Qinyu's hand. Most of the disciples present were discussing and ridiculing Nie Li for not knowing what to do. However, Nie Li calmly swept his gaze across the crowd. Everyone's expression fell into his eyes, especially the expressions of Yan Yang and Mingyue Wushuang. Mingyue Wushuang was no longer as calm as before. Her brows were slightly knitted, as if she was pondering over an extremely complicated problem. Traces of shock, astonishment, confusion, and doubt flashed through Yan Yang's eyes. His brows were sometimes tightly knitted and sometimes relaxed. Chapter 3:15. When the others saw it, they couldn't sense the profoundness hidden within the word that Nie Li had written. In fact, they couldn't even sense a trace of Dao intent. Although the majority of them were well-mannered, a few of them still laughed mockingly. Sure enough, Nie Li had come up to embarrass himself. At that moment, Gu Bei seemed to have sensed something. Her eyes lit up and she said, Nie Li is a true genius. His understanding of Dao is much, much deeper than Yan Yang's. As he focused his attention on the word, he felt a surging sword intent rush towards him. The word wasn't written with any Dao intent, but he could sense boundless Dao intent from it. This was the most shocking part. The word that Nie Li had written was written for Gu Bei. Gu Bei's comprehension of sword intent was definitely much stronger than anyone else's. In her previous life, Gu Bei had relied on sword intent to become a martial ancestor realm expert. The word contained boundless Dao intent, as well as the essence of sword intent. As long as Gu Bei could comprehend it, it would definitely be of great help to her cultivation. Hearing Gu Bei's words, Murong Yu disapprovingly sneered. Even more profound than Yan Yang? That's too much of a boast. No matter how much you two flatter each other, no one will believe you. Could it be that among the geniuses of the three major sects, you're the only one who can comprehend the Tao intent within? Li Xingyun and the rest also carefully studied the word that Nieli had written, but they couldn't sense anything. Even Xiao Ning couldn't sense anything. They only remained silent and didn't refute Morong Yu's words. They only felt that Gu Bei wouldn't say something without thinking. Therefore, they concentrated even more, trying to find something from the word. Gu Bei curled his lips and disdained Morong Yu's words. You can say whatever you want. I don't care anyway. It is your loss that you are unable to comprehend the boundless sword intent contained in that word. Long Yuan frowned. Could it be that Nieli's sword really contained boundless sword will, but no matter what she thought, it was just an extremely ordinary sword character, and he couldn't sense any Tao intent from it. Was he really that stupid? Gu Bei could sense it, but she couldn't sense it at all? What kind of sword intent was contained in the word sword? The seed of curiosity in Long Yuan's heart had been planted. She was extremely eager to crack it. Yi Xian also looked at it for a long time, but he couldn't feel any sword intent at all. What the hell was this? There was no way he would believe Gu Bei's words. There were so many people in this side chamber, but only a good-for-nothing like Gu Bei could see through it. Even Yen Yang and the others couldn't tell. There was a lot of discussion in the hall, and many people's words were filled with mockery. Everyone's gazes fell onto Yen Yang, Mingyue Wushuang, and Long Tianming. In the end, it was up to Yen Yang, Long Tianming, and Mingyue Wushuang to decide. If Yen Yang and the other two could not see any Tao intent, then Nieli would really become a laughing stock. Long Tianming faintly smiled. Junior brother, Nieli's calligraphy is pretty good. In terms of calligraphy, you've definitely reached great heights. However, I can't sense any Tao intent from it. Speaking of which, the word love is better. Hearing Long Tianming's words, everyone couldn't help thinking that Nieli was deliberately mystifying things. Even Long Tianming couldn't sense any Tao intent. That proved that this was just an ordinary word. From the start, Nieli had no intention of letting Long Tianming comprehend the boundless sword intent in this word. Hearing Long Tianming's words, he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart and smiled. This is indeed just an ordinary calligraphy. Since senior brother Long and everyone else can't sense it, then forget it. I'll destroy this word. Nieli took the word from Qin Yu's hands. He was worried that Long Tianming would comprehend something if he let him look at it for a while longer. The reason why Gu Bei could comprehend it before the others was because Gu Bei had more contact with Nieli. She had already been unknowingly influenced by Nieli's aura. Furthermore, Gu Bei's comprehension of the sword was even higher than Long Tianming's. There weren't many people who could surpass Gu Bei in terms of comprehension of the sword. Just when Nieli took the word, Yin Yang suddenly called out to Nieli, "Wait!" Everyone in the side chamber looked at Yen Yang in puzzlement. They were slightly stunned. What was wrong with Yen Yang? Yen Yang was relatively silent. Ever since he arrived in the side chamber, he had only spoken a few sentences. But now, he suddenly called out to Nieli, which surprised everyone. Yen Yang's brows were still tightly knitted. Previously, when Yen Yang saw the word sword, he felt that it was a little strange. When he looked at it carefully, he discovered that the word contained boundless profundities. After pondering for a long time, he felt a torrential sword intent pouncing on him, as if it wanted to devour him. This caused Yen Yang to be extremely shocked. The more he thought about it, the more astonished he felt. There was actually a youth who could comprehend sword intent to such a degree. Compared to that stone he'd placed earlier, the intent of the Skylands realm was simply too far away from Nie Li's supreme sword intent. He was immersed in the boundless sword intent. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the sword intent was boundless. It was as vast as the universe, and he was like a drop in the ocean. Under everyone's puzzled gazes, Yen Yang took a deep breath and looked at Nie Li. He originally thought that his comprehension of Tao intent was enough to suppress all the experts of the younger generation. But now he realized that there was always someone stronger in this world. At such a young age, Nie Li actually had such a shocking comprehension of sword intent. Yen Yang called out to Nie Li, but his gaze remained fixed on the word in Nie Li's hand. He didn't shift his gaze away for even a moment. Seeing Yen Yang's expression, Long Tianming couldn't help furrowing his brows. Could it be that the word in Nie Li's hand contained some sort of profundity? His gaze also fell on the word in Nie Li's hand. He furrowed his brows as he tried to figure out something. Mingyue Wushuang had also been looking at the word in Nie Li's hand. Although she couldn't comprehend as much as Yen Yang, she could still discover some of the profundities of the word. She could sense a sword intent that was as deep as the ocean contained within it. She wanted to probe it, but she couldn't. When the geniuses in the side chamber saw the expressions of Yen Yang's group of three, they all looked at the word in Nie Li's hand in astonishment. Could it be that there was some sort of profundity hidden within it? Otherwise, Yen Yang's group of three wouldn't have such an expression on their faces. Yen Yang stared at the word in a daze and didn't say anything for a long time. At the sight of this, Nie Li understood that Yen Yang was already immersed in that profound sword intent. The word sword that Nie Li had written originated from the true intent of the 10,000 heavenly book of 10,000 phenomena that was written by an ancient almighty expert. The characters within the word were all created by that almighty expert and contained the boundless intent of that almighty expert. This word was only the most basic of true intent, but it was enough for an expert of Yen Yang's level to comprehend it for several days and nights. Everyone could comprehend different concepts from these characters, and some people could even comprehend extremely profound sword Tao cultivation techniques. If Yen Yang continued to comprehend it like this, there would be no end to it. He wouldn't even be able to finish it in a few days. Furthermore, Nie Li didn't want Long Tianming to comprehend anything from it. The true intent of this word can be written without Tao intent. However, it's just a word. Today, I'll write it down for everyone to observe. If anyone can comprehend it, then it can be considered as having fate with this word. Nie Li lightly smiled as he rolled up the word. However, we'll stop here for today. Yen Yang felt a sense of disappointment and frustration as he watched Nie Li store the word away. He felt that if he was given a few more days, he'd be able to comprehend the true meaning of this word. Furthermore, it would be extremely beneficial to his cultivation. Regardless, he was still shocked. Yen Yang straightened his body and respectfully said, "I've benefited from the lesson." Hearing Yen Yang's words, the entire side chamber fell into a deathly silence. Those that had ridiculed Nie Li earlier couldn't help gaping. They still didn't understand what was going on. They couldn't sense any Tao intent from Nie Li's word, but Yen Yang's words couldn't be false. Could it be that the true intent contained within Nie Li's word was something that they couldn't comprehend at their current level? I told you that the true intent in Nie Li's word is much stronger than Yen Yang's Tao intent. Gu Bei disdainfully glanced at Yixian and Murongyu. Yixian and Murong, you were both stunned. Yixian was extremely puzzled. This was too unbelievable. From his point of view, Nie Li hadn't even reached the heavenly fate realm. How could he have such a powerful Tao intent? Could it even surpass Yen Yang? Furthermore, when Nie Li wrote that word, He couldn't sense a trace of Tao intent from his body at all. However, even Yin Yang sighed at his own inferiority. A person of Yin Yang's level would definitely not help a nobody like Nieli fake it. Just what was going on? Morongyu's brows were tightly knitted together. He couldn't understand what was going on. What made him even more depressed was the fact that he couldn't see any profundities contained within Nieli's word. This feeling of being on a completely different level from Nieli infuriated him to the extreme. On the other hand, Xiaoning pursed her lips as a faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Although she couldn't see the profundities contained within the word in Nieli's hand, she couldn't help feeling proud of Nieli. Even in the Draconic Ruins realm, Nieli was one of a kind. No one could be compared to Nieli. Beside her, Long Yuan's right hand was tightly clenched on the table. Even Gu Bei could see the true meaning of Nieli's word, but she couldn't. Didn't that mean that she was inferior to even Gu Bei? Just what kind of true meaning was contained within Nieli's word? To someone like her, who was obsessed with the martial Tao, it was simply filled with endless temptation. She wanted to know the profundities contained within that word too much. She couldn't hold back her curiosity and desire at all costs. She made up her mind. No matter what price she had to pay, she had to obtain the profundities from Nieli. Chapter 3:16. The geniuses in the side chamber were still in a daze. Nieli put away the calligraphy and prepared to return to his seat. Nieli glanced at Long Yuan in the distance and smiled. He knew Long Yuan's character like the back of his hand. This calligraphy not only taught Gu Bei the sword intent, but it also successfully aroused Long Yuan's curiosity. It wouldn't be long before Long Yuan came looking for him to get to the bottom of it. Nieli would then patiently guide Long Yuan. This would slowly change Long Yuan's mind. It was too easy to control a martial arts fanatic like Long Yuan. Apart from these two goals, Nieli had also successfully attracted the interest of Yen Yang and Mingyue Wushuang. Nieli didn't believe that Yen Yang and Mingyue Wushuang would give up on getting to the bottom of it. Wait, Yen Yang suddenly called out to Nieli. Everyone looked at Yen Yang in confusion. Nieli had put away the calligraphy. What else did Yen Yang want? Nieli looked at Yen Yang and asked, "Senior brother Yen Yang, is there anything else?" "I want to buy this calligraphy. Is junior brother Nieli willing to part with it?" "I'm willing to pay 100,000 spiritual stones." Yen Yang said. He originally wanted to say 50,000 spiritual stones, but after thinking about it, 50,000 spiritual stones was too insincere. So, he offered 100,000 spiritual stones. Yen Yang was willing to pay 100,000 spiritual stones to buy the calligraphy that Nieli had just written. The whole hall was in an uproar. All the geniuses in the side chamber were shocked. 100,000 spiritual stones for a single character. Hearing Yen Yang's words, Nieli hesitated. 100,000 spiritual stones was definitely a big temptation. After all, it was just a character. He wouldn't lose anything even if he sold it. Should I sell it? Yen Yang's words shocked Long Tianming. Before he could see through the profound meaning of the word, Nieli had already rolled it up. Long Tianming had no idea what was hidden within it. However, he never imagined that Yen Yang would actually be willing to buy Nieli's word for 100,000 spiritual stones. Could it be that Yen Yang felt that the true meaning contained within Nieli's word was far more than 100,000 spiritual stones? Mingyue Wushuang's clear eyes fell on Nieli, even though she couldn't find a way to enter. However, he could feel the boundless sword intent contained in Nieli's calligraphy. If he bought it, it would definitely be worth more than 100,000 spirit stones. Seeing Nieli hesitate for a long time, Yen Yang said, "If junior martial brother Nieli doesn't want to sell it, How about I offer 150,000 spirit stones? Although this price, compared to the value of this word, it's far from enough. However, I still hope that junior martial brother Li can part with it. It was understandable that Yen Yang wanted this word so urgently. After all, Li knew the true value of this word. When Yen Yang comprehended a little, Li put the word away. It would be strange if Yen Yang wasn't anxious. Hearing Yen Yang's words, Long Tianming's brows twitched. He smiled and said, "Since junior martial brother Li isn't willing to sell it, then junior martial brother Yen Yang doesn't need to force it." Long Tianming could feel that Yen Yang was extremely anxious. His desire for Li's word was even greater than the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. As long as he left this word behind, Long Tianming would have thousands of ways to get his hands on it. That way, it wouldn't fall into Yen Yang's hands. Naturally, Li wouldn't let Long Tianming have his way. He immediately waved his hand and said, "Senior brother Long and Yen Yang are exaggerating. I can write dozens of this word in a day. It's just one word. If senior martial brothers and sisters want it, I can give one to each of you." Hearing Li's words, both Long Tianming and Yen Yang were stunned. That's right. Li could write a lot of this word in a day. That's because Li didn't need to circulate his Tao intent when he wrote it. Long Tianming didn't want Yen Yang to obtain this word. He could faintly sense that Yen Yang could comprehend profound Tao intent from it. However, Li had said that he could write a lot of it in a day. He no longer had any way to stop Yen Yang from obtaining the word. Long Tianming felt depressed in his heart. Did Li have a screw loose in his head, or was he pretending to be ignorant? Yen Yang took a deep look at Li. He knew the meaning behind Li's words. Indeed, Li could write a lot of words. However, the value of this word couldn't be denied. Regardless of how many words junior brother Li can write in a day, I'm still willing to buy it for 150,000 spiritual stones. Yen Yang said calmly. This was his style of doing things. When a gentleman made friends, he would treat them with sincerity. How could Yen Yang accept such a precious word from Li for no reason? Looking at Yen Yang's serious expression, Li pondered for a moment. He originally wanted to befriend Yen Yang. If he only wanted to sell the word, then it would be meaningless. After pondering for a moment, he said, "How about this? Since senior brother Yen Yang is willing to spend so many spiritual stones to buy it, then I'll give senior brother Yen Yang a word." Li turned around and walked to the table. He spread out the word and quickly wrote the word "Marshal" in the bottom right corner. He then rolled it up and handed it to Qinyu. "Miss Qinyu, please give it to senior brother Yen Yang." The Tao intent contained in this word was much more profound than the word sword. Qinyu was overwhelmed by the favor and respectfully received it. Holding the word with both hands, she walked towards Yen Yang. She had previously looked down on Li, but now Qinyu could no longer see through Li. She felt a faint sense of reverence towards Li, treating Li as an equal existence to Yen Yang's trio. Yen Yang received the word from Qinyu's hands. He looked at the word sword, and then the word marshal in the bottom right corner. A majestic feeling washed over him, causing him to be slightly startled. After a moment of hesitation, he rolled up the word. "Thank you, junior brother Li." The shock in Yen Yang's heart was indescribable. This word, marshal, seemed to be much more profound than the word sword. He never imagined that Li would give him such a big gift. He picked up an interspatial ring and earnestly said, "Compared to these two words from junior brother Li, all the ordinary things are too insignificant. From today onwards, junior brother Li is a friend of Yen Yang." Yen Yang looked at Qinyu and said, "Miss Qinyu, please pass this to junior brother Nieli." After receiving the interspatial ring from Qinyu, Nieli put it away and said with a faint smile, "Then I, Nieli, have also made friends with senior brother Yen Yang." Everyone's hearts itched. They didn't know what Nieli had written for Yen Yang. They couldn't see it, but from Yen Yang's expression, it shouldn't be something simple. However, they couldn't even understand the word sword. Even if they saw the second word, it wouldn't be of much use. Long Tianming felt extremely depressed in his heart. Not only did he let Yen Yang obtain Nie Li's word, but he also seemed to have obtained 2 words. "I wonder if junior brother Nie Li is willing to write one for me? I'll also pay 150,000 spiritual stones." Mingyue Wushuang sweetly smiled. "Sure. In order not to discriminate, I'll also write 2 words for senior sister Mingyue." Nieli wrote the word sword and the word jiao, implying a woman as bright as the moon. In terms of artistic conception, it wasn't much different from the martial word he had written for Yen Yang. Nie Li received another 150,000 spiritual stones from Mingyue Wushuang. Junior brother Nie Li seems to have a soft spot for junior sister Ninger. From now on, I'll take good care of Ning. Mingyue Wushuang smiled as she glanced at Xiao Ninger in the distance. Hearing Mingyue Wushuang's words, the girls of the Heavenly Note sect immediately looked at Xiao Ninger with envy. Mingyue Wushuang's position in the Heavenly Note sect was extraordinary. She was the holy maiden of the Heavenly Note sect. With Mingyue Wushuang's care, Xiao Ninger's future in the Heavenly Note sect would definitely be boundless. Although Xiao Ninger's talent was extremely astonishing and had attracted the attention of the higher-ups, it was different with Mingyue Wushuang's care. "Then I'll have to thank senior sister Mingyue," Nieli said as he cupped his hands. However, in his heart, he was thinking that by writing a few words, he'd made 2 connections and even obtained 300,000 spiritual stones. This was a pretty good deal. Why did he feel that selling words was more profitable than selling high-grade demon spirits? Seeing Nieli talking to Yen Yang and Mingyue Wushuang with ease, Yixin suddenly had the illusion that he and Nieli weren't in the same world. Just a moment ago, he was mocking Nieli in his heart for being a poor bastard. In the end, Nieli only wrote 2 words and obtained 300,000 spiritual stones. Seeing that Yen Yang and Mingyue Wushuang had both obtained Nieli's words, Long Tianming slightly frowned. He couldn't stop Yen Yang and Mingyue Wushuang from obtaining Nieli's words, so he could only give up. As for Nieli, it was absolutely impossible for him to spend 150,000 spiritual stones to obtain words from Nieli. Nieli was a disciple of Hagami Myunmyun. As long as he sent someone to ask for words from Nieli, would Nieli not give it to him? Not only would Nieli have to give it to him, he would have to give even more. Unless Nieli didn't want to stay in Hagami Myunmyun any longer, Long Tianming started to examine Nieli. If Nieli really had talent, it wouldn't be a bad idea to have him under his command. As for suppressing Nieli, he didn't have that thought for the time being. After today's matter, the higher-ups of Hagami Myunmyun would definitely take some words from Nieli to study after knowing that Yen Yang and Mingyue Wushuang had asked for words from Nieli. With Nieli's ability, it should be easy for him to get in touch with 1 or 2 higher-ups. In Hagami Myunmyun, Long Tianming still couldn't cover the sky with one hand. What Long Tianming was curious about was Nieli's talent aside from writing those strange words. After all, when Nieli wrote those words, he didn't use any Dao intent. Therefore, Long Tianming couldn't see through his cultivation. Even if he was the number 1 genius of the new batch of students, he still couldn't attract Long Tianming's attention. However, if Nieli had such a profound comprehension of Dao intent, Why hadn't he reached the heavenly fate realm yet? Could it be that Nieli was hiding something? Long Tianming couldn't see through Nieli, so he decided to send someone to probe. Nieli walked down from the stage and returned to the table. He exchanged glances with Ning, Gu Bei, and the rest and smiled. Whether it was Gu Bei or Li Xingyun, both of them were completely convinced by Nieli. When Murongyu saw that Nieli had returned, he gnashed his teeth in his heart. Back in the ghastly ruins, he had done everything he could to prevent Nieli from obtaining spiritual stones. In the end, after all his efforts, Nieli had casually written a few words and obtained 300,000 spiritual stones. Murongyu had failed at the last step. That was 300,000 spiritual stones. Even if he saved for dozens of years, he still wouldn't be able to accumulate that many spiritual stones. Chapter 317. How did you comprehend it? Nieli looked at Gu Bei and asked. Gu Bei cultivated sword essence in her previous life. Her understanding of the way of the sword had reached a level that was difficult for ordinary people to reach. Therefore, Nieli deliberately reminded Gu Bei to comprehend it carefully, hoping that Gu Bei could gain something. I comprehended the majestic sword essence, but it was too profound. I couldn't fully comprehend it in a short time. Gu Bei blushed with shame. It was normal that Gu Bei couldn't fully comprehend it. The artistic conception contained in that piece of calligraphy was not something that could be comprehended in a day or two. Moreover, it was said that if thousands of people read it, each person would have a different understanding. He didn't know what Gu Bei, who was proficient in sword essence, could comprehend from it. When we go back, I'll write one for you. Nieli smiled. Nieli, thank you. Gu Bei said seriously. Nieli's calligraphy was sold for 150,000 spiritual stones. The value was amazing. He had received many benefits from Nieli. He was a person who knew how to repay kindness. He remembered Nieli's kindness in his heart. We're brothers. There's no need to be so polite. Nieli smiled and said, hearing Nieli and Gu Bei's conversation, Long Yuan wanted to say something several times, but she held back. What qualifications did she have to ask Nieli for that piece of calligraphy? Nieli's calligraphy was sold for 150,000 spiritual stones. Could she take out 150,000 spiritual stones? If she wanted Nieli's calligraphy, what could she use to exchange with Nieli? Her relationship with Nieli was not as close as Gu Bei and Nieli. However, the desire in her heart for that piece of calligraphy was getting stronger and stronger. That strong curiosity was gnawing at her heart like ants. For someone like her who was obsessed with martial arts, this was really too difficult to endure. Just now, Nieli's calligraphy was clearly placed in front of them. Even Gu Bei had comprehended it, but she couldn't see anything. To Long Yuan, who had always been competitive, this was really too depressing. Could it be that her aptitude was really that bad? What was hidden in Nieli's calligraphy? In the end, Long Yuan mustered up her courage and said to Nieli, Nieli, the word you wrote, can you let me take a look again? Nieli couldn't help but smile in his heart. Long Yuan had finally asked. Indeed, with Long Yuan's personality, there was no reason for her not to be curious about that piece of calligraphy. However, it was not the right time yet. He only glanced at Long Yuan and said calmly, You won't be able to understand that word. Let's talk about it later. Hearing Nieli's words, Long Yuan's face flushed red. Other than Nieli, if anyone of the same age said that she couldn't do it, she would definitely beat them up until they were looking for their teeth on the ground. However, Nieli said that she couldn't do it. Although she was depressed, she didn't lose her temper. Because Nieli had the right to say that, Long Yuan turned her head away angrily. Although she wasn't reconciled with Nieli's words, she couldn't do anything about it. Xiaoning looked at Long Yuan. Then she looked at Nie Li and smiled meaningfully. Although Nie Li often appeared indifferent, he was extremely good to the people around him. Under such circumstances, it was normal for many girls to like Nie Li. Xiaoning sighed in her heart. She didn't know what position she had in Nie Li's heart. The two girls were tangled up in their hearts, but no one knew about it. Mu Rongyu and Yi Xian pretended that they didn't see Nie Li and turned their gazes elsewhere. Staying with Nie Li was simply too shameful. However, they couldn't stand up and leave. If they did, they'd be looked down upon even more. Although they were depressed, they still sat there. Li Xingyun gave Nie Li a thumbs up and said, "In this huge Hagami Myunmyun, you're the only one I admire." Nie Li smiled and said, "Brotherly is too kind." The geniuses of the Hagami Myunmyun in the side hall all looked at Nie Li. Many of them couldn't help but have some thoughts in their hearts. Gu Bei and Li Xingyun really had foresight. They actually made friends with Nie Li first. It could be said that the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. They reckoned that with Gu Bei and Li Xingyun's relationship with Nie Li, they'd be able to make a move. It should be easy to get a piece of calligraphy from Nie Li. Many of them were wondering if they could get in touch with Nie Li in private, even if they couldn't become friends. As long as they could get a piece of calligraphy from Nie Li, it would be worth it. After all, Nie Li was a disciple of the Hagami Myunmyun. There was still a long way to go. It wasn't just the disciples of the Hagami Myunmyun. The disciples of the other two major sects also had similar thoughts. Qin Yu, who was standing at the front, pursed her lips and smiled. I didn't expect junior brother Nie Li's Dao insight to have reached such a level. I was blind before. It's a pity that I'm not talented enough to comprehend the mystery behind it. Qin Yu dispelled the awkwardness and continued, "If it weren't for the fact that junior brother Nie Li's calligraphy is selling for 150,000 spirit stones, I wouldn't have been able to resist asking junior brother Nie Li for a piece of calligraphy to relieve my curiosity and confusion. However, junior brother Nie Li said that only those who are fated can comprehend the mystery behind the calligraphy. It seems that I'm not fated to do so." After this matter, Nie Li's calligraphy had made a name for himself in the three major sections. Hearing Qin Yu's words, Nie Li transmitted his voice to Xiaoning. Before you return to the Hagami Myunmyun, I'll write some for you. When you reach the Heavenly Notes sect, you can sell them if you want. If you don't want to sell them, you can give them to someone who's worth it." Okay. Xiaoning nodded her head. She was extremely intelligent. From Nie Li's series of actions, Xiaoning already understood what Nie Li wanted to do. Since that was the case, she decided to become a support for Nie Li. If she could have a place in the Heavenly Notes sect, then she would definitely be able to help Nie Li. I never thought that there would be such a genius in the Hagami Myunmyun. I wonder if I'll be able to see junior brother Nie Li in the outside world. Qin Yu lightly smiled as she looked at Nie Li with a meaningful gaze. Hearing Qin Yu's words, Nie Li's heart sank. Heading to the outside world was a step that he had to take. The disciples of the various major sects were all competing in the outside world. If they could stand out, then they would be able to gather a force that belonged to them. At that time, they would have the qualifications to fight for a position in the divine sect. Qin Yu's words were probably a test. The disciples of the three major sects, including Long Tianming, all looked at Nie Li, waiting for Nie Li's reply. Nie Li lightly smiled and said, "Many thanks for senior sister Qin Yu's concern, but I don't have any plans to head to the outside world for the time being." Hearing Nie Li's words, some people were slightly relieved. If Nie Li were to head to the outside world, then he would become a formidable opponent for many of them. Some people also noticed Nie Li's wording. Although he didn't have any plans for the time being, that didn't mean that he wouldn't in the future. Nieli hadn't made a dead end. However, they heard Yin Yang say, if junior brother Nieli were to head to the outside world, my Skyblaze sect will definitely not make things difficult for junior brother Nieli. If you need any help, feel free to look for me. Yin Yang's words caused everyone to tremble slightly. The Skyblaze sect wouldn't make things difficult for Nieli. These words already carried a lot of weight. Moreover, Yin Yang actually said that he could help Nieli. Was Yin Yang trying to use this opportunity to support another force? Long Tianming's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't know how he had offended Yin Yang, but he vaguely felt that Yin Yang had a trace of enmity towards him. Could it be that Yin Yang was deliberately targeting him? Long Tianming looked at Nieli. If Nieli really wanted to fight for hegemony, then he definitely wouldn't let Nieli grow. Nieli smiled and said, then I'll have to thank senior brother Yin Yang. I've already said that I don't have any plans to head to the outside world for the time being. Hearing Nieli's words, Long Tianming felt like a stone had been lifted from his heart. At least Nieli was tactful. The topic seemed to have strayed a little too far, causing a bad atmosphere in the side hall. Qin Yu swept her gaze across the crowd and asked with a smile, is there anyone else who wants to come up for today's Dao discussion? Hearing Qin Yu's words, everyone smiled bitterly. After Yin Yang and the other two, only Nieli dared to stand up. The others didn't dare to. After Nieli finished his demonstration, who would dare to come up? After a long time, no one answered. Qin Yu smiled and said, it seems that there is no one else. Then, today's Dao discussion will end here. Thank you for coming to this gathering. I hope that everyone will attend the banquet tonight. The gathering finally ended. Nieli lowered his head and said to Xiaoning, let's go to my place first. Nieli wasn't interested in attending the banquet tonight. Once one attended a banquet, it was inevitable that there would be a lot of social interactions. Okay. Xiaoning blushed as she nodded her head. She remembered that she'd misunderstood Nieli's intentions and felt a little shy. Gu Bei, Lu Piao, and the rest stood up and prepared to leave with Nieli. Brother Nieli, I'll take my leave first. Li Xingyun cupped her hands towards Nieli and said, if Brother Nieli has any news, let me know at any time. I'll send someone to deliver the 100,000 spiritual stones. Okay, if I have any news, I'll let Brother Li know at any time. Nieli nodded his head. He knew that Li Xingyun was talking about God-level growth rate demon spirits. However, the dragon bloodline God-level growth rate demon spirits given to Li Xingyun were naturally ranked after Ning. Everyone in the side hall left one after another. Everyone was still talking about what had happened today. Nieli was a dark horse that had suddenly appeared, attracting the attention of countless people. No matter what, Nieli had become famous in the three major sects today. What kind of Dao intent was hidden in Nieli's sword? Why were only Yin Yang and Mingyue Wushuang able to sense it? Even Long Tianming couldn't. This was something that everyone was very puzzled about. Yin Yang glanced at Nieli, who was standing in the distance. He retracted his gaze and sighed. It's a pity that such a character didn't come to our Skyblaze sect. Staying in the Hagami Union will only bury his talent. If he came to our Skyblaze sect, he'd definitely be a great help to us. Senior brother Yin Yang, aren't you worried that he'll rise and seize the position? A few of the Skyblaze sect disciples asked. What do I, Yin Yang, have to fear? If there's someone with talent above mine who can lead the Skyblaze sect to glory, why can't I give up the position of Holy Son? Yin Yang said indifferently, his gaze distant. Chapter 3:18. Aside from Yin Yang, many other geniuses from the three major sects also watched as Nieli left. No one knew what they were thinking. The disciples of the three major sects chatted with each other as they gradually dispersed. Yi Xian wanted to greet Xiao Ninger, but Xiao Ninger had already left with Nieli. She didn't even spare him a glance. Yi Xian's heart was like a falling leaf in autumn. Originally, he had a sense of superiority when facing Nieli. He felt that once Xiao Ninger recognized reality, she'd understand who was more suitable for her. But now, Yi Xian couldn't help but bitterly smile. How could he compete with Nieli? Murong Yu looked at Yi Xian, who was smiling bitterly, and said, "Senior brother Yi Xian wouldn't admit defeat, right?" Yi Xian pondered for a moment, then said, "Then what else can we do?" Murong Yu murmured, "You guys overestimate that kid. Nieli, think about it. His cultivation hasn't even reached the heavenly fate realm, and he didn't use any Tao intent when he wrote that word. I'm guessing that this brat must have gotten his hands on an ancient book that was written by some almighty expert. This brat copied it, and the words he wrote naturally contained Tao intent." Murong Yu said after pondering for a moment. Yi Xian's heart trembled. Murong Yu's words really had a chance. Then what should we do? As long as he's in the Sky Soul Institute, there's nothing we can do to him. Indeed, we can't do anything to him in the Sky Soul Institute. However, I'm certain that he'll definitely head to the outside world. When that happens, we might need senior brother Yi Xian's help, Murong Yu said. Since he'd already formed a death grudge with Nieli in the ghastly ruins, he might as well go all out. Otherwise, he'd definitely face a crazy counterattack. From Nieli, it'd be best if we can snatch that almighty ancient book from him as well. If Nieli was allowed to grow, then Murong Yu, wouldn't have a place in the Hagami Myunmyun. As long as you can help me vent my anger, I'll give you my full support in the outside world. Yi Xian pondered for a moment. He was also extremely interested in the ancient book that Murong Yu had speculated about. "Many thanks, senior brother Yi Xian." Murong Yu smiled as he cupped his hands. Yi Xian was still able to mobilize a portion of the Fire God sect's Yi clan's power. With Yi Xian's help, Nieli wouldn't be able to rise in the outside world. The outside world would be a place of sorrow for Nieli. Although the party was over, however, many disciples of the three divine sects were still exchanging pointers with each other. "Young Master Yi Xian, it seems like little sister Ninger already has someone in her heart. Then there's nothing I can do." Shunling walked over from the side and said with a smile. She was charming and enchanting. Wherever he passed by, a fragrant wind assaulted his face. "But I still have to thank Sister Shun for your help." Yi Xian slightly cupped his hands. "It's a pity that I wasn't able to help young Master Yi Xian." Shun Ling shook her head and sighed. "I'll return the spiritual stone essence you gave me to you." "No need. I might need Sister Shun Ling's help in the future." Yi Xian had previously asked Shun Ling to put in a good word for Xiao Ninger, but now it seemed like it was completely useless. However, there was no way he could take back something that he had given away. Murong Yu couldn't help but look at Yi Xian. He didn't expect Yi Xian to be so concerned about Xiao Ninger. He actually used so many methods. The more Yi Xian cared about Xiao Ninger, the more he cared about her. The more Murong Yu could make use of Yi Xian. The sky gradually turned dark. Gu Bei and the rest left after bidding farewell to Nieli. Lu Piao and Xiao Shui entered the room. Banging sounds could be heard from inside, and occasionally Lu Piao's painful moans could be heard. No one knew what she was doing. Xiao Ninger and Nieli couldn't help looking at each other and smiling. These two enemies could fight wherever they went. However, Lu Piao was completely subdued and didn't have any temper. Xiao Ninger walked into Nieli's room and looked around. She was a little absent-minded when she arrived at Hagami Myunmyun. Nieli had been living here all this time. The entire room was filled with Nia Li's familiar aura. This courtyard was rented by Xiao Yu. Lu Piao and I are staying here. I don't know what Xiao Yu is doing today, but she still hasn't returned. He still hasn't returned. Nia Li smiled. Being together with Ning made him feel a little more relaxed. Nia Li was preparing to fuse a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit for Ninger tonight. There was a screen in the middle of the room, along with a large wooden barrel. This was where Nia Li usually bathed. Xiao Ninger seemed to have thought of something, and her face turned slightly red. She saw Ninger looking at the barrel. Nia Li thought about it. Ninger had been traveling with the Heavenly Note sect for a long time. She must be tired from the journey and hadn't bathed yet. Nia Li said, "Why don't I go out first? You can take a bath here." "No need." Xiao Ninger immediately waved her hand. She didn't stay in the Hagami Myunmyun for long. She wanted to spend more time with Nia Li. She was worried that Nia Li might disappear at any moment. Therefore, after a brief pondering, Xiao Ninger said, "Why don't I bathe here? Since there's a screen separating us. Just don't peek. You can chat with me." Finishing her words, Xiao Ninger's face turned slightly hot. Although they were separated by a screen, they were still in the same room. Therefore, Xiao Ninger's heart couldn't help thumping wildly. However, when she recalled the words that Xiao Shui often said to her, she couldn't help mustering her courage. Nia Li thought about it. He wanted to spend some time fusing with a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. It was too dangerous to fuse with a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit in the courtyard. It would be troublesome if he was discovered. Therefore, he nodded his head and said, "All right then." Nia Li took out the nightmare demon pot and started fusing with a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. Seeing Nia Li lowering his head and getting busy, Xiao Ninger stomped her feet. It wasn't easy for her to come to the Hagami Myunmyun, but Nia Li was already busy with his own matters. Xiao Ninger also got busy. She filled the wooden bucket with water and secretly glanced in Nia Li's direction. Her heart was thumping wildly. She walked behind the screen and slowly took off her clothes, revealing her smooth shoulders and graceful figure. Her skin was sparkling and translucent like jade. Her bones and flesh were well proportioned, and her jade-like feet were exquisite, like the masterpiece of the creator. She slowly took a step into the wooden bucket. "Ninger." Nia Li recovered his senses and raised his head to look at the screen. A candle was lit behind the screen. Through the screen, he could vaguely see Ninger's curvaceous figure. Nia Li couldn't help awkwardly rubbing his nose. The room was filled with the fragrance of a girl. Xiao Ninger didn't know that Nia Li was looking in her direction. After responding, she slowly entered the wooden bucket and took a bath. Nia Li retracted his gaze and couldn't help smiling. He focused his gaze on the bottom of the nightmare demon pot. As he placed a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit into the pot, he asked, "Ninger, what level has your lightning dragon cultivation technique reached?" "My lightning dragon cultivation technique has reached the thunder condensation realm." Xiao Ninger's clear voice came from behind the screen. "Every time the lightning dragon cultivation technique increases by a level, my cultivation will rise by 3 realms. I was originally in the 2 fate realm, but from the lightning guiding realm to the lightning condensation realm, I directly reached the 5 fate realm." Hearing Xiao Ninger's words, Nia Li couldn't help sighing in his heart. The lightning dragon cultivation technique was truly worthy of being called a powerful cultivation technique. It allowed Ninger's cultivation speed to reach such a frightening level. He had to work hard as well. "After you reached the 5 fate realm, did you head to the outside world?" Nia Li asked Xiao Ninger. Training in the outside world could allow one to quickly raise their cultivation. Furthermore, Shocking treasures would often appear in the outside world. I made a trip to the outside world and hunted 3 dragon bloodline demon beasts. I also gathered some spiritual herbs. However, I didn't dare to go too deep by myself. With Xiao Ninger's personality, she probably wouldn't be willing to join a large hunting group. After all, those hunting groups had a mix of members. She wouldn't dare to go too deep into the dangerous areas of the outside world alone. The distant outside world was an extremely mysterious place. Even martial ancestor realm experts had only explored a small portion of the area. If one hadn't reached the heavenly fate realm and had multiple lives, ordinary people wouldn't dare to go there. The major sects could only control the areas around their sections. In the vast areas of the outside world, there were countless powerful dragon bloodline demon beasts. There were even some super demon beasts with ancient bloodlines. Even the pinnacle experts of the major sects didn't dare to casually touch many demon beasts. If it wasn't for the fact that the major sects had laid down their sect-protecting arrays, many super demon beasts with ancient bloodlines could directly destroy a sect. However, upon reaching the heavenly fate realm, many people would head to the outside world to train and seek breakthroughs in their realms. Some would even establish their own forces in the outside world. According to the rules of the major sects, only the descendants of those who could establish their own forces in the outside world had the qualifications to compete for the position of successor. When passing down the position of patriarch, the major families would also assess the successor's ability to manage their forces. Flowers in a greenhouse weren't qualified to become the successor of the family. I understand. Nieli knew that with Xiao Ninger's personality, she liked to be alone. It would be difficult for her to join a large hunting group, not to mention establishing her own. Therefore, Nieli didn't tell Xiao Ninger about his plans. Xiao Ninger only needed to focus on cultivating. As for how to manage her forces in the future, that was up to him. After continuously integrating and exhausting a large amount of dragon bloodline demon spirits, Nieli finally succeeded in integrating with a god-level growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirit. Unfortunately, it wasn't a mutated one. Furthermore, it was a black-winged draconic hawk, which didn't match Xiao Ninger's cultivation technique. Is the demon spirit you've integrated with still a heavenly lightning sparrow? Nieli asked Xiao Ninger. I've integrated with an extraordinary level growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirit. I've already refined the heavenly lightning sparrow that you gave me into a lightning wind sword. Xiao Ninger said, as she pursed her lips. How could she be willing to throw away the heavenly lightning sparrow that Nieli had given her? Nieli never imagined that aside from an extraordinary level growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirit, Xiao Ninger had also obtained a lightning wind sword. It seemed that the Heavenly Note sect treated their disciples quite well. The internal struggles of the Heavenly Note sect were far from being as intense as Hagami Myunmyun. Furthermore, the resources they possessed were much more than Hagami Myunmyun. Chapter 319. As Nieli chatted with Ning, they also talked about Yi Ziyun's current situation. Due to the fact that Yi Ziyun's bloodline was compatible, she'd entered a secret realm of the Heavenly Note sect to cultivate. As of now, her cultivation was even stronger than Xiaoning Er's. Due to their astonishing talents, Yi Ziyun and Xiaoning had become the twin stars of the Heavenly Note sect's younger generation and were highly regarded. Knowing that Ziyun and Ning were doing pretty well, Nieli felt relieved. As for the struggle for supremacy, Nieli wasn't willing to drag Ziyun and Ning into it. Through the screen, Ning could only see a hazy and familiar figure. However, every time she saw that familiar figure, she would feel incomparably at ease. Even if she had to hand herself over to Nieli, she would have no regrets. Nieli, are you preparing to head to the outside world? Xiao Ning asked. That's for sure. Nieli's gaze was deep as he smiled. I've only just reached the heavenly fate realm. I need to be at least a 2 fate before I dare head to the outside world. Otherwise, I won't even know how I died. Okay. Xiao Ning nodded. She wasn't worried about Nieli. Nieli had always done things with a plan. Nieli had a way of making others feel at ease. Nieli continued to refine demon spirits. Fortunately, Gu Bei had purchased enough ordinary level growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirits. Therefore, Nieli could continue to refine them. Nieli continued to refine a second dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. Ever since he tried to use his heavenly energy to forcefully refine a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit, he'd use his heavenly energy to forcefully suppress it every time he started refining a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. The second dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit was also refined. Although it wasn't of the wind and lightning attribute, it was a lightning attribute scarlet thunderbird. Furthermore, it was a mutated one, so it wasn't a bad idea to give it to Ning. The black-winged draconic hawk could be given to Xiao Shui. However, Nieli still wanted to refine another dragon bloodline god, level growth rate demon spirit, for Xiao Ning to bring to Yi Ziyun. A moment later, Xiao Ninger walked out of the bathtub. She was wrapped in a piece of brocade and walked out. She raised her head and glanced at Xiao Ning. Li's gaze slightly froze. Xiao Ning, Er's hair was still wet. Water droplets flowed down her hair and landed on her smooth, slightly flushed skin. The cloth couldn't wrap around it. He could vaguely see her voluptuous figure. Her exquisite shoulders were so slender that it was hard for him to shift his gaze away from her. Seeing Xiao Ning-er's appearance, Nieli awkwardly shifted his gaze away. Xiao Ning-er's face turned slightly red. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something. After hesitating for a long time, she shyly retreated and put on her white training clothes. She gently sighed as she looked at Nieli. In the end, she still couldn't muster up her courage. I've already helped you integrate with a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. Come over and integrate with it. Nieli changed the topic, dispelling the awkwardness. Okay. Xiao Ning walked out. Her face was still boiling hot. She walked to Nieli's side. After receiving the dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit from Nieli's hands, Xiao Ning closed her eyes and tried to sense the dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit in the spiritual stone. Nieli looked at Xiao Ning. She looked even more pure and charming in her white training clothes. How could he not know Xiao Ning-er's feelings? It's just that now wasn't the right time. As if sensing Nieli's gaze, Xiao Ning-er's eyelashes twitched. She seemed a little uneasy. After a brief moment, she opened her eyes and looked at Nieli with her clear eyes. She shyly said, "Nieli, continue to look at me. I can't even calm my heart down to integrate with the demon spirit." Nieli shrugged his shoulders and smiled. "I was tempted earlier. Can't you let me look at you a little longer?" Hearing Nieli's words, Xiao Ning was so embarrassed that she buried her face in her chest. She could naturally hear the ridicule in Nieli's words. She couldn't help flattening her lips. Nieli was too bad. Seeing Xiao Ning-er's expression, Nieli couldn't help laughing and said, "Continue integrating with the demon spirit." Xiao Ning began integrating with the divine Scarlet Thunderbird demon spirit. Nieli also began helping Yi Ziyun refine the demon spirit. The night gradually deepened. Hagami Munyun's sky cloud palisade, white-haired old man was quietly sitting cross-legged. He was thin and had a sage-like demeanor. 5-colored light flowed around him, and his body exuded a warm power like the sunlight of the early morning. Master. Venerable Red Soul slightly bowed towards the old man. This old man was Venerable Red Soul's master, one of the 5 heads of Hagami Myunmyun, Hierarch Skycloud. Unlike the other heads, Hierarch Skycloud rarely interfered in the internal struggles of Hagami Myunmyun. He had always maintained a neutral stance and was only loyal to the patriarch. He would support whoever obtained the patriarch's position. Hierarch Skycloud didn't control any forces. He only had 36 disciples. However, no one would ignore the existence of Hierarch Skycloud. Hierarch Skycloud opened his eyes, looked at Venerable Red Soul, and asked, "Disciple, why are you looking for me?" Venerable Red Soul bitterly smiled. "It's nothing important. This year's batch of new students have joined, and there are a few with decent talent. One of them is an 8th grade heaven spiritual root. His talent is outstanding, and even I can't understand his cultivation technique." Oh, Hierarch Skycloud's interest was piqued. Aside from that, there's a Tao discussion segment in the recent gathering of the 3 major sections. It's about integrating Tao intent into the 4 arts. Yen Yang of the Sky Blaze sect, Mingyue Wushuang of the Heavenly Note sect, and Long Tianming of our Hagami Myunmyun all displayed their skills. After Long Tianming, Mingyue Wushuang, and Mingyue Wushuang, that student also went up to demonstrate his skills. He wrote a word which was somewhat profound. The other geniuses in the side chamber, including Long Tianming, couldn't comprehend its profundities. They all thought it was ordinary calligraphy. Only Yen Yang and Mingyue Wushuang managed to comprehend it. Hierarch Skycloud's heart trembled at Venerable Red Soul's words. Just what kind of calligraphy did Nieli write to make Yen Yang and Mingyue Wushuang concede defeat? Hierarch Skycloud was well aware of the strength and talent of Yen Yang and Mingyue Wushuang. They were well-known figures amongst the younger generations of the Skyblaze sect and Heavenly Note sect, especially Yen Yang, who was the most outstanding genius of the Skyblaze sect in the past 100 years. Which family does he belong to in the Hagami Myunmyun? Hierarch Skycloud asked. The reason why Hierarch Skycloud didn't ask about the matters of the Hagami Myunmyun was because the internal strife in the Hagami Myunmyun was too intense. The Gu clan and the Dragon Seal family both wanted to become the rulers of the Hagami Myunmyun, causing chaos in the Hagami Myunmyun. As for the Ashen Flames family, although they maintained their silence, they had other thoughts. Seeing that the Hagami Myunmyun was declining without being able to do anything, Hierarch Skycloud was disheartened. Regardless of which family Nieli belonged to, he would still be the focal point of conflict. This youth comes from the tiny world and has yet to join any forces. Furthermore, he has clearly announced to the public that he won't join any forces before he graduates from the Sky Soul Institute. However, I don't know how long he can last, Venerable Red Soul said. Venerable Red Soul explained. He was well aware of Hierarch Skycloud's temperament, which was why he told him everything about Nieli. Hierarch Skycloud was especially attentive to those geniuses who didn't join any families. Oh, the tiny world? Hierarch Skycloud's heart trembled. The moment he heard about the tiny world, he thought of a certain person. After a brief silence, he said, he's definitely under a lot of pressure for not joining any families. Inform the 3 families that I've taken a fancy to this child. Tell them not to disturb him. I'll continue to observe this child's character. Yes, Venerable Red Soul respectfully replied. Although Hierarch Skycloud hadn't been involved in disputes for many years, he was, after all, one of the 5 major figures of the Hagami Myunmyun. Furthermore, he maintained a neutral stance. Therefore, the 3 families had to give Hierarch Skycloud some face. After all, no one wanted to offend such an influential figure. Just as Venerable Red Soul was about to take his leave, Venerable Sky Cloud called out to Venerable Red Soul and said, "Right when you return, ask him for a piece of calligraphy. I want to see exactly what mysteries there are in it." Even Hierarch Sky Cloud was curious about Niali's calligraphy. Venerable Red Soul was a little astonished in his heart. After all, Hierarch Sky Cloud was a martial ancestor realm expert. Why would he be curious about a piece of calligraphy written by Niali to the point of asking him for one? "Yes, Lord Master," Venerable Red Soul respectfully replied as he bowed and left. The night quickly passed, and the sun gradually rose. Niali and Xiao Ninger walked out of the room. Xiao Ninger had already completed her integration with a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. She could feel the power of a brand new dragon bloodline demon spirit. A dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit was undoubtedly very powerful. Lu Piao also came out of the room. When she saw Niali, she ran over and looked at Niali with excitement. Her voice trembled as she said, "Niali, Xiao Shui, what happened to Xiao Shui?" asked Niali as he looked at Lu Piao. He noticed that Lu Piao's face was bruised and swollen. Although she'd applied medicine, it didn't look like it had recovered yet. "Xiao Shui, let me touch her." Lu Piao was so excited that she couldn't control herself. Hearing Lu Piao's words, Xiao Ninger's face slightly blushed. "What did you touch? If you touched it, then so be it." Niali bitterly smiled. Was there a need for her to be so excited? Lu Piao appeared a little bashful as she said with a blissful expression, "She finally let me touch her hand." Hearing Lu Piao's words, Niali's eyes widened as he stared at Lu Piao. Did Lu Piao run over so excitedly just to tell him that Xiao Shui let him touch her hand? Niali slapped Lu Piao's head as he scolded, "You good for nothing! I only touched her hand. Is there a need for you to be so excited?" Hearing Niali's words, Xiao Ninger couldn't help covering her mouth as she giggled. Niali hugged Lu Piao's neck and whispered a few words into Lu Piao's ear. "Really?" Lu Piao widened her eyes as she looked at Niali. "Don't lie to me." "Of course I'm not lying to you." Niali seriously nodded his head. Lu Piao hesitated for a moment. In the end, her expression became extremely serious, as if she was going to meet her death. She walked towards her room, where Xiao Shui was still resting. Chapter 3:20. A brief moment later, Lu Piao's mournful wails and screams came from the room, followed by Xiao Shui scolding Lu Piao for being a hooligan, followed by the sounds of fighting before everything finally calmed down. Those sounds were simply too miserable to listen to. "What did you say to Lu Piao?" Xiao Ning blinked her eyes as she looked at Niali. Niali couldn't help smiling evilly. "Nothing much." Xiao Ning pursed her lips. Niali must have given Lu Piao a rotten idea. Otherwise, Lu Piao wouldn't have been taught such a miserable lesson by Xiao Shui. Niali and Xiao Ning chatted for a while. A brief moment later, knocking sounds came from the courtyard's door. "I guess Xiao Yu has returned." Niali smiled as he walked towards the entrance of the courtyard. When he opened the door, he saw 3 people standing at the entrance, emitting a powerful aura. The 3 of them were young men in their 20s, and their cultivations were all above the heavenly fate realm. The one leading them had probably reached the heavenly star realm. Niali could sense a sharp killing intent coming from him. The young man looked at Niali and said in a deep voice, "You're Niali?" The young man's gaze swept past Xiao Ning, and his eyes lit up. However, he quickly restrained himself. "That's right." Niali examined the other party. He had no idea what the other party's intentions were. "I'm Long Yu, a member of the Dragon Seal family." I've been entrusted by someone to come here and ask for a calligraphy piece. Long Yu said in an indifferent tone. Although he said he was asking for a calligraphy piece, there wasn't any hint of a request in his tone. The heavenly star realm aura coming from Long Yu made Nieli feel a trace of pressure. Long Yu was probably one of Long Tianming's men. On one hand, he was here to take the calligraphy from Nieli. On the other hand, he was here to beat Nieli. This was to prevent Nieli from thinking that he was talented and didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Apart from asking for a piece of calligraphy, our young master is also interested in you. He also wants to invite you to join the Dragon Seal family's Heavenly Dragon Guard. Long Yu glanced at Nieli. In his opinion, Nieli was not qualified to join the Heavenly Dragon Guard. He didn't know why the young master kept reminding him that if Nieli was willing to join, no matter what conditions Nieli raised, he could agree to it first. I've already announced it to the public. Please forgive me for not joining any aristocratic family. As for words, I will write a few words for your excellency to bring back, Nieli said, his eyes flashing with an imperceptible light. It was just as he had expected. Long Tianming would definitely send someone to ask for words. With Long Tianming's character, he definitely wouldn't be willing to spend 150,000 spiritual stones to buy words from Nieli. After all, that wasn't a small amount. Long Tianming's bearing paled in comparison to Yan Yang and Mingwei Wushuang. Long Tianming wanted to use his power to suppress Nieli and take those words from him for free. Indeed, Long Tianming had thought it through. He didn't need to pay anything, but he still received benefits. Nieli had always been vigilant against Long Tianming. Naturally, he wouldn't let Long Tianming obtain his words so easily. Long Yu originally thought that Nieli would refuse. After all, it was said that Nieli's words were extremely expensive. But when he heard that Nieli would write a few words for Long Yu to bring back, Long Yu's expression calmed down a little. Nieli was quite tactful and knew to give in. Please wait here for a moment. I'll go back and write something for the three of you. Nieli politely cupped his hands. Okay, then we'll wait for you here. Long Yu nodded his head. Long Tianming had told him that as long as Nieli agreed to any of his requests, there was no need to make things difficult for Nieli, although Nieli might be a competitor. As long as Nieli was willing to give in, Long Tianming didn't intend to make things difficult for Nieli for the time being. After all, he couldn't do anything to Nieli in the Sky Soul Institute. Nieli and Xiao Ninger returned to their room. Xiao Ninger looked at Nieli and asked, "Those three want your words for free. Are you going to give them to them?" Xiao Ninger felt a little indignant in her heart. In the Heavenly Note sect, such a thing wouldn't happen. She felt that those three were rather hateful, taking things for free and acting as if it was only natural. Of course, I have to give them to them. There's a Heavenly Star realm expert amongst them. Nieli said with a faint smile as he walked to the table. Spreading out a piece of paper, he raised his pen and his eyes slightly narrowed. When Xiao Ninger looked at Nieli again, she saw that Nieli's entire body seemed to be burning as it was filled with a scorching aura. Furthermore, within that aura, there seemed to be two laws of darkness and light hidden within. That Tao intent gathered on the tip of the brush. Nieli slowly put the brush down and began to write. Xiao Ninger widened her eyes as doubt flashed in her eyes. Previously, when Nieli was writing, she couldn't sense any Tao intent from his body. But now, when he was writing, Tao intent was activated. With her exceptional intelligence, Xiao Ninger immediately understood that Nieli was doing this on purpose. In the tiny world, I comprehended the two laws of darkness and light. I discovered that they contained a mysterious Tao intent, the coldness of darkness, and the heat of light. Naturally, This is only the Tao intent that I comprehended. Compared to the Tao intent that almighty expert comprehended, it's too different. Long Tianming wanted to get words from me without paying anything. That's why it's said that cheap goods aren't good. Nieli said with a faint smile. When he wrote, he concealed the Tao intent contained within the laws of darkness and light. Therefore, the words he wrote naturally didn't contain that almighty expert's Tao intent. If he wanted to write the Tao intent of that almighty expert's words, then he had to enter that mysterious realm when writing. Hearing Nieli say that cheap goods aren't good, Xiao Ninger couldn't help covering her mouth as she chuckled. Nieli was indeed someone who wouldn't take a loss. No wonder Nieli agreed to give those words to that group of people so easily. In any case, it wouldn't take much time to write a word. After writing the word sword, Nieli pondered for a moment and smiled. Only writing one word doesn't seem sincere enough. I'll write 2 more for him. Including the word sword, Nieli had written a total of 3 words. He lightly smiled. 1 more than Yen Yang and Mingyue Wushuang. Now, they should be able to feel my sincerity. Hearing Nieli's words, Xiao Ninger couldn't help chuckling. Nieli was truly too wicked. Although she had seen Nieli's craftiness, Xiao Ninger still felt that Nieli was the most reliable person. That's because Nieli's wickedness was directed towards his enemies, towards the people around him. Nieli treated them with sincerity. Nieli walked to the door with the calligraphy and handed it over to Long Yu. The 3 of you, I have finished writing it. Long Yu took Nieli's calligraphy and carefully looked at it. He could only sense a faint trace of Tao intent from it. It wasn't a big deal. He couldn't help furrowing his brows. Nieli couldn't have faked it, right? However, he had heard that ordinary people wouldn't be able to sense the Tao intent from Nieli's calligraphy. This matter had already spread outside. Long Yu was a little unwilling. After all, he was a heavenly star realm expert and an elite of the heavenly dragon guards. Could it be that even he couldn't comprehend the profundities within? Long Yu was a little annoyed as he put away the calligraphy and glanced at Nieli. I'll be taking this calligraphy. Let's go. Long Yu waved his hand and left with the other 2. Xiao Ninger slightly furrowed her brows. This person was so rude. He took something from someone else and didn't even say a word of thanks. Nieli didn't care about this. In any case, the calligraphy he gave was fake. Who cares? Not long after Long Yu and the other 2 left, someone knocked on the door. Nieli opened it and saw Venerable Red Soul. May I ask why Venerable Red Soul has come to my place? Asked Nieli respectfully. He was still very polite to Venerable Red Soul. After all, Venerable Red Soul was his teacher on the surface. Venerable Red Soul appeared very humble. His expression and attitude were like a spring breeze. He smiled and said, I'm very sorry to disturb you outside of class. I've been entrusted by a great person to ask for a calligraphy from you. If you're willing to give it to me, I can purchase it for 150,000 spiritual stones. Venerable Red Soul is too serious. How can a teacher spend money to ask for calligraphy from a student? I'll just write a few and give them to Venerable Red Soul. May I know who entrusted this to Venerable Red Soul? Asked Nieli very politely. Venerable Red Soul was a teacher in the Sky Soul Institute and had students all over Hagami Myunmyun. He had a wide network of connections. For Venerable Red Soul to be addressed as a great person, that person shouldn't be simple. How could Nieli miss out on such an opportunity? In any case, it was just a few words. He wouldn't lose anything. This great person has always been in seclusion. Even if I told you, you wouldn't know him. The outside world calls him Hierarch Skycloud, said Venerable Red Soul. Hierarch Skycloud had been in seclusion for many years, so the younger generation shouldn't know of him. Nia Li's heart couldn't help jumping. Hierarch Skycloud was one of the 5 major figures of Hagami Myunmyun. How could Nia Li not know of such a figure? Hierarch Skycloud was the only one among the 5 major figures of Hagami Myunmyun that didn't fight for power. However, in his previous life, when the Hagami Myunmyun split, Hierarch Skycloud was powerless to reverse the situation. Furthermore, he was already old at that time and his cultivation had gradually started to decline. However, Hierarch Skycloud was still an influential figure in Hagami Myunmyun. Since that great person likes my calligraphy, I'll do my best so that Venerable Red Soul can give an account when he returns. Nia Li slightly bowed and said, "In any case, it won't take long for me to write a few words. I'll just give it to Venerable Red Soul." "Thank you. I'll pass on your message to Hierarch Skycloud." Venerable Red Soul looked gratefully at Nia Li. Since Hierarch Skycloud wanted Nia Li's calligraphy, Venerable Red Soul couldn't refuse. However, he also couldn't bring himself to accept his student's calligraphy for free. Thus, he could only gather 150,000 spiritual stones and buy it from Nia Li. However, he never thought that Nia Li would be so willing to give it to him. Venerable Red Soul thought for a moment and said, "I won't accept your things for free. With Hierarch Skycloud's protection, you won't have to worry about any family pressuring you, at least within the Sky Soul Institute." Hearing Venerable Red Soul's words, Nia Li was slightly happy. This gift was much more valuable than 150,000 spiritual stones. Then I'll have to thank Venerable Red Soul in advance. Chapter 321. If one had Hierarch Skycloud as their backer in the Hagami Myunmyun, they would definitely be able to avoid a lot of trouble. This wasn't to say that Hierarch Skycloud had a supreme status, but rather that his identity was too special. None of the aristocratic families wanted to offend such an expert. In his previous life, Nia Li had heard that Hierarch Skycloud liked to protect the geniuses that hadn't joined the aristocratic families yet. This included Nia Li's master, Inueru. It was also because of Hierarch Skycloud's secret protection that no one dared to touch Inueru. However, 100 years later, Hierarch Skycloud had gradually aged, and the internal strife within the Hagami Myunmyun had become increasingly intense. That was when Inueru's troubles gradually came. "Please wait a moment, Hierarch Skycloud. I'll be right back after I write a few words." Nia Li returned to his room. This time, he was much more serious. He wrote a total of 5 words. The Tao intent contained in these 5 words was much more profound than the ones he had given to Yen Yang and Mingyue Wushuang. After Nia Li finished writing, he handed it over to Hierarch Red Soul. "Thank you," Hierarch Red Soul said with a faint smile. "You're too polite, Hierarch Red Soul." Nia Li smiled and replied humbly. After receiving Nia Li's words, Hierarch Red Soul bade farewell and left. After Hierarch Red Soul left, a few more people came to ask for words. Naturally, Nia Li wouldn't reject them. Based on his impression of them from his previous life, some of them wrote seriously, while others used ordinary calligraphy to brush him off. Dragon Seal Family. Long Tianming's study. Long Tianming slowly unrolled the scroll in his hand. There were 3 words written on it. He was very satisfied. This kid, Nia Li, was indeed tactful. He had given 2 words to Yen Yang and Mingyue Wushuang, but only 3 to Nia Li himself. His gaze fell on the center of the scroll. A bold and forceful character, sword, reflected in his eyes. This sword character was exactly the same as the one he had seen before. Previously, both Yen Yang and Mingyue Wushuang had seen through the profundity of the word. Only he hadn't, which made Long Tianming extremely unhappy. Could it be that his talent was truly lacking compared to Yen Yang and Mingyue Wushuang? Maybe it was because he didn't put in too much effort before. Long Tianming focused his attention on the word sword on the scroll and sensed the Tao intent within it. He sensed traces of Tao intent, the warmth of the light and the coldness of the darkness. Although it was only slightly inferior, he still captured it. Sure enough, he could easily sense the Tao intent in the word sword. It seemed like he wasn't much inferior to Yen Yang and Mingyue Wushuang. The only reason he hadn't sensed it before was because he hadn't been paying attention. Long Tianming faintly smiled as he continued to probe deeper. The word sword contained only a trace of Tao intent. Just this wisp of Tao intent shouldn't have moved Yin Yang and Mingyue Wushuang so much, right? Could it be that he'd only sensed a trace of the sword intent? Could there be another profundity hidden within the word? Long Tianming continued to probe deeper, trying to figure out where the profundity of the word lay. However, he quickly discovered that apart from that trace of Tao intent, he couldn't sense any other Tao intent. That's impossible. Could it be that I'm so lacking compared to Yin Yang and Mingyue Wushuang? He continued to try, but to no avail. Long Tianming was furious. He'd thought that Nieli might have done something to it, but the word was completely consistent. He didn't feel that Nieli had done anything to it. Furthermore, he'd clearly sensed a trace of Tao intent. However, that trace of Tao intent had disappeared in a flash, and he couldn't sense it anymore. A long time passed. 1 hour, 2 hours. No matter how carefully Long Tianming tried, he still couldn't sense the profundity within. Damn it! Long Tianming clenched his fists and slammed them on the table. The feeling of being inferior to Yen Yang and Mingyue Wushuang surged up. As the number 1 genius of the Dragon Seal family, Long Tianming was extremely proud. He had always regarded Yen Yang as one of his competitors. However, he was unable to comprehend Tao intent from this piece of calligraphy. It was a huge blow to him. Did that brat tamper with it or not? Long Tianming knitted his brows. He couldn't be sure. Nieli wrote 3 words, all of which were vigorous and forceful. He looked very serious, and it didn't seem like he was being perfunctory. Instead, it was as if he was deliberately trying to curry favor. Long Tianming felt that as a newcomer, Nieli shouldn't dare to offend him. So these 3 words shouldn't be a problem. There was only one reason, and that was that he couldn't sense the Tao intent within it at all. With Long Tianming's arrogant personality, he wouldn't be able to verify it with others. He definitely wasn't willing to tell others that he was inferior to Yen Yang and Mingyue Wushuang. Bastard, this piece of calligraphy doesn't contain any Tao intent at all. Long Tianming threw the piece of calligraphy to the side in annoyance. Long Tianming had been angry for a long time. After sitting down for a while, the anger in his heart slowly subsided. After a brief moment, Long Tianming unwillingly picked up the piece of calligraphy. He calmed his heart and tried to sense the Tao intent within it. Skycloud Hall. After Hierarch Skycloud received the piece of calligraphy, he tried to comprehend the Tao intent within it. A brief moment later, a profound light flashed through his eyes. I never expected that these simple words would contain the comprehension of the grand Tao of heaven and earth. Although it's possible that he wasn't the one who created these words, it's already amazing that he was able to write them down at such a young age. If you want to comprehend the Tao intent within the words, then you must comprehend the Tao intent within them. Hierarch Skycloud sighed with emotion. This kid's talent was extraordinary, and he might even grow into a giant in the future. Even Hierarch Skycloud didn't dare to say that he could completely copy these words. A new genius from the tiny world. Interesting. Hierarch Skycloud murmured as a trace of a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The tiny world is truly a place that produces geniuses. I wonder if this kid can grow up to be like that person. In Xiao Yu's courtyard, in Nie Li's room, Plume Flame Godnies had already awoken from her cultivation. After a long time, no one came to ask for calligraphy. Only then did Nie Li spread out the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting on the table. Nie Li, what's this? Plume Flame Godnies greeted Ning. When she saw the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting that Nie Li had spread out, she immediately flew over. Gazing at the myriad miles of rivers and mountains in the painting, she felt as if she was looking at a boundless space-time. Even Plume Flame Godnies was startled. This item is called the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting. It contains many mysteries. Ning, Big Sister Plume Flame, stand guard for me. If anyone comes, tell them that I'm not here. I'm going to break the seal inscription patterns on this painting, said Nie Li. Ning looked at Nie Li in astonishment. She never thought that the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting that Gu Bei had won would end up in Nie Li's hands. Even the higher-ups of the divine sect couldn't decipher its function. Could Nie Li really decipher the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting? However, she still chose to believe in Nie Li. All right, I understand. I'll stand guard outside. Big Sister Plume Flame, you can stay in the room. Ning nodded. Nie Li was waiting for no one to visit before finding the time to decipher the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. He was probably worried that someone would interrupt him. Ning, and Plume Flame Godnies stood guard at the door, while the other walked into the courtyard to stand guard for Nie Li. Nie Li started setting up inscription pattern arrays around the room using the dragon bloodline demon beast's demon blood. The inscription pattern arrays were extremely tight. Once they were activated, they would instantly isolate him from the outside world. Walking to the front of the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting, Nie Li gazed at it. He sensed every strand of aura within the painting and observed the seal inscription patterns. The outermost layer was the myriad spiritual lock. The myriad miles rivers and mountains painting seemed to be sealed within a sturdy city wall. Those on the outside wouldn't be able to sense what was happening inside. Only by slowly breaking through the sturdy city wall would one be able to find out the true uses of the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. Just as Nie Li was carefully examining the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting with his intent, a hidden Tao intent attracted Nie Li's attention. This Tao intent was left behind by an expert. Based on the strength of the Tao intent, this expert should be a martial ancestor realm existence. Nie Li retracted his intent and bitterly smiled. I knew it. A higher echelon of a divine sect wouldn't sell such a shocking treasure for a few 100,000 spiritual stones. Even if they didn't know the uses of this treasure, they would definitely keep it for themselves. That was because it was too difficult for a martial ancestor realm expert to make a breakthrough in their cultivation. It wasn't easy for them to obtain an ancient divine artifact that could possibly help them make a breakthrough. How could they give it up so easily? This guy left his Tao intent here so that he could find the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting at any time. Is he waiting for someone to figure out the uses of the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting before snatching it? Nie Li's gaze was deep. If it was anyone else, they would definitely be plotted against. It was a pity that this guy ran into Nie Li. Nie Li's perception was still very sharp. He could sense the Tao intent's location. The reason why that higher echelon put the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting up for auction was probably because there were many people at the auction. There were bound to be one or two people who knew their stuff. Once someone spent a lot of money to buy it, it might be someone who knew the uses of the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. The other party was a martial ancestor realm expert. Nieli couldn't erase the Tao intent on the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting for the time being. That was because the moment the Tao intent was erased, that expert would definitely be alerted and immediately search for the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting's whereabouts. With Nieli and Gu Bei's strength, there was no way they could contend against a martial ancestor realm expert. What should I do? Nieli propped up his chin with his right hand as he carefully pondered. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Nieli's mind. Got it. Since I've already written something, let's make a painting. Nieli took out a piece of paper and cut it to look exactly like the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting. After a bit more processing, it quickly looked exactly the same as the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting. Afterwards, Nieli quickly drew on the paper according to the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting. Very quickly, a vivid and lifelike myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting was completed. Nieli used demon blood to write inscription patterns. The demon blood turned into inscription patterns and entered the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting. Chapter 3:22. Nieli laid down inscription pattern arrays on the fake myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting. These inscription pattern arrays concealed layers upon layers of inscription pattern locks. The outermost ring was the myriad spiritual lock. If one wasn't particularly proficient in inscription patterns, even a martial ancestor realm expert would find it hard to break it. There were still many more hidden inscription patterns inside. 2 hours later, an identical myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting appeared on the table. Nieli then slowly guided the Tao intent of the expert from the real myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting into the fake one, passing off the fake as the real one. Not bad. Nieli smiled as he looked at the new fake. He thought to himself, I'll find some time to have Gu Bei's people bring the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting to the outside world and pretend to be injured to escape. The myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting will be snatched by experts from other sections. After some time, that martial ancestor realm expert won't be able to guess where the real one is. Whether or not that martial ancestor realm expert can tell that this myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting is a problem. However, Nieli didn't dare to underestimate a martial ancestor realm expert. After all, a martial ancestor realm expert's methods were very profound. They might really be able to track him down. At the very least, this fake can buy me some time. That martial ancestor realm expert sold the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting. As long as he senses the existence of the Tao intent, he should wait for some time for someone else to discover the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting's functions. Adding on the time it takes to track him down, it should take some time for him to track me down. It's best if this myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting changes hands a few times. That way, it'll be safer. Nieli thought to himself. Nieli placed the fake myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting into his interspatial ring and faintly smiled. He started using his intent to probe the various sealing inscription patterns on the real myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting. The myriad spiritual lock was only a part of it. Even martial ancestor realm experts would be able to sense it. However, the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting also contained many sealing inscription patterns aside from the myriad spiritual lock. Rashly breaking the myriad spiritual lock would likely result in a backlash. There were traces of someone tampering with the 10,000 spirit lock seal inscription pattern, which proved that someone had tried to open it. However, the person who tried to open the seal of the 10,000 spirit lock must have suffered quite a bit, because within the myriad soul lock seal inscription pattern, there was an even more profound seal inscription pattern formation concealed. Once he tried to open the 10,000 soul lock, he would trigger the rebound force of the seal inscription behind it. even if it's a martial ancestor realm expert. If you don't have 50 to 60 years of research on inscription patterns, you're just asking for trouble if you want to open the inscription patterns on it. Nya Li lightly smiled. This was also the reason why that martial ancestor realm expert had no choice but to transfer the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting. In the past, there was a mighty figure who said that the treasures of heaven and earth were all treasures. Actually, this saying was wrong. It should be said that those who were capable should be the ones to be in charge. Only those with sufficient ability would have the qualifications to use treasures. That martial ancestor realm expert was destined to have no fate with this treasure, since he couldn't even open the seal inscription patterns on the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting. If it wasn't for the fact that Nya Li had spent hundreds of years in the temporal demon spirit book space, constantly studying inscription patterns, it would have been a little difficult for him to open the inscription patterns on the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting. Nya Li picked up the brush, dipped it in demon blood, and started writing inscription patterns one after another. These inscription patterns emitted a brilliant radiance as they continuously entered the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting. Boom, boom, boom. After these inscription patterns entered the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting and collided with the inscription patterns on the painting, they constantly exploded and dissipated into thin air. Nya Li's writing speed increased. Each inscription pattern was like a river that continuously flowed into the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting. Boom, 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 boom. The Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting constantly emitted dazzling rays of light as boundless energy swept out in all directions. Nya Li felt an enormous impact and couldn't help taking a step back. He used his hand to cover the light. This was merely the energy emitted by the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting, yet it was already so astonishing. Fortunately, he'd set up a barrier. Otherwise, it would have been easily sensed by the outside world. Although Nya Li took a step back, he still continued writing inscription patterns. I'm almost done. Nya Li's heart pounded wildly. He didn't dare to pause for even a moment. If he did, the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains paintings' sealing inscription patterns would all be locked back. This was an extremely complicated process. Nya Li's brain was also operating at lightning speed. Buzz! A surge of boundless energy spread out. This boundless energy was like a raging wave that slammed towards Nya Li. Nya Li felt like he was about to be devoured and destroyed by this boundless energy. An intense pain spread throughout his body as his soul realm violently shook. Just a trace of the ancient artifact's pressure was already unbearable for Nya Li. He felt like all the bones in his body were about to be crushed. However, the moment Nya Li retreated, all his previous efforts would go to waste. How could he let all his efforts go to waste at this time? Nya Li endured the terrifying pain as his right hand continued to draw. Afterwards, he bit his left thumb, causing blood to gush out. Nya Li quickly pressed his thumb onto the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting. The instant all the inscription patterns were completed, Nya Li pressed his left thumb onto the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting. A surge of energy fused with his bloodline surged towards the painting. In an instant, Nya Li's body felt as though it had been emptied, leaving him powerless. Huff! Nya Li gasped for air as he sensed the connection between him and the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting. Gradually, energy flowed back into his body, and he felt a little more at ease. He bitterly smiled. I've finally subdued this fellow. The Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting was finally connected to his bloodline. Nya Li formed a trace of connection with the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting. With a wave of his right hand, the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting entered his body and floated above his soul realm. As expected of an ancient treasure, the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. The myriad miles rivers and mountains painting had already established a spiritual connection with Nye Li. It had turned into a soul form and fused with Nye Li's soul realm. As long as a trace of Nye Li's soul remained, the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting would exist alongside Nye Li's soul. Unless Nye Li's soul disintegrated, the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting would search for a new owner. With a wave of his right hand, Nye Li summoned the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. The myriad miles rivers and mountains painting quietly floated in front of him. With a thought, he turned into a streak of light and entered the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. Inside the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting, Nye Li stood in the air. Beneath his feet was an endless mountain range with a slowly flowing river. This was an extremely vast space that stretched for tens of thousands of miles. Mountains rose and fell, rivers flowed, and plants grew. It was like an independent miniature world. The heavenly energy here was extremely dense, almost like a spiritual well. The mountain range even nurtured large amounts of spiritual herbs. Not only was this a space, but it was also a domain. For the time being, Nye Li could only freely enter and exit the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. Nye Li still couldn't utilize many of the painting's functions. Legend had it that the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting was an extraordinary divine artifact that had caused countless battles. It had changed owners several times, and all the previous owners had died. Therefore, the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting could be considered an inauspicious artifact. However, Nye Li didn't have such taboos. He could slowly explore the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting's functions in the future. I can let Golden Egg and Plume Flame Godneys cultivate in this space. Nye Li couldn't help thinking. He suddenly thought of something else and took out the Nightmare Demon Pot from his interspatial ring. The Nightmare Demon Pot spun and flew into the air as if some kind of energy had been activated. The pot's body shone brightly, and the image of the dragon bloodline demon beast was dazzling. Wisps of smoke were emitted from the pot's mouth, spreading into the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. Aside from that, a mysterious energy entered the Nightmare Demon Pot and nourished it. Legend had it that the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting could nourish other ancient divine artifacts. Indeed, it was true. Nye Li could feel that although the Nightmare Demon Pot was constantly overflowing with energy, the energy within it was constantly increasing. In the future, if he wanted to integrate with a demon spirit, he could come here. Nye Li pondered for a brief moment, then took out the Thunder God's meteorite sword. The moment the Thunder God's meteorite sword appeared, Leju energy converged from all directions and bombarded the Thunder God's meteorite sword. The Thunder God's meteorite sword instantly emitted a dazzling light and turned into a huge lightning sword. Just like the Nightmare Demon Pot, it hovered in the air. With Nye Li's current heavenly fate realm strength, the might of the Thunder God's meteorite sword would be quite astonishing. However, he decided to leave the Thunder God's meteorite sword here to nourish it for now. Nye Li was looking forward to seeing some of the miraculous uses of the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. Both the Thunder God's meteorite sword and the Nightmare Demon Pot were ancient artifacts. The other items in Nye Li's interspatial ring were too inferior. These three items would be the foundation of Nye Li's strength, although right now, Nye Li couldn't unleash even a 10,000th of their power. With a thought, Nye Li exited the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. At this moment, Plume Flame Godneys, who was standing guard for Nye Li, was stunned. Just what kind of treasure was the painting that Nye Li brought back? It could actually enter and exit at will. Nieli opened the room's barrier and saw Plume Flame Godney's shocked expression. He smiled and said, "Big Sister Plume Flame, this treasure is called the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting. There's a huge space inside. In the future, you can cultivate in the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting. There's an independent space inside this painting. I can even go in and cultivate." Plume Flame Godney's was stunned for a moment. Living things couldn't enter the space inside an interspatial ring. However, Nieli's painting could actually allow one to enter and cultivate. No wonder Nieli was so cautious in setting up the barrier. This painting was indeed extraordinary. "Then I'll go in and take a look." Plume Flame Godney's smiled sweetly. She was also filled with intense curiosity towards the space inside the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting. Nieli spread out his right hand and let Plume Flame Godney's stand on it. Afterwards, he picked up the golden egg that was sleeping in the corner of the room and turned into a streak of light, entering the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting. Chapter 3:23. Over this period of time, Nieli had been using spiritual stones to lure the golden egg. He'd already formed a strong connection with the golden egg and basically didn't have to worry about the golden egg escaping his control. When the golden egg entered the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting, the dense heavenly energy immediately woke it up. It was extremely excited and opened its mouth to suck in the energy. In an instant, it turned into a huge ball and doubled in size. Its face had shrunk to the point where it couldn't be seen anymore. The little guy had turned round and couldn't walk anymore. It landed on a flat piece of land in the mountains. It would probably take a long time for it to digest all the heavenly energy in its body. The little guy's ability to absorb heavenly energy was too powerful. Nieli was originally worried that the terrifying glutton, the golden egg, would absorb all the heavenly energy in the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting. However, he discovered that the golden egg had only absorbed a small portion of the heavenly energy in the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting. The Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting was still continuously producing heavenly energy. Although the golden egg was still in the form of a little guy, Nieli estimated that the little guy's strength wasn't any weaker than a 3 fate expert. Furthermore, the little guy's physical body was practically invincible. At its current stage, even martial ancestor realm experts would find it hard to kill it. Right now, the little guy's body and limbs weren't fully developed, so it couldn't fight at all. Nieli wanted to wait for the golden egg to absorb more heavenly energy. Who knew when it would be able to participate in a fight? As for Plume Flame Godney's, she was also very excited after arriving here. Her entire body was blazing with golden flames that were several times more intense than when she was outside. Plume Flame Godney's cultivation was rising very quickly. She was already above 3 fate, but Nieli wasn't too sure about her exact realm. Furthermore, the power of the golden flames that Plume Flame Godney's released was also extremely shocking. Nieli didn't know its origins. Sister Plume Flame, you can cultivate in the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting for now. Nieli smiled. Okay. After opening her eyes, Yu Yen pursed her lips into a smile and nodded her head. Nieli gazed at the vast rivers and mountains. These rivers and mountains were equivalent to his own territory. There were many things he could do in the future. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Nieli smiled. He already had a plan. After exiting the Myriad Miles Rivers and Mountains painting, Nieli walked out of his room. Xiao Ninger was still guarding outside the door. Seeing Nieli come out, Xiao Ninger finally relaxed and asked, "Nieli, how is it?" "It's done. It has already fused with my soul realm." Nieli nodded. Xiao Ninger was a little astonished. She never thought that Nieli would actually be able to open the seal on the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting. Her admiration for Nieli grew even more. That was something that not even the higher-ups of the divine sect could accomplish. Since the beginning, whether it was in the tiny world or the draconic ruins realm, Nieli had always been like a leader leading them. Her heart was filled with admiration for him. For the entire day, Nieli and Xiao Ninger stayed together. They tactfully declined all the gatherings. Xiao Ninger especially cherished the time they had together. Nieli and Xiao Ninger went to Gu Bei's courtyard together. Nieli handed the fake myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting to Gu Bei and carefully instructed Gu Bei on how to quietly get rid of it. When she found out that Nieli had found the remnant Tao intent of a martial ancestor realm expert in the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting, as well as the fact that Nieli had created a fake myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting, Gu Bei was shocked. She couldn't help feeling admiration for Nieli. She never thought that Nieli would actually come up with such a method. I understand. Leave it to me. This is the latest ordinary growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirit. Gu Bei handed an interspatial ring to Nieli, then went to work. After taking a few more ordinary growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirits from Gu Bei, Nieli found a secluded place. He integrated another god-level growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirit into the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting. Dust descended. It was a little different from the previous nights. Tonight, the Sky Soul Institute was especially lively. Students could be seen walking along the small paths in the forest. Almost all the students of the institute had been mobilized. The geniuses of the Skyblaze sect and Hagami Myunmyun seemed to be holding a grand gathering. It was said that there would be a competition between geniuses. The upper echelons of the three major sects had even set up some bets. The winners would receive generous rewards. However, Nieli had no interest in such a competition. Just as Nieli and Xiao Ning returned to the courtyard, they saw Xiao Yu hurriedly walking over with her head lowered. Xiao Yu raised her head and saw Xiao Ning. Ning, you're here too? You're here as well? Xiao Yu was slightly stunned as an awkward and unnatural expression appeared on his face. Xiao Ning pursed her lips and smiled. Yeah, Xiao Yu, we meet again. Xiao Yu, where have you been for the past 2 days? Why haven't I seen you around? Nieli suddenly sensed that there was something wrong with Xiao Yu's aura. He slightly furrowed his brows. Something's wrong. You've already reached 4 fate. Why did you return to 3 fate? Did you go to the outside world? Yeah. Xiao Yu replied with a bitter smile. She originally wanted to hide it, but Nieli still saw through it. Nieli's face instantly darkened as he emitted a chilling, killing intent. Who did it? Nieli thought about it again. The only person who would send someone to kill Xiao Yu was Hualing. It was Hualing. After experiencing all sorts of calamities in his previous life, the one thing Nieli couldn't tolerate the most was someone taking action against his friends. That's right. Xiao Yu knew that she couldn't hide it any longer and bitterly smiled. I went to the outside world to deliver something to an uncle of mine. I never expected that Hualing would track me down. After a few twists and turns, I was still killed by his subordinates. Fortunately, Xiao Yu had already placed his soul remembrance in the Sky Soul Institute's Soul Hall before heading to the outside world. How many forces does Hualing have in the outside world? Where's his stronghold? Nieli furrowed his brows. Hualing's forces in the outside world are mostly gathered near the Ling Jade Deity's Lake in the north. There's about 60 of them, all of whom are heavenly fate realm experts. Over 90% of them are from the Little Heaven realm. Xiao Yu's heart trembled at the sight of Nie Li's enraged expression. Nie Li was truly enraged. Xiao Yu was worried that Nie Li would do something irrational. Forget it. They have too many people. With our strength, there's no way we can fight against them. Xiao Ning also comforted Nie Li. Nie Li, you're not yet a two-fate. It'll be dangerous for you to go to the outside world. Not to mention that they have so many people. Nie Li knew about the Ling Jade deity's lake. It was a low-grade deity's lake that was nearing exhaustion. Originally, with Hua Ling's forces, he didn't have the qualifications to occupy a deity's lake. The Ling Jade deity's lake only produced a small amount of spiritual stones every year, which was why it was occupied by Hua Ling. In the outside world, all sorts of forces were fighting over deities' lakes. The more deities' lakes they occupied, the more subordinates they could recruit and expand their forces. For example, Hua Ling's small force was practically the lowest existence in the outside world. Humph! Since they killed my men, how can I not make them pay the price? A chilling light flashed through Nie Li's eyes as he patted Xiao Yu's shoulder and said, "Don't worry, I'll get justice for you." Being patted on the shoulder by Nie Li, Xiao Yu's face turned slightly red as she squirmed a little in embarrassment. Nie Li and Xiao Ning didn't notice Xiao Yu's expression. "Nie Li, what are you going to do?" asked Xiao Ning, as she looked at Nie Li. She was worried that Nie Li would act out of loyalty. After all, Nie Li was only a one-fate. "Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. I won't take action myself." Nie Li pondered briefly before he continued, "Come with me to see someone." Nie Li brought Xiao Yu and Xiao Ning towards Li Xingyun's courtyard. In Li Xingyun's courtyard, Nie Li, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Ning were led inside by Li Hu, one of Li Xingyun's subordinates. From afar, they could hear arguments coming from the living room. "Does young Master Li have a guest?" asked Nie Li in doubt as he looked at Li Hu. "Yes." Li Hu nodded. He didn't seem to be in a good mood as he said to Nie Li, "Please wait outside." Nie Li looked towards the living room and listened attentively. In the living room, there were two old men wearing luxurious robes. One of them was arguing with Li Xingyun. "Xingyun, even we have to admit that your talent is indeed not bad. However, your talent is still too far away from Li Yufeng's. Among the 10 elders of our Ashen Flames family, 6 of them have already confirmed that Li Yufeng will be the next patriarch. Among the remaining 4 elders, 2 of them support Li Lushui, 1 of them supports you, and 1 of them has forfeited. Li Lushui has already decided to withdraw from the fight for the patriarch's position and fully support Li Yufeng. We all hope that you can consider the big picture." One of the old men said in a deep voice. Li Xingyun's face was filled with unwillingness as he said, "Third elder, since Li Lushui has withdrawn from the fight, then I will also withdraw from the fight. However, I absolutely cannot agree to your request. Why should the forces that Li Xingyun established in the outside world and the businesses that I control all be under Li Yufeng's jurisdiction? What qualifications does he, Li Yufeng, have to take over my subordinates and businesses?" The third elder coldly said, "Our Ashen Flames family only needs 1 patriarch. I've never said that our Ashen Flames family needs 2 patriarchs. However, there has never been a precedent of the patriarch taking over the forces of other successors. When it comes to me, what qualifications do I have?" Li Xingyun proudly said. "Li Xingyun, are you pretending not to know?" "Pretending not to know? I just don't understand. Although Li Yufeng's strength is higher than mine, his subordinates are still not enough. Let all my subordinates follow him? That's fine. However, my subordinates must be willing, no matter what conditions you give. As long as they are willing to leave, Li Xingyun, will not stop them." Li Xingyun solemnly said, looking straight at the third elder. The third elder frowned his brows. Even he had to admit that Li Xingyun's subordinates were indeed capable. His subordinates were dead set on Li Xingyun. They had tried many methods, such as threats and promises, but no one was willing to join Li Yufeng. Chapter 3:24. The geniuses in the side chamber were still in a daze. Nieli put away the calligraphy and prepared to return to his seat. Nieli glanced at Long Yuan in the distance and smiled. He knew Long Yuan's character like the back of his hand. Aside from teaching Gu Bei sword intent, this word had also successfully piqued Long Yuan's curiosity. It wouldn't be long before Long Yuan would naturally come knocking on his door to get to the bottom of it. At that time, he would patiently guide Long Yuan. This would slowly change Long Yuan's mind. It was too easy to control a martial arts fanatic like Long Yuan. Apart from these two goals, Niatli also successfully attracted the interest of Yen Yang and Mingyue Wushuang. Nieli didn't believe that Yen Yang and Mingyue Wushuang would give up on getting to the bottom of it. Wait! Yen Yang suddenly called out to Nieli. Everyone looked at Yen Yang in confusion. Niatli had put away the calligraphy. What else did Yen Yang want? Nieli looked at Yen Yang and asked, "May I ask what else senior brother Yen Yang wants?" "I want to buy this calligraphy. Is junior brother Nieli willing to part with it?" "I'm willing to pay 100,000 spiritual stones." Yen Yang said. He originally wanted to say 50,000 spiritual stones, but after thinking about it, 50,000 spiritual stones was too insincere. So he offered 100,000 spiritual stones. Yen Yang was willing to pay 100,000 spiritual stones to buy the calligraphy that Nieli had just written. The whole hall was in an uproar. All the geniuses in the side chamber were shocked. 100,000 spiritual stones for a single character. Hearing Yen Yang's words, Nieli hesitated. 100,000 spiritual stones was definitely a big temptation. After all, it was just a character. He wouldn't lose anything even if he sold it. Should he sell it? Long Tianming was also shocked by Yen Yang's words. Before he could see through the profundity of the calligraphy, Nieli had already rolled it up. He had no idea what was hidden within it. However, he never imagined that Yen Yang would be willing to pay 100,000 spiritual stones for Nieli's calligraphy. Could it be that Yen Yang felt that the true intent contained within Nieli's calligraphy was far more than 100,000 spiritual stones? Mingyue Wushuang's clear eyes fell onto Nieli. Although she couldn't figure out what to do, she could still sense the boundless sword intent contained within Nieli's words. She could definitely buy it for more than 100,000 spiritual stones. Seeing Nieli's hesitation, Yen Yang said, "If junior brother Nieli isn't willing to sell, then how about I offer 150,000 spiritual stones?" Although this price was comparable to the value of the calligraphy, however, I still hope that junior brother Nieli will be willing to part with it. Yen Yang's eagerness to obtain this calligraphy was understandable. After all, Nieli knew the true value of this calligraphy. It would be strange if Yen Yang wasn't anxious when Nieli put the calligraphy away. It would be strange if Yen Yang wasn't anxious. Long Tianming heard Yen Yang's words. Long Tianming's brows twitched as he lightly smiled. Since junior brother Nieli isn't willing to sell, then junior brother Yen Yang doesn't need to force it. Long Tianming could sense that Yen Yang was extremely anxious. His desire for Nieli's calligraphy was even greater than the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. As long as he left this calligraphy behind, Long Tianming would have 1,000,000 ways to get his hands on it. He wouldn't let it fall into Yen Yang's hands. Naturally, Niatli wouldn't let Long Tianming have his way. He immediately waved his hand. "Senior brother Long and Yen Yang are exaggerating. I can write dozens of these in a day. It's just a piece of calligraphy. If senior brothers and senior sisters want it, I can give each of you one piece." Long Tianming and Yen Yang were stunned. Both Long Tianming and Yen Yang were stunned for a brief moment. That's right. Nia Li could write a lot of characters in a single day. That's because he didn't need to use his Tao intent when he wrote. Long Tianming didn't want Yen Yang to obtain this calligraphy because he could faintly sense that Yen Yang could comprehend profound Tao intent from it. Yen Yang could comprehend an extremely profound Tao intent from this word. However, Nieli had said that he could write a lot in a day. He no longer had any way to stop Yen Yang from obtaining the word. Long Tianming felt depressed in his heart. In the end, Nieli didn't have that in his head. Or was he pretending to be ignorant? Yen Yang took a deep look at Nieli. He knew the meaning behind Nieli's words. Indeed, Nieli could write a lot of words. However, he couldn't deny the value of this calligraphy. Regardless of how many words junior brother Nieli can write in a day, I'm still willing to buy it for 150,000 spiritual stones. Yen Yang calmly said. This was his style of doing things. Gentlemen should treat each other with sincerity. How could Yen Yang accept such a precious calligraphy from Nieli for no reason? Looking at Yen Yang's serious expression, Nieli pondered for a moment. He originally wanted to befriend Yen Yang. If he only wanted to sell the calligraphy, then it would be meaningless. After pondering for a moment, he said, "How about this? Since senior brother Yen Yang is willing to spend so many spiritual stones to buy it, then I'll give senior brother Yen Yang a word." Nieli turned around and walked to the table. He spread out the calligraphy and quickly wrote the word Marshall on the bottom right corner. He then rolled it up and handed it to Qinyu. "Miss Qinyu, please give it to senior brother Yen Yang." The Tao intent contained in this martial word was much more profound than the sword word. Qinyu was overwhelmed by the favor and respectfully received it. She held the calligraphy with both hands and walked towards Yen Yang. Previously, she had looked down on Nieli, but now Qinyu could no longer see through Nieli. She felt a faint sense of reverence towards Nieli, treating Nieli as an equal existence to Yen Yang's trio. Yen Yang took the calligraphy from Qinyu's hands. He looked at the sword word and then the martial word on the bottom right corner. A majestic feeling washed over him, causing him to be slightly startled. He paused for a moment before rolling up the calligraphy. "Thank you, junior brother Nieli." The shock in Yen Yang's heart was indescribable. This martial word seemed to be much more profound than the sword word. He never imagined that Nieli would give him such a big gift. He picked up an interspatial ring and earnestly said, "Compared to these two words from junior brother Nieli, all the ordinary things are too insignificant. From today onwards, junior brother Nieli is a friend of Yen Yang." Yen Yang looked at Qinyu and said, "Miss Qinyu, please pass this to junior brother Nieli." After receiving the interspatial ring from Qinyu, Nieli put it away and said with a faint smile, "Then Nieli, also befriend senior brother Yen Yang." Everyone's hearts itched. They didn't know what Nieli had written for Yen Yang. They couldn't see it, but from Yen Yang's expression, it shouldn't be something simple. However, they couldn't even understand the sword word. Even if they saw the second word, it wouldn't be of much use. Long Tianming felt extremely depressed in his heart. Not only did he let Yen Yang obtain Nieli's word, but he also seemed to have obtained two words. "I wonder if junior brother Nieli is willing to write one for me? I'll also pay 150,000 spiritual stones." Mingyue Wushuang sweetly smiled. "Sure. In order not to discriminate, I'll also write two words for senior sister Mingyue." Nieli wrote the word sword and the word Jiao, implying a woman as bright as the moon. In terms of artistic conception, it wasn't much different from the martial word he had written for Yen Yang. Nia Li received another 150,000 spiritual stones from Mingyue Wushuang. Junior brother, Nia Li seems to have a soft spot for junior sister Ninger. From now on, I'll take good care of Ninger. Mingyue Wushuang smiled as she glanced at Xiao Ninger in the distance. Hearing Mingyue Wushuang's words, the girls of the Heavenly Note sect immediately looked at Xiao Ninger with envy. Mingyue Wushuang's position in the Heavenly Note sect was extraordinary. She was the holy maiden of the Heavenly Note sect. With Mingyue Wushuang's care, Xiao Ninger would definitely have a boundless future in the Heavenly Note sect. Although Xiao Ninger's talent was extremely astonishing and had attracted the attention of the upper echelons, it was different with Mingyue Wushuang's care. Then, I'll have to thank senior sister Mingyue, Nia Li said as he cupped his hands. Inwardly, he was thinking that he'd managed to form two connections by writing a few words. Furthermore, he'd even obtained 300,000 spiritual stones. This was a pretty good deal. Why did he feel that selling words was more profitable than selling high-grade demon spirits? Seeing Nieli talking to Yen Yang and Mingyue Wushuang with ease, Yi Xian suddenly had the illusion that he and Nieli weren't in the same world. Just a moment ago, he was mocking Nieli in his heart for being poor. In the end, Nieli had obtained 300,000 spiritual stones just by writing 2 words. Seeing that Yen Yang and Mingyue Wushuang had both obtained Nieli's words, Long Tianming slightly knitted his brows. He couldn't stop Yen Yang and Mingyue Wushuang from obtaining Nieli's words, so he could only give up. As for Nieli's side, it was absolutely impossible for him to spend 150,000 spiritual stones to obtain words from Nieli. Nieli was a disciple of Hagami Myunmyun. All he had to do was send someone to ask for words from Nieli. Would Nieli refuse? Not only would Nieli have to give it to him, he would have to give even more. Unless Nieli didn't want to stay in Hagami Myunmyun any longer. Long Tianming started to examine Nieli. If Nieli was truly talented, it wouldn't be a bad idea to recruit him. As for suppressing Nieli, he didn't have that thought for the time being. After today's events, the higher-ups of the Divine Feathers sect would definitely take some of Nia Li's words back to study. With Nia Li's abilities, it should be a simple matter for him to build a relationship with 1 or 2 higher-ups of the Divine Feathers sect. In Hagami Myunmyun, Long Tianming still couldn't cover the sky with one hand. What Long Tianming was curious about was Nieli's talent, aside from writing those strange words. After all, when Nieli wrote those words, he didn't use any Dao intent. Therefore, Long Tianming couldn't see through his cultivation. Even if he was the number 1 genius of the new batch of students, he still couldn't attract Long Tianming's attention. However, if Nieli had such a profound comprehension of Dao intent, why hadn't he reached the heavenly fate realm yet? Could it be that Nieli was hiding his abilities? Long Tianming couldn't see through Nieli, so he decided to send someone to probe Nieli. Nieli walked down from the stage and returned to the table. He exchanged glances with Ning, Gubei, and the others and smiled. Whether it was Gubei or Li Xingyun, both of them were completely convinced by Nieli. When Murongyu saw that Nieli had returned, he gnashed his teeth in his heart. Back in the ghastly ruins, he had done everything he could to prevent Nieli from obtaining spiritual stones. In the end, after all his efforts, Nieli had casually written a few words and obtained 300,000 spiritual stones. Murongyu had failed at the last step. Chapter 3:25. As long as you wholeheartedly support Li Yufeng, then everyone else will naturally listen to you, the 3rd elder said, a little annoyed. If he wants me, Li Xingyun, to be loyal to the family, I can do it. But if he wants me to become Li Yufeng's lackey, he doesn't have the qualifications. In recent years, our Ashen Flames family has only hunted one dragon bloodline god, level growth rate demon spirit. Honestly speaking, didn't Li Xingyun's talent surpass Li Yufeng's back then? That dragon bloodline god, level growth rate demon spirit, should have been integrated with me, but because he was the son of the previous patriarch, he used despicable means to bypass the family's rules and integrated with that dragon bloodline god, level growth rate demon spirit first. I admit it. Over the years, my strength has indeed been falling behind him, but I refuse to accept it. Li Xingyun's voice carried a trace of anger. Originally, from Li Xingyun's position, these words shouldn't have come out of her mouth. However, Li Xingyun was a hot-blooded person, so she couldn't hold it in. The third elder's face darkened as he said, "Li Xingyun, are you still unwilling to accept what happened back then? Back then, the test results showed that your talent was indeed inferior to Li Yufeng's. What you think is just a misunderstanding. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, I'm not willing to pursue it any further. Even if it's you elders, don't you have your own forces under you? Why should Li Yufeng take in my brothers?" Li Xingyun looked at the other elder beside her and asked, "Fifth elder, why don't you tell me the reason? Does our Ashen Flames family have such a rule?" Li Xingyun, this is the family's decision. The forces under your control will be an unstable factor in the future of the Ashen Flames family, the fifth elder said with furrowed brows. "Ha, you finally said what's in your heart. Although that brat Li Yufeng is stronger than me, he is not popular. No one is willing to listen to him. You are worried that when my brothers grow up, I will compete with him for the position, so you want to eliminate the threat in the cradle first, right?" Li Xingyun sneered. "You are really working hard for Li Yufeng to take the position." The two old men frowned. Li Xingyun was too unruly. It would be difficult to force Li Xingyun to agree. After all, there was an elder behind Li Xingyun. They couldn't be too ruthless. However, Li Xingyun was indeed a factor that caused the family to feel uneasy, especially since Li Xingyun had recently spent a large amount of money to purchase a large number of demon spirits, which greatly increased the strength of her subordinates. The future risks would be even greater. Hearing the conversation from outside, Nieli faintly smiled. So, the real situation was like this. According to the development of his previous life, Li Xingyun would eventually leave the family. She was probably forced into a corner. However, such a thing wouldn't happen for the time being, because Li Yufeng has yet to become the patriarch. Li Xingyun would only leave the Ashen Flames family after Li Yufeng became the patriarch. Nya Li still admires Li Xingyun. There's a reason why Li Xingyun was able to gather a group of brothers who are so loyal to him. Li Xingyun was very loyal. Sometimes a group of people would follow someone. It wasn't because that person was strong, but because that person was reliable and wouldn't treat them unfairly. Li Xingyun coldly snorted, "Elders, please return. No matter what, it's impossible for me to hand over my brothers and become Li Yufeng's lackeys." Li Xingyun, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The third elder said, angrily, "I, Li Xingyun, have not violated any family rules." Third elder, fifth elder, are you trying to pressure me? Li Xingyun's eyes flashed with a cold light. Then you should go and talk to my uncle. Li Xingyun's uncle was the second elder of the Ashen Flames family, an existence second only to the patriarch. Humph, you'll regret it one day. The third and fifth elders stood up angrily and walked out of the living room. They walked out of the living room. After the third and fifth elders left, Nieli and the other two walked in. "Brother Nieli, I didn't expect you guys to come." Li Xingyun's stiff face revealed a trace of a smile as she spoke. It's rare for you to still be able to smile." Nieli laughed. "What can I do? Should I cry? It seems that you guys heard it from outside. But it's fine even if you heard it. It's just a small family scandal, and I've let you guys laugh at it." Li Xingyan shrugged and said, "I don't know why Brother Nieli is here, but I've already prepared 100,000 spiritual stones." Li Xingyun threw a spatial ring to Nieli. Nieli caught the spatial ring and swept his eyes over it. There were 100,000 spiritual stones inside. He lightly smiled and said, "You're not afraid that I won't do anything for you after taking the money?" "What a joke. Li Xingyun, don't have any other abilities, but I'm very good at judging people. I believe in Brother Nieli's character." Li Xingyun said with a bright smile, "I've already gotten what you wanted." Nieli moved his right hand and threw a demon spirit stone to Li Xingyun. So fast! Li Xingyun was stunned for a moment when she caught the demon spirit stone. She originally thought that it would take at least 10 days to half a month to get a dragon bloodline god level demon spirit. She glanced at the demon spirit stone in her hand. It was a scarlet-blooded gold Jiao dragon. It was indeed a dragon bloodline god level demon spirit. Nieli said with a smile, "Furthermore, this is a mutated one. I guarantee that it's stronger than Li Yufeng's dragon bloodline god level demon spirit." Li Xingyun clenched her right fist tightly as she took a deep look at Nieli. After a brief moment of silence, she said, "I won't say too many words of thanks. As long as I, Li Xingyun, am of use, Brother Nieli, please don't hesitate to ask." Nieli looked at Li Xingyun and said, "I'm here because I need your help. A friend of mine was killed by Hualing's subordinates in the outside world. I want you to send some people to me. I want to exterminate all of them. Brother Nieli's friend is my friend. How many people do you need? When do you need them? Just tell me." Li Xingyun looked at Nieli and said straightforwardly. Nieli said, "At least 200 people. It's best if there are a few Heavenly Star realm experts. I need them the day after tomorrow." Li Xingyun's brows twitched as she said, "Don't worry, just leave it to me. I'll send a few Heavenly Axis realm brothers over." Sure enough, the forces under Hualing's control couldn't be compared to Li Xingyun's. Nieli lightly smiled. "Then many thanks. Is there a need to thank me? If there's a need to thank, then how much do I have to thank Brother Nieli?" Li Xingyun smiled. One had to know that Nieli had helped him a lot. The reason why he wasn't strong enough was because he only had an extraordinary level growth rate demon spirit. But now, he finally had a god level growth rate demon spirit. Sooner or later, he'd prove to everyone in the Ashen Flames family that he, Li Xingyun, wasn't inferior to Li Yufeng. He'd trample that despicable bastard Li Yufeng under his feet. Nieli's group chatted with Li Xingyun for a while before leaving Li Xingyun's place. Knowing that Nieli had used Li Xingyun's power, Xiaoning felt a lot more at ease. However, Nieli was only a one fate. It was too dangerous for him to head to the outside world. After all, there were frightening demon beasts that would appear from time to time. Even a Heavenly Axis realm expert could be killed at any time. "Nieli, are you going as well?" Xiaoning asked with concern. "Of course. But don't worry, I'll advance to 2 fate in the next 2 days. My cultivation has recently reached the pinnacle of 1 fate. With a few more catalysts, I'll be able to break through to 2 fate in a few hours." Nieli nodded. "That's right." Nieli lightly smiled. After merging with the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting, Nieli could feel a clear increase in his strength. He was just a little bit away from breaking through. A few hours of cultivation in the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting would be enough. Hearing Nieli's words, Xiaoning faintly smiled and felt a lot more at ease. As long as he reached to fate, even if an accident happened in the outside world, it wouldn't be a big deal. At most, he'd lose a level of cultivation. Knowing that Nieli had stood up for her, Xiaoyu felt very touched. However, when she saw the tacit understanding and compatibility between Nieli and Xiaoning, she felt very complicated. When Nieli and the rest returned to the courtyard, they saw Gu Bei anxiously waiting for them. When she saw Nieli and the rest return, Gu Bei's brows finally relaxed. "I've been waiting for you guys for a long time," Gu Bei said excitedly. "Why are you waiting for us here?" Nieli asked as he looked at Gu Bei. "I'm bringing you guys to watch a good show." Gu Bei smiled mysteriously. "Hurry up and follow me." Although they didn't know what Gu Bei was talking about, Nieli and the other two still followed Gu Bei. "I've already sent someone to handle the matter you gave me. Don't worry, I'll definitely get it done. Something will happen tonight." Gu Bei revealed a meaningful smile as a trace of coldness flashed through her eyes. Hearing Gu Bei's words, Nieli vaguely understood. The three of them followed behind Gu Bei. Sky Soul Institute, martial practice field. Tens of thousands of people had gathered here. The entire place was brightly lit, and there were roughly 50 to 60 matches. There were also many spectators. This was a grand occasion for the geniuses of the three major sects to exchange pointers. "This way," Gu Bei said with a smile. Nieli immediately saw Gulan sitting in a chair with a blanket covering her legs. Gulan's face wasn't as pale as before. Instead, it had a rosy complexion, making her seem more spirited. They walked to Gulan's side. "Sister Gulan's complexion is getting better and better," Nieli said with a smile. "I still have to thank Mr. for the gift." Gulan lightly nodded as her gaze fell onto Xiaoyu and Xiaoning, who were behind Nieli. She smiled and nodded her head in greeting. Nieli looked inside and saw that the crowd was surrounding a martial stage. There were still people fighting on the stage, and the crowd outside was cheering loudly. Gulan and Gu Bei were both here. They were probably going to do something, right? Nieli thought as he couldn't help smiling. Around here, more than 90% of the people are from the Gu clan. Furthermore, there are a few elders among them. Right now, the Gu clan's newest batch of students are competing, Gu Bei said in a low voice. "Oh." Nieli nodded and looked into the distance. At the front of the stage, Gu Heng sat beside a few elders, smiling as he chatted with them. Those old men should be the elders of the Gu clan. Chapter 3:26. Although Gu Bei's progress in cultivation was rather slow, it was all because of Gu Bei's efforts. Most of the time, Gu Bei had been cultivating his sword intent under Gu Lan's guidance. His sword intent had already reached an extremely shocking level. As long as he didn't intentionally suppress his cultivation, he could immediately display the strength of a heavenly fate realm. This was also the reason why he was able to integrate with a dragon bloodline demon spirit. Just as Gu Quan's sharp claws were about to land on Gu Bei's head, Gu Bei slightly shifted his body and dodged Gu Quan's attack. Both of his hands grabbed onto Gu Quan's claws and slammed him into the ground with lightning speed. Asterisk boom. Asterisk Gu Quan's head heavily slammed onto the ground, causing the inscription patterns on the stage to spread out. If it wasn't for the inscription pattern arrays, the entire stage would have been smashed to pieces. However, it was precisely because of the inscription pattern arrays that the ground became extremely firm, causing Gu Quan's injuries to be even more severe. The characteristics of a demon's spirit rapidly disappeared from Gu Quan's body. He laid on the ground, unable to get up, and fainted. This was a complete suppression in terms of strength. At the sight of this scene, the eyes of Guya and the other elders lit up. This brat, Gu Bei, already had the strength of a heavenly fate realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to knock out Gu Quan, who was at the pinnacle of the Earth Fate realm and had integrated with the Ironback Goshawk demon spirit in one move. The Gu clan's disciples were all dumbfounded. They never imagined that Gu Bei would actually be able to deal with Gu Quan in one move. Wasn't this brat's footsteps weak when he went up? The entire place was in silence. It was as if this was the first time they'd met Gu Bei. Looks like this brat was still hiding his strength. Guya couldn't help lightly laughing. He was rather gratified to see that the younger generation of his family wasn't the trash that others had described. Gu Quan still hadn't tested Gu Bei's true strength. Guya glanced at Gu Heng and said, "Gu Heng, send another one fate to test this brat." Gu Heng was about to go crazy. He thought that Gu Quan would go up. He would have been able to give Gu Bei a good beating. However, he didn't expect that Gu Bei would play the pig to eat the tiger and beat Gu Quan to the ground with a single move. He could hear the hint of admiration in Guya's tone. Although Gu Bei's strength wasn't much, she was still young. Once Gu Bei displayed enough talent, the family would definitely pay attention to her. In another 10 or 20 years, when it was time to hand over the position of the head of the family, Gu Bei might even be a threat to him. Gu Bei was Gu Lan's younger brother. He didn't dare to look down on them, and he absolutely couldn't tolerate them. "Gu Yun, you go up." Gu Heng coldly snorted. Gu Yun was an existence at the pinnacle of the One Fate realm. "Yes." Gu Yun nodded and leaped onto the stage. Gu Quan, who had fainted, had already been carried down. Gu Yun swept a glance at Gu Bei and lightly snorted, "I never thought that a silpants like you would have some ability. However, when it comes to me, you won't have the chance anymore." "I don't just have some ability. Didn't you see it earlier? Did you see that I beat him to the ground with a single move?" Gu Bei did a back throw, looking extremely weird. "Don't you worship me at all?" Gu Yun curled his lips towards Gu Bei, who was pretending to be a fool. "I want to see just how much ability you have." Gu Yun leaped up and swung his fist towards Gu Bei. His fist energy violently rubbed against the air, causing blazing sparks to erupt. Gu Yun didn't seem to have any intentions of merging with his demon spirit. He was only a step away from Two Fate. He could completely crush Gu Bei. The instant Gu Yun made his move, Gu Bei straightened her body. Her expression turned extremely serious as she placed her right hand in front of her chest. She raised two fingers. At this moment, Gu Bei's entire body was enveloped in sword intent. His fingers were like an unsheathed sword. Ever since he went back and read the word sword that Nieli had written for him, he'd gained a new understanding of sword intent. At the moment when Gu Yun attacked, whoosh, Gu Bei's body turned into a streak of light as she passed by Gu Yun. The sword intent from those two fingers directly pierced through Gu Yun. Gu Yun originally thought that with his strength at the pinnacle of One Fate, he could easily beat Gu Bei to the ground. Therefore, he didn't have any intentions of merging with his demon spirit. He never thought that he wouldn't even be able to see how Gu Bei made her move. "Go down. If this was a real battle, you would already be dead." Gu Bei didn't even turn her head as she spoke in a low voice. A light breeze blew the hair in front of her forehead. Her expression carried a hint of cold arrogance. The group of girls below the stage cried out in surprise. Gu Bei's move was too cool. They didn't even see how Gu Bei made her move. Seeing Gu Bei's move, Gu Ya's eyes flickered with a divine light. He never imagined that Gu Bei's sword intent would reach such a level. Just based on this sword intent, even a Two Fate might not be Gu Bei's opponent. It's easy to raise one's cultivation, but something like sword intent is extremely difficult to cultivate. Once it's successfully cultivated, as long as Gu Bei was willing, her cultivation would soar by leaps and bounds. It seems like they've all underestimated Gu Bei. They thought that Gu Bei was a silpants. But unbeknownst to them, Gu Bei had already cultivated such a powerful sword intent. With this sword intent, there would definitely be a spot for Gu Bei among the successors of the Gu clan. Guyan was a little unconvinced. He still hadn't figured out Gu Bei's move. So he turned his head and wanted to continue fighting with Gu Bei. Guyan, come down. You're not Gu Bei's opponent. Guya said with a trace of joy in his voice. The other elders also looked at each other and saw the pleasant surprise in each other's eyes. It was as if they could see the rising genius of the Gu clan, and this person was the hedonistic son of a rich family that they had always looked down upon. Gu Heng's grip on the armrest slightly tightened as the veins on his arm popped out. Only now did he realize that he'd severely underestimated Gu Bei. It turned out that the focus of Gu Bei's cultivation had always been on sword intent. The cultivation of sword intent was the most time-consuming, but once it was successfully cultivated, the results would be extremely shocking. Once the sword intent was successfully cultivated, one could even challenge experts who were a few levels higher. Although Gu Bei's sword intent hadn't reached the pinnacle, it was already very shocking for Gu Bei's current age. Gu Heng instantly felt a great threat. Once Gu Bei continued to display a stronger talent, she would definitely become one of the successors. Whether or not she would push him down from his position as the first successor was still a problem. Nieli slightly smiled. All of this was within his expectations. Gu Bei's sword intent was even more refined than before. At this time, in the distant crowd, Long Yuan was quietly watching the battle stage. This place allowed outsiders to spectate, so when Long Yuan saw Nieli from afar, she also came over to watch. She saw the scene of Gu Bei defeating Gu Yun. Long Yuan was basically sure that Gu Bei's strength was already above hers. But before, Gu Bei's strength was far from being her opponent. Could it be that this sword intent was comprehended from Nieli's sword character? Her hands slightly clenched into fists. She also wanted to see what the sword intent of the sword character was, but Nieli refused her, which made her very depressed. But Nieli's sword character had already been sold for 150,000 spirit stones. Why should she ask Nieli for it? Therefore, Long Yuan's heart was extremely depressed. She had an incomparable desire to obtain Nieli's character. The corner of Gu Ya's mouth curved into a gratified smile as he waved his hand. Gu Bing, go up and spar with Gu Bei. Gu Ya called over another of Gu Heng's subordinates. This Gu Bing was a 3-fate expert. Gu Bei exercised a little on the stage. His eyes flickered with unswerving determination. In fact, he was extremely excited in his heart. Ever since his sister's cultivation had been crippled, he'd been acting like a grandson in front of others. Every time he fought, he'd be taught a miserable lesson. Now, he finally didn't have to suppress himself anymore. All of the emotions in his heart had exploded out. He wanted to ruthlessly trample on Gu Heng's subordinates. Gu Bing flew onto the stage. This time, he no longer dared to underestimate Gu Bei, like the other two from before. Even he felt a little fearful of Gu Bei's sword intent. Gu Bing solemnly said, I admit that we've underestimated you too much. Your strength has exceeded all of our expectations. Since Elder Gu Ya set me up, then I won't hold back. Whatever. Gu Bei shrugged his shoulders as he quietly stared at Gu Bing. Feeling the indifferent aura coming from Gu Bei, Gu Bing didn't know why, but he felt a little nervous in his heart. He coldly snorted and started to integrate with his demon spirit. The demon spirit he integrated with was an ordinary god level growth rate demon spirit. It was a 3-fate scarlet blaze bear that was 3 meters tall and covered in blazing flames. A frightening heat wave blew over as Gu Bing's terrifying aura pressed down on Gu Bei. Gu Bei finally felt a huge pressure from the strength of a 3-fate. However, Gubei's heart was boiling as his fighting spirit soared. He no longer hid his strength, and suddenly burst forth with the strength of a one fate. However, Gubei's aura didn't stop. Under the pressure of a three fate, the boundary within Gubei's soul realm was finally broken. Gubei let out a pained roar as the energy in his body surged. His cultivation had finally stepped into the two-fate realm, and his second fate soul was slowly condensing within his soul realm. Finally, the opportunity to break through had arrived. A divine light flashed through Gubei's eyes as he suddenly integrated with his demon spirit. His body rapidly grew and turned into a huge dragon-bone winged tiger. This dragon-bone winged tiger was 5 meters tall, with huge bone wings burning with black soul flames, giving off a huge pressure. A god-level growth rate, dragon bloodline demon spirit, dragon-bone winged tiger. Although the dragon-bone winged tiger's strength had just reached the two-fate realm, it still had an absolute advantage against the scarlet blaze bear, which was one rank higher than it. Asterisk roar. Asterisk the dragon-bone winged tiger furiously roared. In front of it, the scarlet blaze bear was like an underage child. These were two completely different types of powers. Chapter 3:27. The colossal scarlet blaze bear trembled with fear under the terrifying pressure of the dragon-bone winged tiger. It couldn't even budge an inch. The dragon-bone winged tiger raised its huge paw and slammed it towards the colossal scarlet blaze bear. Asterisk boom. Asterisk under the frightening power, the colossal scarlet blaze bear was flattened to the ground, its thick legs twitching nonstop. A god-level growth rate, colossal scarlet blaze bear was only slightly inferior to an excellent level growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirit. Furthermore, Gu Bing was already a 3-fate expert. The colossal scarlet blaze bear he'd fused with was also a 3-fate. However, under the attack of the dragon-bone winged tiger, the colossal scarlet blaze bear was beaten to the ground. At the sight of this, Guya abruptly stood up. With his sharp eyes and keen senses, how could he not feel that Gubei's dragon bloodline demon spirit was definitely a god-level growth rate demon spirit? He couldn't conceal the shock in his heart. He understood what a dragon bloodline god-level growth rate demon spirit meant. A dragon bloodline god-level growth rate demon spirit represented a pinnacle pillar of strength. Once it matured, it would definitely be a pivotal existence in the Hagami Munyan. In recent years, the Gu family had been constantly hunting demon beasts in the outside world. However, they'd only managed to hunt 2 dragon bloodline god-level growth rate demon spirits. One of them was given to Gu Lan. However, Gu Lan's meridians had been crippled, so she couldn't give the dragon bloodline god-level growth rate demon spirit to anyone else. The other one was given to Gu Heng. However, Gu Heng's talent was still a level lower than Gu Lan's. But now, another dragon bloodline god-level growth rate demon spirit had appeared in the Gu clan out of nowhere. Where did Gu Bei get her hands on a dragon bloodline god-level growth rate demon spirit? Under normal circumstances, dragon bloodline god-level growth rate demon spirits were in the hands of the major families since they were too hard to obtain. Basically, after hunting tens of thousands of dragon bloodline demon beasts, there would only be one extraordinary level growth rate demon spirit. As for a god-level growth rate demon spirit, it was purely based on luck. The entire family would have to constantly hunt dragon bloodline demon beasts. Only after several years would they be able to hunt a god-level growth rate demon spirit. However, Gu Bei actually had a dragon bloodline god-level growth rate demon spirit. Although he didn't know where Gu Bei's dragon bloodline god-level growth rate demon spirit came from, he didn't know. However, one thing was certain. With a dragon bloodline god-level growth rate demon spirit, Gu Bei would definitely become the second successor of the Gu clan. Furthermore, the position of the first successor would also have to be carefully considered. A dragon bloodline god, level growth rate demon spirit. Although it was extremely rare, there might be someone with heaven-defying luck who managed to hunt a dragon bloodline demon beast and obtain one. After all, it was a matter of probability. It didn't matter how Gu Bei got it. What was important was that another genius had appeared in the Gu family. This matter would definitely shake the entire family. Gu Heng couldn't contain the shock in his eyes any longer. Gu Bei actually obtained a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. Gu Heng suddenly had a feeling that his position wasn't as stable as before. All along, Gu Heng hadn't placed Gu Bei in his heart. But now, Gu Bei had suddenly become a great threat. Two siblings, one was crippled, yet she was still unwilling to accept it. The second one also wanted to give it a try. A vicious light flashed through Gu Heng's eyes. Since Gu Bei had decided to fight for the position, she must have some confidence. Since that's the case, I'll play with you. Gu Heng knew that it was no longer possible to poison Gu Bei. Firstly, Gu Bei would definitely be on guard. Secondly, both siblings' meridians were blocked. There would definitely be a problem, and the family would definitely investigate to the end. Furthermore, he would also be identified as a suspect, which would affect his prestige in the family. He had to think of another way. He had to stop Gu Bei from growing. If Gu Bei wanted to fight for the position, she would definitely have to go to the outside world to establish her power. Once she reached the outside world, Gu Heng definitely wouldn't give Gu Bei a chance. Sitting on the chair, Gu Lan's gaze swept past Gu Heng. Her expression was calm, and no one knew what she was thinking. Gu Heng probably never expected that Gu Bei would have already recovered. His enemy wasn't Gu Bei alone, but the two siblings, Gu Bei and Gu Lan. The three fake Gu Bing had also lost. The surrounding Gu clan's disciples all looked at Guya. They wanted to see if Guya was going to send someone else to test Gu Bei. However, Guya waved his hand and laughed. Let's end the test for Gu Bei. We're going to hold an emergency meeting of the elders. All disciples of the Gu clan, listen up. Gu Bei will be the successor of our Gu clan. As for the successor position, we'll decide on it later. Gu Heng stood up and laughed. Congratulations to cousin Gu Bei for obtaining a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit and establishing yourself as the successor. I never imagined that cousin Gu Bei would give us such a big shock. Hearing Guya's words, many of the Gu clan's disciples couldn't help discussing amongst themselves. Gu Bei's dragon-bone winged tiger is a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. Where did he get his dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit? I never imagined that our Gu clan would have another genius who integrated with a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. Although his cultivation is far from the other successors, he'll probably be the second in line successor with a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. The second in line successor position would probably belong to Gu Bei. After all, in the entire Gu clan, there were only two juniors who'd integrated with a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. Very quickly, the news of Gu Bei integrating with a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit and being confirmed as the successor quickly spread. Even the other families knew about it. Some people were happy, while others were depressed. Those who were happy because the Hagami Myunmyun had another genius in the younger generation. Those who were depressed because the Gu clan's strength had increased once again. Gu Bei and Gu Heng's gazes met. Both of their eyes were filled with raging fighting intent. The two of them would undoubtedly fight to the death for the successor position of the Gu clan. Gu family Guya and the rest quickly returned to the Gu family. The Gu family's elders' assembly immediately convened. Dozens of elders sat in the Gu family's main hall. Seated at the front was the Gu clan's patriarch, Gu Tianlong. Gu Tianlong swept his gaze across the elders and asked, "What do you guys think about this matter with Gu Bei? We must investigate this matter thoroughly. Exactly where did Gu Bei get her hands on a dragon bloodline god, level growth rate demon spirit?" The third elder, Gu Yu, said in a solemn voice. Furthermore, he disregarded the clan's rules and integrated with a dragon bloodline god, level growth rate demon spirit, without informing the clan. He should be punished. Otherwise, wouldn't it be against the clan's rules if someone else learns from him and integrated with a dragon bloodline god, level growth rate demon spirit on their own? Guya lightly smiled as a light flashed across his eyes. Third elder, are you going to punish a genius that has just integrated with a dragon bloodline god, level growth rate demon spirit? Gulan's meridians are blocked. As Gulan's brother, Gu Bei has also suffered quite a bit. Furthermore, he endured silently and kept a low profile. In the end, he managed to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. If we still want to punish him, wouldn't it be disappointing? However, it's true that Gu Bei has violated the clan's rules. There are many who have violated the clan's rules. Guya looked at Gu Yu as a cold light flashed across his eyes. Gu Heng is also one of them. When has Gu Heng ever violated the clan's rules? Gu Yu's brows slightly twitched. Humph, if you don't want others to know, then don't do it. Third elder, do you still want me to continue? Guya glanced at Gu Yu. Gu Yu opened his mouth, but in the end, he remained silent. In his heart, he was puzzled. Could it be that the matter of Gu Heng poisoning Gulan was already known by Guya? Many of the elders started arguing one after another, but Gu Tianlong kept silent and pondered for a long time. One of the elders looked at Gu Tianlong and said, "This matter still has to be decided by the patriarch. I feel that although Gu Bei looks like a silk pants, he's actually extremely hard-working and diligent, in addition to the fact that he has integrated with a dragon bloodline god, level growth rate demon spirit. He's completely qualified to be the second-in-line successor." I agree as well. Very quickly, more than half of the elders agreed that Gu Bei would be the second-in-line successor. Everyone looked at Gu Tianlong. In the end, Gu Tianlong still had to make the final decision. Gu Tianlong calmly said in a low voice, "I've decided to make Gu Bei the first-in-line successor. What do you guys think?" Hearing Gu Tianlong's words, more than half of the elders were stunned. Making Gu Bei the second-in-line successor was already shocking enough, but now Gu Tianlong actually made Gu Bei the first-in-line successor. Just what was going on? The third elder, Gu Yu, immediately stood up and said, "Patriarch, Gu Bei's cultivation isn't high enough, and he hasn't established his own force in the outside world. Isn't it a little too rash to appoint him as the first-in-line successor of our Gu clan?" Gu Tianlong glanced at Gu Yu as his voice carried a trace of sharpness. Gu Heng's character isn't proper. Although his strength and talent are passable, he's still not qualified to be the first-in-line successor. For the time being, he'll be demoted to the second-in-line successor position. We'll have to observe him. Hearing Gu Tianlong's words, Gu Yu no longer dared to argue and sat down, feeling a little depressed. The other elders also discussed in low voices as they secretly conversed. There must be a reason for the patriarch to make such a decision. Gu Tianlong had said that Gu Heng's character wasn't proper. Normally, Gu Heng's performance had never been a problem. However, when they thought of Gulan, who had become a cripple due to her blocked meridians, and Gu Bei, who had suddenly appeared after enduring for so long, they quickly understood. I agree with the patriarch's decision. Very quickly, Almost 90% of the elders agreed. Although Gu Bei's strength was far from enough, he was still only the first in-line successor. There was no harm in giving the first in-line successor position to Gu Bei. It could be considered as compensation for Gu Bei's suffering over the years. Chapter 328. Gu Heng felt that he'd poisoned Gu Lan and blocked her meridians without anyone knowing. However, Gu Tianlong and the rest had already found out the truth. It was just that after Gu Lan's meridians were blocked, Gu Heng had become the only member of the Gu family to possess a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. If this matter was exposed, Gu Heng would completely lose his prestige in the Gu family. If no one could replace Gu Heng, then the Gu family's future decline would be inevitable. After all, a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit wasn't easy to obtain. What made Gu Tianlong, Guya, and the rest feel gratified was that Gu Bei stood out at this moment. Not only did she cultivate sword intent, but she also possessed a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. At this moment, they no longer had any misgivings like before. They wanted to remove Gu Heng from the first in-line successor position first. They wanted to knock some sense into Gu Heng. Otherwise, Gu Heng would really be out of control. The meeting ended. A few hours later, the decision of the Gu clan's elder council spread throughout the Gu clan. Every member of the Gu family was stunned. They originally thought that Gu Bei would be the second in-line successor of the Gu family. However, they never imagined that Gu Bei would actually be the first in-line successor. This was something that none of the Gu clan's members could react to. Some of the Gu clan's members vaguely realized something. However, they didn't say anything. After all, this matter could be considered a family scandal. They never imagined that the patriarch would make such a swift decision. The news quickly spread to the stage. Although Gu Heng was a little depressed when Guya and the rest left, he didn't think much of it. He felt that it was enough for the patriarch to arrange a second in-line successor for Gu Bei. His first in-line successor position was still stable. However, when he received the news, he could no longer remain calm. He never imagined that the Gu family would remove his first in-line successor position. One must know that Gu Bei had yet to establish any forces in the outside world. What qualifications does Gu Bei have? Gu Heng was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. The blood in his body surged, and he really wanted to argue with the family head. But after a long time, his rationality gradually returned. It seemed like the patriarch knew something and was trying to warn him. Gu Heng was depressed. He glanced at Gu Bei in the distance. This time, Gu Bei would be proud of himself. However, even if Gu Bei became the second Gu Lan, so what? Gu Heng narrowed his eyes slightly. He had helped that person pull Gu Lan down from her position in the past. This time, that person should also help him. It was impossible for Gu Bei to rise again. At this moment, Nieli was chatting with Gu Bei and the others. I never imagined that the patriarch would actually appoint me as the first in-line successor. Gu Bei was astonished and puzzled in her heart. The corner of her mouth curled into a faint smile as she narcissistically said, "Could it be that the patriarch has seen that I'm a one-in-a-million genius, the only man that can save the Gu family?" Nieli couldn't help rolling his eyes at Gu Bei's words. "You're thinking too much. The fact that the Gu clan's patriarch is supporting you is secondary. Even if your talent is high, there's no need for him to make you the first in-line successor. It's probably just a warning to Gu Heng. The things that Gu Heng did to your sister back then have already been known by your patriarch. It's just that Gu Heng is the only person in the Gu family with a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit, so he can't suppress him. But now that you've risen and become the second person in the Gu family with a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit, They're worried that Gu Heng will use the same trick he used to deal with your sister back then. Therefore, they're using this method to knock Gu Heng down, so that Gu Heng will have some fear. Gu Bei smiled. Gu Heng deserves it. His first in-line successor position is in danger. That should be enough to make him depressed for a while. Gu Lan looked at Gu Bei and said, although Gu Heng's first in-line successor position is in danger, he still has a deep influence in the outside world. Since you haven't established your own influence in the outside world, when it's time to inherit the patriarch's position, Gu Heng will still be the first in-line successor. Gu Heng is still the first in line because the position of patriarch cannot be passed to someone without any foundation. Gu Lan was warning Gu Bei not to let her guard down, just because she's the first in-line successor. I understand, big sister. Gu Bei nodded. Although they now had some capital to contend with Gu Heng, their foundation was still too shallow. They could only establish their own influence in the outside world. Only then would they be considered to have a firm foothold. In Gu Bei's heart, she couldn't wait any longer. Nie Li, Ning, and Xiao Yu, along with Gu Bei and Gu Lan, went to another place to watch the competition. Gu Heng's gaze followed Nie Li's group as they left. Looking at Nie Li's back, his expression was gloomy. That brat. Nie Li refused a toast, only to be forced to drink a forfeit. He'd been hanging out with Gu Bei and Gu Lan since a long time ago. He couldn't deal with Gu Bei and Gu Lan for now, but dealing with Nie Li wasn't a problem. Gu Heng coldly snorted and said, "Let's go." With that, he led the group away. Xiao Ning raised her head and looked at Nie Li with tears flickering in her eyes. She was extremely reluctant to part with him. Nie Li, it's almost dawn. I have to return with the Sisters of the Heavenly Note sect. Okay, take care of yourself in the Heavenly Note sect. Nie Li patted Xiao Ning's shoulder as he lightly smiled, although there was some sadness in his heart. After all, he'd experienced so many years and had already seen through many things. Xiao Ning looked at Nie Li and tiptoed to give Nie Li a light peck on his cheek. Her face was boiling hot as she turned around and was about to run. However, she was pulled back by Nie Li. He shoved an interspatial ring into Xiao Ning's hands and said, "There are some spiritual stones and some extraordinary level growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirits inside. You can split them among yourselves." Xiao Ning kissed Nie Li and felt embarrassed to death. In the end, she was pulled back by Nie Li to talk about this and that. Right, there are also some words that I've written inside. If there's anything else that's missing, you can tell me now. Nie Li pulled Xiao Ning's hand. He had to admit that Ning's hand was really smooth and soft. Looking at Xiao Ning's embarrassed expression, Nie Li couldn't help smiling. Xiao Ning's face was boiling hot as she couldn't help stomping her feet. "There's nothing else. I'll be leaving first." Xiao Ning felt embarrassed to death. She didn't dare to raise her head to look at Nie Li's eyes. Looking at Xiao Ning's departing figure, Nie Li couldn't help lightly smiling. A girl's heart was like a pure piece of unpolished jade, truly beautiful. Whether it was Ziyun or Xiao Ning, they were both people that he would not hesitate to protect with his life. The disciples of the Heavenly Note sect and Skyblaze sect gathered together. Xiao Ning waved goodbye to Nie Li from afar. Mingyue Wushuang couldn't help taking a glance at Nie Li before looking at Xiao Ning. She revealed a faint smile. It seemed that Nie Li and Xiao Ning had a very good relationship. In the distance, Yin Yang walked towards Nie Li and smiled at Nie Li. "Junior brother Nie Li, it's a pity that time was too tight. I wasn't able to have a good chat with you. Let's part ways for today. If fate wills it, we'll meet again in the future. If you come to the Skyblaze sect, feel free to look for me. We can have a good chat." "Many thanks, senior brother Yen Yang. I'll definitely pay you a visit. Nieli lightly cupped his hands. No matter what, it was absolutely right to have a good relationship with Yen Yang, the future patriarch of the Skyblaze sect. Yen Yang wasn't as hard to get close to as the rumors said. What Nieli didn't know was that Yen Yang couldn't be bothered to pay attention to ordinary people, even people like Long Tianming. However, Yen Yang looked at Nieli in a different light. Seeing how polite Yen Yang was to Nieli, the Skyblaze sect's disciples silently memorized Nieli's appearance. In the future, if they met Nieli, they wouldn't have any conflicts with Nieli. It would be best if they could give Nieli some convenience. After all, Nieli was someone that the Holy Sun valued. Even the Holy Sun owed Nieli a favor. If they provoked Nieli, they would probably be taught a miserable lesson by the Holy Sun. In the Skyblaze sect, Yen Yang's status was extraordinary. Then I'll take my leave first. Yen Yang nodded his head and left with the Skyblaze sect's disciples. Yi Xian coldly swept a glance at Nieli before leaving with Yen Yang. Xiao Ning, and Nieli had been alone for an entire night. This had become a knot in Yi Xian's heart that was difficult to untie, filling his heart with rage. However, he couldn't do anything to Nieli, so he could only secretly support Morongyu to deal with Nieli. Lu Piao and Xiao Shui also reluctantly said their goodbyes in the distance. As the two sect's disciples left, Nieli watched as Xiao Ning waved her hand and disappeared at the end of the road. Xiao Yu watched as Nieli and Xiao Ning bid each other farewell. She couldn't help sighing in her heart. The two of them were truly a good match. His gaze was distant, and no one knew what he was thinking. After sending off Ning, Nieli retracted his gaze. For Ziyun and Ning, for his clansmen, for his friends and brothers, Nieli understood that he had to quickly expand his strength. He was about to reach Two Fate, and he had to head to the outside world outside of Hagami Munyan to manage his own forces and fight for power in Hagami Munyan. Together with Xiao Yu and Lu Piao, Nieli returned to the courtyard. Nieli immediately entered the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting to cultivate. After several hours of cultivation, Nieli's aura suddenly burst forth as Two Fate souls slowly formed in his soul realm. To Nieli's surprise, the second life soul was blue. The two life souls, one red and one blue, left Nieli a little stunned. He had no idea what had happened. An ordinary person's fate soul was colorless. As he cultivated, Nieli opened his eyes. Just as he'd expected, with the help of the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting, he only needed a few hours to complete his breakthrough. However, the situation after his breakthrough left him extremely confused. But since he couldn't figure it out, he decided not to think about it. Nieli consolidated his cultivation and glanced at Plume, Flame, Godnese, and Golden Egg, who were cultivating. Whether it was Plume, Flame, Godnese, or Golden Egg, their cultivations had increased a lot compared to before they entered the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. After he finished cultivating, Nieli made a trip to the Soul Hall and placed one of his fate souls there. After reaching Two Fate, he could finally head to the outside world. The real show was about to begin. Chapter 329, Great World. North of Hagami Munyan, Lingyu Deity's Lake. The Ling Jade Deity's Pool was located on a small floating mountain. Spring water flowed down from the small mountain. In the middle of the small mountain, there was a pool of water. From time to time, some spirit stones would emerge from the pool. The deity's lake would absorb a large amount of heavenly energy from its surroundings and produce spiritual stones. Due to the existence of a large number of deities' lakes in the Draconic Ruins realm, the heavenly energy between the heavens and earth was extremely thin. However, people could still obtain spiritual stones that contained a large amount of heavenly energy from the deities' lakes. A deity's pool was the same as a plant. It had a certain lifespan. A deity's pool would be at its peak within 3,000 years. It would produce the most spiritual stones every year. Once 3,000 years passed, the deity's pool would slowly dry up. The Ling Jade deity's lake had existed for over 5,000 years. In a year, it would only produce a few thousand spiritual stones at most. Generally, the bigger forces wouldn't care about the Ling Jade deity's lake. Therefore, this deity's lake was occupied by Hualing's group. It just so happened that Hualing was patrolling the Ling Jade deity's lake. Recently, he'd received 2 pieces of good news. It could be considered a double blessing, so he was in a good mood. One was that the Ling Jade deity's lake was slowly showing signs of recovering. The other was that his people had surrounded and killed Xiaoyu. This made Hualing very happy. Hualing had been unhappy with Xiaoyu for a long time. Every time, Xiaoyu would look at him coldly and arrogantly. Moreover, as a grown man, he actually looked more handsome than a woman. Every time he appeared, women would scream, making him very annoyed. Xiaoyu asked for it. If he dares to come to the outside world in the future, I'll kill him every time I see him. Who asked his old man to fight with my father for the throne? Hualing coldly snorted. He turned his head and glanced at the Ling Jade deity's lake. The Ling Jade deity's lake was the foundation that allowed him to gain a foothold in the outside world. Every year, it produced several thousand spiritual stones. Although it wasn't a lot, it was still pretty good. There were more than 60 of them in total, and each of them could get quite a lot of money every year. And usually when they were on guard duty. After all, there were basically no powers that would try to snatch the Ling Jade deity's lake from them. Naturally, they were not the only experts from the Little Heaven realm. In the depths of a distant great world, some experts from other small heaven worlds had also occupied some deities' lakes. Just as the group of them were cultivating, 3 auras flew over. Hualing fixed his gaze on her, and a cold light flashed through his eyes. Then he laughed loudly and said, "Xiaoyu, that idiot. She actually dared to appear here. She really doesn't know how she died. Did she think that she could do anything to us just because she brought 2 people?" Hualing was well aware of the strength behind Xiaoyu. The tiny world's talents had withered, and there were only a few people from the entire Hagami Myunmyun that came from the tiny world. Even if he killed Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu would have no place to cry. But this time, Xiaoyu still dared to come. Her brain must have been caught in the door. Nie Li, Xiaoyu, and Lu Piao stood in the air. He looked down at the people around the Ling Jade deity's lake. Nie Li's gaze fell onto Hualing. "Hualing, come out!" Lu Piao yelled towards the Ling Jade deity's lake. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Over 60 figures flew into the sky. Hualing's gaze fell onto Xiaoyu's group of 3 as a cold smile appeared on the corner of his lips. "Xiaoyu, it looks like you want to die again. Not only did you come to die, you even brought 2 short-lived ghosts with you. Hualing, you're bullying Xiaoyu with so many people. You're too shameless." Lu Piao placed her left hand on her waist and pointed at Hualing with her right. "How do you think we should resolve this matter? Should we pay up, or should we kowtow and admit our mistakes? Pay up, kowtow, and admit our mistakes?" Hualing laughed as if he'd heard a hilarious joke. "Are your brains flooded with water? Did you think that coming to the outside world would be the same as in the Sky Soul Institute? 3 idiots!" Everyone behind Ling burst out in laughter. Nie Li's group of 3 really didn't know what they were talking about. The 3 of them actually dared to be so arrogant in front of them. "You have to pay a price for injuring my people. Leave everything on you. Consider it compensation for Xiaoyu's loss. I can spare your lives." Nie Li appeared calm as he swept a sharp gaze across Hualing's group. Hearing Nie Li's words, Xiao Yu's face couldn't help burning slightly. She lowered her head, who knew what she was thinking. Don't know what you're talking about. You actually want us to pay up. In this outside world, the strong prey on the weak. You don't even have the strength, yet you still dare to be so arrogant. You won't even know how you died. Hua Ling waved his hand and barked, Brothers, make these idiots scram back to the Soul Hall. 60 people quickly surrounded Nie Li and the other two, forming an encirclement. Nie Li shrugged his shoulders as he coldly looked at Hua Ling. You're the one who said that the strong prey on the weak. Since that's the case, then there's no other way. The instant Nie Li's voice landed, a powerful aura locked onto Hua Ling and his men, rendering them unable to move. This was an absolute power that could crush everything. Li Xingyun had sent a group of Heavenly Star Realm experts. There was even a Heavenly Axis Realm expert that listened to Nie Li's orders. On the other hand, Hua Ling's men were only a group of Heavenly Fate Realm experts. They weren't on the same level. Hua Ling turned his head with difficulty and discovered that they were already surrounded by a group of people. There were no less than 200 people on the other side, and Hua Ling could recognize the few people in the lead. They were Li Xingyun's men. Hua Ling, you don't seem to have learned your lesson. Boss Xingyun told you guys to stay away from Nie Li. Since you guys didn't listen, then don't blame us. Li, who said in a solemn voice as a terrifying pressure pressed down on Hua Ling and his men. Under that terrifying pressure, Hua Ling nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. He was depressed in his heart. Nie Li actually called for reinforcements. Even if Nie Li and Li Xingyun had some friendly relations, how did Nie Li manage to get Li Xingyun to send so many people to stand up for him? Hua Ling couldn't figure it out. After all, Nie Li didn't have any background or power. Li Xingyun's Tianqing League was an extremely powerful force amongst the younger generation. It wasn't something that Hua Ling could go against. Hua Ling looked at Li Hu and asked in a slightly depressed tone, I have no enmity with Boss Xingyun. Why would Boss Xingyun help them deal with me? That's not something you should care about. We're now listening to young Master Nie Li's orders. Your fate is completely in the hands of young Master Nie Li. Li, who said with a little disdain, if it wasn't for Li Xingyun's orders, a person of Hua Ling's level wouldn't even be worthy of him taking action. Kill them all, Nie Li said in a solemn voice. Indeed, it was as Hua Ling had said. In the outside world, the strong preyed on the weak. Countless people competed and killed each other, all for the sake of obtaining more resources and making themselves stronger. If Xiao Yu was killed by Hua Ling and they didn't return the favor, Hua Ling and his men would definitely take a mile after taking an inch. Li Xingyun's men slowly approached Hua Ling and his men. For safety's sake, Li Xingyun had sent over 200 men to Nie Li. Among them, there were a few Heavenly Star Realm experts and one Heavenly Axis Realm expert, Li Hu. Hua Ling understood that it was useless to be humble at this moment. He coldly looked at Li Hu and said, I don't understand why Li Xingyun would help these 3 brats deal with me. What I want to say is that our little heaven realm isn't easy to bully. If you guys kill us, it's the same as starting a war with all the experts of our little heaven realm. Isn't he afraid of the experts of our little heaven realm taking revenge? Li Xingyun is only the 3rd successor of the Ashen Flames family. If he makes too many enemies, it'll be detrimental to his competition for the Patriarch's position. Hua Ling tried to persuade Li Hu, but it was useless no matter what Hua Ling said. If it was anyone other than Nie Li, Li Xingyun definitely wouldn't spend so much effort to eliminate Hua Ling and his men. However, Nie Li was different. Compared to the dragon bloodline god, level growth rate demon spirit that Nie Li had given him, what was this little help? Li Hu smiled indifferently and said, Are you threatening us? Our Tianqing League has never been afraid of anyone. If you want to start a war, then bring it on. Since that's the case, then I, Hualing, have fallen today. However, I'll definitely get my revenge sooner or later. When Hualing heard Li Hu's words, he finally severed his last bit of hope. Li Hu waved his palms through the air. Boom, boom, boom. Hualing and his men exploded one by one as blood splattered everywhere. This was simply a one-sided massacre. Lu Piao was speechless in his heart after interacting with Li, who for so long he only knew that Li Hu was extremely loyal to Li Xingyun. Beside Li Xingyun, he was like a servant. However, he never imagined that Li Hu would be so powerful. Even with so many Heavenly Fate Realm experts, he was still able to kill them all in a matter of minutes. Li, whose strength had completely crushed Hualing and his men. Killing Hualing and his men could be considered as helping Xiao Yu vent her anger. Young Master Nieli, these are the interspatial rings that Hualing and his men left behind. Li, who made a grabbing motion, and collected the interspatial rings that Hualing and his men left behind, then handed them over to Nieli after dying in the outside world. Everything on one's body, including interspatial rings, artifacts, and so on, would be snatched away by others. Therefore, most people wouldn't dare to bring their precious things out. Hualing and his men also didn't have many good things in their interspatial rings. Nieli looked at Li Hu and said with a faint smile, "Many thanks to the brothers from the Tianqing League for lending a hand. Since the brothers from the Tianqing League came to help, how could I let them return empty-handed? Why don't you distribute these things to the brothers?" Nieli's right hand moved, and threw an interspatial ring filled with a large amount of spiritual stones to Li Hu. Li Hu hastily said, "Our young master sent us here. How could we have the nerve to accept your things?" "You're welcome. This is what I should do. Since you helped me run an errand, you should at least give me some travel expenses. Otherwise, wouldn't I seem too stingy? I will talk to Li Xingyun. If you don't accept it, then you're not giving me any face," Nieli said with a bright smile. After thinking about it, Li Hu didn't refuse and accepted the interspatial ring. "You guys wait here. I'll be right back." Nieli leaped towards the Lingyu deity's lake in the distance. Chapter 3:30. Initially, the members of the Tianqing League had some complaints in their hearts. To deal with Hualing's group, Nieli had actually sent over 200 of them. What a waste of time. However, since it was Li Xingyun who had sent them, they didn't dare to say anything. However, when Li Hu distributed the spiritual stones that Nieli had given to the members of the Tianqing League, none of them had any complaints. Nieli was truly generous. He had given out so many spiritual stones in one go. When it was distributed to everyone, there were actually over 50 spiritual stones in total. Every single one of them was extremely happy that they could get such a high profit from this trip. This was even more than what they could earn in a month. Thinking about it, this young master, Nieli, had actually given out 10,000 spiritual stones in one go. My God, his wealth was simply too shocking. Just to help Nieli obstruct Hualing's group, Li Xingyun had sent over 200 people. This showed how much importance Li Xingyun had placed on Nieli. This young master, Nieli, definitely wasn't simple. They had been in the Draconic Ruins realm for so many years. Thus, all of them immediately retracted their contempt and no longer had any complaints about this operation. Seeing Nieli heading towards the Ling Jade deity's lake, Li Hu and the rest looked at Nieli in doubt. What was Nieli doing in the Ling Jade deity's lake? Although the Ling Jade deity's lake produced spiritual stones, it only produced a few thousand in a year. Nieli had given out 10,000 spiritual stones in one go, so why would he care about that little bit of spiritual stones? Xiao Yu and Lu Piao originally wanted to follow him, but they were stopped by Nie Li. Thus, Nie Li arrived at the Ling Jade deity's lake by himself. In the Ling Jade deity's lake, Nie Li's feet were immersed in the water as he swiftly wrote down inscription patterns. One inscription pattern after another descended. Boom, boom. These inscription patterns continuously bombarded the bottom of the Ling Jade deity's lake, causing water to splash everywhere. The bottom of the Ling Jade deity's lake rapidly formed a mystical inscription pattern array, causing the entire lake to violently tremble. The inscription pattern seal array continued to emit dazzling rays of light. Immediately after, a black shadow slowly rose from the depths of the pool. This black shadow looked a little like a snake, but it wasn't one. This was the origin of the deity's lake. The legendary deity root. The depths of the draconic ruins realm would give birth to a mysterious spiritual object known as the deity root. The deity root would be nurtured underground for tens of thousands of years, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. At a certain time, it would slowly rise into the air with a small hill of soil, forming a divine pool that would continuously absorb the heavenly energy between heaven and earth. As it nurtured the spirit stones, its body was also growing. Ordinary people did not know about the existence of the deity root. It was hidden deep in the soil and was extremely spiritual. It was very difficult to find. Moreover, once the deity pool dried up, the deity root would also disappear into thin air. Only a special inscription pattern array could slowly pull the deity root out of the soil. Nie Li extended his hand and grabbed onto the deity root. The deity root was constantly struggling, as if it wanted to escape. It wanted to run. Not so easy. Nie Li moved his right hand and threw the deity root into the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. He had finally captured the first deity root. The captured deity root would continue to be nurtured in the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. Although the deity root in the Ling Jade deity's lake was already in a weakened state, it was still better than nothing. Nie Li flew back. Li, who seemed to have seen Nie Li take something out of the Ling Jade deity's lake, but he didn't pay attention to what it was. Nie Li flew back and smiled. Let's go. A group of people flew away. After Nie Li's group left, the Ling Jade deity's lake that was floating in the sky rapidly collapsed and fell from the sky. The Ling Jade deity's lake had completely disappeared. Several days later, Hua Ling returned with a large group of people. But where was the Ling Jade deity's lake? Seeing this, Hua Ling roared in anger. Veins popped out all over his body. Nie Li, Li Xingyun, it's fine if you killed me, but you actually destroyed my deity's lake. I'm not done with you. Hua Ling couldn't understand it, no matter how he thought about it. Why would they destroy a deity's lake? Who would destroy a deity's lake after killing someone? Wasn't this too much of a hatred? The Ling Jade deity's lake only produced a few thousand spiritual stones every year. Was there a need to be so ruthless? There were many cases of major forces fighting over deities' lakes in the outside world, but no one had ever seen anyone destroy a deity's lake after killing someone. Just what the hell was going on? Hua Ling's lips trembled in anger. This was utterly devoid of conscience. Without the Ling Jade deity's lake, it would be difficult for Hua Ling to support his subordinates with his income. He didn't even have the strength to fight for a new deity's lake. Destroying my deity's lake is an irreconcilable enmity. Whenever Hua Ling thought of his deity's lake being destroyed, he had the urge to vomit blood. Xiao Yu's courtyard Nie Li was quietly cultivating in the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. The deity root he had plundered earlier had already formed a small floating mountain with a small deity's lake forming on top of it. Furthermore, Nie Li could sense that the deity root had received a great amount of nourishment from the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting. The heavenly energy in the Draconic Ruins realm was extremely thin, so the amount of heavenly energy that the deity root could absorb was extremely limited. On the other hand, the heavenly energy in the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting was practically endless. The heavenly energy surged towards the deity's lake like a tidal wave. As for the deity root, once it received the nourishment of heavenly energy, it would flourish and grow. The deity's lake was already constantly producing spiritual stones. Furthermore, the output was much higher than before. Sure enough, the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting was more suitable to nurture a deity's lake. For some reason, the previous expert that possessed the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting didn't nurture a deity's lake within it. However, what Nieli didn't know was that the last time an expert possessed the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting, the scenery within the painting wasn't like this. However, after several battles, everything within the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting had returned to its original state. While Nieli was concentrating on cultivating, the Skysoul Institute's Union Hall happened to be open to the public today. There were people everywhere as many forces were recruiting new members. Gu Bei and Lu Piao were loudly shouting, "The Demon League is recruiting. We'll provide 20 spiritual stones every month, as well as all sorts of allowances. Those with Earth's spiritual roots and above will receive 30 spiritual stones every month. Those with Heaven's spiritual roots will receive 40 spiritual stones every month. There's no need to wait past the deadline. Those that sign the contract will immediately receive a subsidy of 30 spiritual stones. Once a person signed the contract, they would be bound by the contract. However, the majority of newcomers would still choose to join a major force. Once they reached Two Fate, they could head to the outside world. If they wanted to head to the outside world, they couldn't rely on fighting alone. In order to obtain resources, they had to become a member of a major force. Hearing Gu Bei and Lu Piao's shouts, many people rushed towards Gu Bei. Many people rushed over to Gu Bei's side. Most of the newcomers who joined other forces received very low treatment. It was already very good if they could get 10 spiritual stones a month. However, Gu Bei, Lu Piao, and the others were actually able to provide several times that amount every month. However, many people were still hesitant. Before joining a force, these newcomers had to make their own choices. They wanted to follow a boss with a better future. After all, the moment they signed the contract, it would be in effect unless there were special circumstances. If they were to break the contract, it would be very difficult for them to gain a foothold in Hagami Myunmyun. They would be cast aside. The surrounding newcomers were all discussing amongst themselves. Where did those two come from? You don't know? That youth is Gu Bei. He's just been confirmed to be the first in-line successor of the Gu family after integrating with a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. Hearing this, the eyes of the newcomers lit up. The first in-line successor of the Gu family might even become the patriarch of the Gu family in the future. Furthermore, Gu Bei still hadn't established a force in the outside world. If they joined now, and Gu Bei became the patriarch of the Gu family, they would be her subjects. This was definitely a huge temptation, not to mention that Gu Bei had given them such a tempting condition. Very quickly, one newcomer after another signed the contract with Gu Bei. However, these newcomers discovered that the boss of the Demon League wasn't Gu Bei, but someone else. They were a little curious about this mysterious person. Just who could make someone like Gu Bei willingly submit to him? The various forces that were in the midst of recruiting were dumbfounded as they watched the endless stream of newcomers flocking to Gu Bei and Lu Piao's side. The number of people coming to their side were few and far between. After all, the difference in treatment was too great. Looking at the treatment they were giving, and then looking at the treatment that Gu Bei and the rest were giving to the newcomers, they were completely speechless. Even those in charge of recruiting simply wanted to join the Demon League. Slow down, slow down. Feeling that there were too many people squeezing their way, Lu Piao hastily shouted. However, his face was filled with excitement. He didn't expect that so many people would come to the Demon Alliance as soon as it opened. Looking at the overcrowded scene, Lu Piao could imagine the spectacular scene when he fought for hegemony in the great world in the future. With a wave of his hand, thousands of experts would cover the sky and earth. Just thinking about it made him a little excited. Gu Bei proudly said, "As long as you do your best for our Demon League, we definitely won't mistreat you. As long as you join our Demon League, we'll give everyone a suitable martial ancestor realm cultivation technique. When you reach the Heavenly Star realm, you'll get a grade 3 artifact. When you reach the Heavenly Axis realm, you'll get excellent and extraordinary growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirits. I, Gu Bei, will keep my word." Hearing Gu Bei's words, everyone boiled with excitement. Wasn't this treatment a little too frightening? Not only would everyone get a martial ancestor realm cultivation technique, but they'd also get artifacts and excellent and extraordinary growth rate dragon bloodline demon spirits. My God, everyone felt their blood boiling. The geniuses that were still hesitating all made up their minds. Following Gu Bei was definitely the right choice. When the other forces saw their side being deserted, while the Demon League's front was a boiling cauldron of voices, every one of them felt depressed. How could this be? There were no rules at all. Wasn't Gu Bei afraid that he'd play the Gu clan until they went bankrupt? Chapter 3:31. After an entire day, Gu Bei's group recruited over 600 people. Most of them were in the Heavenly Fate realm, and 3 of them were in the Heavenly Star realm. Due to various reasons, those 3 hadn't joined any other forces. However, when they saw how generous the Demon League's conditions were, they decided to join. The other forces only recruited a few dozen people in an entire day. In just one day, the Demon League had over 600 people. That was more than enough to occupy 1 or 2 deities' lakes. Gu Bei's newly established force immediately attracted the attention of the other forces. However, because of Gu Bei's identity, they didn't dare to clash with the Demon League. Gu Bei was the first in-line successor to the Gu family. If they provoked Gu Bei, now, what if one day Gu Bei became the Gu family's patriarch? Wouldn't they have to face a storm of revenge? Nieli had also considered this point, which was why he had Gu Bei recruit with great fanfare. Those who weren't on good terms with her, like Gu Heng and Morong Yu, would come knocking on her door, regardless of whether she recruited or not. Those forces that didn't have any conflicts with her wouldn't want to offend Gu Bei for no reason. On the contrary, they'd send people to contact her because of the Demon League's rise. When the Demon League expanded like crazy, Gu Heng, Hualing Morong Yu, and the others were envious. The Demon League had just been established, yet it had already expanded to this extent. Would there still be a place for them in the Hagami Munyan in the future? The depression in their hearts was indescribable. In Xiaoyu's courtyard, after implanting the deity root into the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting, Nieli had even more ideas. One deity root wasn't enough. He needed to get a few more. That way, he'd have an endless supply of spiritual stones. Then, he could use those spiritual stones to support an enormous force. After experiencing defeat in his previous life, Nieli understood one thing: fighting alone wasn't enough. If he wanted to go against the Holy Emperor, he needed to establish an enormous force that could contend against him. Only then could he break through the endless space-time sealed by the Holy Emperor's will. The Holy Emperor controlled the endless space-time of the Draconic Ruins realm. He was the true ruler of the ancestral demonic Saint Land. In his previous life, Only the mysterious ancestral godland could contend against the Holy Emperor. However, the saintess of the ancestral godland had suddenly disappeared in his previous life. The entire ancestral godland was burned to ashes by the golden flames, and the Holy Emperor became an existence that could cover the sky with one hand. Before the ancestral godland was destroyed and darkness descended, Nieli had to build up enough power to resist the Holy Emperor. The first step: he must first become the patriarch of Hagami Myunmyun. In the following month, Nieli, Gu Bei, and Lu Piao worked together to reorganize the newly established Demon Alliance. They taught these members the martial ancestor realm cultivation technique, and then selected those with good character. Geniuses worthy of being nurtured were prepared to become the true elites and backbone of the Demon Alliance. The entire Demon Alliance was immersed in intense training. During this period of time, Li Xingyun came over a few times to discuss with Gu Bei and Lu Piao on how to lead their subordinates, how to be fair in rewards and punishments, and how to advance and retreat together with their subordinates. This caused Gu Bei and Lu Piao to grow quite a bit. Although the Demon Alliance had yet to officially enter the outside world, they had already stirred up a storm in the Sky Soul Institute and received a lot of attention. Nieli, the Yin Alliance has spread the word. If we dare to enter the outside world, they will start hunting us. Gu Bei looked at Nieli and bitterly smiled. Yin Alliance? Nieli furrowed his brows for a brief moment. What force is that? It's a force that belongs to the Yin clan. The Yin clan is an existence that's second to the three major families. The leader of that force is called Yin Wufeng, the first in-line successor of the Yin clan. He's roughly at the heavenly axis realm and has a close relationship with Gu Heng. Gu Heng is hindered by the fact that he's from the Gu clan, so it's not convenient for him to show himself. He probably wants to use the Yin Alliance to suppress our Demon Alliance, said Gu Bei. I understand, but it's nothing much. If we want to gain a foothold in the outside world, we'll definitely have to go through a fight. Right now, it's still a little too difficult to deal with the Yin clan. We can only use Li Xingyun's hands to slowly expand. I've already talked to Li Xingyun. Li Xingyun's subordinates will bring you guys into the outside world. What about you? Gu Bei asked in puzzlement. I'm going to do something. Nieli mysteriously smiled. Gu Bei was a little puzzled. She didn't know what Nieli was going to do, but she didn't ask any further. The sky gradually darkened. Nieli arrived at Li Xingyun's courtyard. After that, he left for the outside world with Li Xingyun. Brother Nieli, I've already contacted a buyer for you. Why are you buying those deities' lakes from them? Li Xingyun asked in puzzlement. A deities' lake that was about to dry up would, at most, produce a few thousand spiritual stones a year. Furthermore, they had to send people to guard it. Naturally, this was only for people like Li Xingyun, who were rich and overbearing. For people like Hua Ling, a deity's lake that was about to dry up was extremely important. I have my own uses for it. I hope that brother Li can keep it a secret. Nieli smiled. Ever since he placed the deity root from the Ling Jade deity's lake into the myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting, it formed a new deity's lake that could produce 2,000 to 3,000 spiritual stones every month. Furthermore, it wasn't just spiritual stones. What shocked Nieli the most was that ordinary deities' lakes rarely produced spiritual stone essences. Only high-grade deities' lakes had a 1 in 1,000 chance of forming spiritual stone essences. However, the deity's lake in Nieli's myriad miles, rivers, and mountains painting actually produced 3 spiritual stone essences in a month. A single spiritual stone essence was equivalent to 1,000 spiritual stones. Based on this calculation, the deity's lake's production rate was simply astonishing. Even if it was expensive to buy a deity's lake that was about to dry up, 6,000 to 7,000 spiritual stones would be enough. On the other hand, Niali would only need 2 months at most to recoup his losses, and he might even make a profit. Under Li Xingyun's lead, Niali met with a youth in blue robes. The youth pointed at the floating mountain in the distance and said, "That's the fiery rain deity's lake. Since you're boss Xingyun's friend, I'll get straight to the point. That deity's lake doesn't have much of a future. At most, it can produce 2,000 spiritual stones a year. If you want it, I'll sell it to you for 5,000 spiritual stones." The youth in blue robes brought over 70 people to guard the deity's lake and rely on it to earn some spiritual stones. "Tengze, Nieli is my brother. 3,500 spiritual stones. No bargaining." Li Xingyun looked at the youth in blue robes and said, hearing Li Xingyun's words, Tengze thought about it carefully and smiled bitterly. "All right then, since boss Xingyun has already said so." Niali handed over 3,500 spiritual stones to Tengze and completed the transaction. Tengze then left with his people. This group of people is guarding the deity's lake. Although the fiery rain deity's lake is close to drying up, there are still people who want to snatch it. Who knows when it will fall into someone else's hands? Giving them 3,500 spiritual stones would be more than enough for them. Li Xingyun smiled and said, "Although we can snatch the deity's lake from their hands, you're doing the right thing. A just cause enjoys support, while an unjust cause finds little support. We can't bully them just because they're weak." Nieli smiled and nodded his head. He soared into the sky and landed on the deity's lake, sending inscription patterns into the deity's lake. Li Xingyun's eyes widened. Just what is Nieli trying to do? Seeing Nieli grabbing the deity root and quickly storing it, Li Xingyun asked in astonishment, "What is this thing?" She never imagined that there would be something like this in the deity's lake. "This is a deity root. Without it, the deity's lake will quickly collapse. However, this matter must not be told to anyone else. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire." Nieli warned in a serious tone. "Understood." Li Xingyun couldn't help being a little shocked, but he solemnly replied. Another deity root was taken in, and it wasn't through the use of force, but through such a method of exchange. It was fast and convenient, and it wouldn't offend anyone. With Li Xingyun's help, Nieli took in another 7 deity roots. Adding the 2 from before, he now had a total of 9 deity roots. These deity roots would grow in the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting and provide a steady stream of spiritual stones for Nieli in the future. Of course, Nieli wasn't prepared to stop here. He still wanted to continue collecting deity roots. "Brother Li, do you have any deity's lakes that you can sell to me?" Nieli asked Li Xingyun after pondering for a moment. Li Xingyun had a difficult expression on her face as she said, "I won't hide it from brother Nieli. I control a total of 3 low-grade deities' lakes, and they're pretty good. They can produce 20 to 30,000 spiritual stones every year. These 3 deities' lakes are the reason why I'm able to control such a large force. Of course, if brother Nieli wants one, I can gift one to brother Nieli," who asked Nieli to gift him a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit. How could a deity's lake compare to a dragon bloodline god level growth rate demon spirit? "There's no need to gift one. I'll buy one from brother Xingyun. As for the price, how about 100,000 spiritual stones?" He wondered how many spiritual stones the deity's lakes would produce in the myriad miles rivers and mountains painting, since they weren't completely exhausted yet. "There's no need for that. I'll give it to brother Nieli. Brother Nieli gave me a dragon bloodline god, level growth rate demon spirit. If I, Li Xingyun, can't even take out a deity's lake, then I'd be too stingy. Coincidentally, I found an ownerless deity's lake in the depths of the outside world. Furthermore, it seems to be a mid-grade deity's lake. However, It's guarded by some dragon bloodline demon beasts. I haven't made up my mind to attack it yet. It just so happens that I can bring some people over and occupy that mid-grade deity's lake." Li Xingyun smiled. Although Li Xingyun had a relaxed expression on his face, Nie Li understood that the fact that Li Xingyun hadn't attacked that mid-grade deity's lake proved that the dragon bloodline demon beasts there were extraordinary. Nie Li pondered a while and said, "I'm a little interested in that mid-grade deity's lake. Can Brother Li bring me over to have a look?" Hearing that, Li Xingyun was slightly startled and immediately said, "Brother Nie Li, it's best if you don't go. That place is too dangerous."